Sitting with his squad, the MC wonders if his curse will wreck their teamwork and if he can craft new cursed gear today. The blonde guy calls Gale's name. Gale looks up and hears the news. The contract is dead. He's booted from the wolf pack. Stunned, he can't process the news. Gale demands an explanation, but his boss Cash just repeats it over and over. He's fired. The team roasts him. Melissa offers fake comfort, but Luke shuts her down. Norris scoffs that someone thinks they're fireproof. The MC leaps up, demanding they wait and questioning the sudden move. Cash fires back, asking if he's really too clueless to understand why. Gale joined the team 3 years ago, crafting curses as a low ranker. He admits he's lost, but Cash says it took him ages to understand too. His class is garbage support, stuck with single-use curses and the lowest level on the squad. His class is trash, but his curses make quests a breeze, even if they're weak and easily dispelled by priests. Gale reveals a hidden passive charm, but his team calls it trash and questions if he's even fit for the job. Cash introduces his replacement, Mora, a support mage who buffs and debuffs. She's happy to meet him. Gale was mesmerized. The team welcomed her, then Cash turned to him. Understand now, we don't need you anymore. He begs for one more shot, hiding a lethal curse and a mountain of secrets. His boss's glare cuts him short. Gale asks if they'll regret it, but he says no, remembering how he's backed them since the start. Cash keeps the beatdown going, demanding he give up and join the curse shop. Melissa confirms sell to shady dealers. Norris promotes his shop, and Luke admits he doesn't hate him. Morris stays silent. The MC says he gets it, thanks them, and walks off, but no one even looks his way. Gale wondered what changed after years together. Cash handled the rent, but Gale's curse meant he'd be working for free. Staring at the symbol, he hides the truth while secretly enchanting their gear for a massive power boost. Gale cancels the spell, done caring. A magic seal flashes, stings him, and vanishes. Catching his breath, he realizes cursed items aren't just burdens, some actually boost your stats. Gale felt great, his body finally healed. The curse was broken, but he didn't care. He was joining a new team. He checks his stats. Cash is level 50, he's hit 48, and he's officially a curse master. Every other stat is boosted. Cash hit 5,000 attack and 3,000 defense, solid leveling, but the innkeeper kicks him out for overstaying his checkout, forcing a quick apology. He leaves the hotel broke and cursed. With no money or plan, he hears a vendor hawking fresh apples. Gale wants a shop but hates the dream cliché. He just wants a tool store in the middle of nowhere. Finally free, he eats and sleeps whenever he wants, masking his curse to focus on his research. Gale grinned and cheered. First step, start making money from sales. Inside the Silver Wolf Pavilion, Melissa sits on Cash's lap, enjoying the meal and gloating that the MC is finally gone. Norris claims he's only spoiling Mora because he's new, but Luke snaps they should have kicked him out long ago. The girl stays silent while the guys stare at her body. Cash and Gale go back to day one. Melissa senses him syncing with everyone like a spell. Then, magic seals erupt over the whole squad. Cash bolts up as their gear glows. Mora suspects a dispelling spell as the seals vanish. The boys' magic is draining and their bodies feel heavy. Mora is stunned. She asks the boys what they said, calling it an advanced dispel. They immediately press for more. Cash asks if it's Gale. Melissa confirms. Norris realizes it's revenge, and Luke snaps they should have killed him. Mora found it strange. Lifting a curse shouldn't make someone feel this bad. Cash has no clue what Gale's capable of, but Melissa's ready to strike first if he makes a move. Mora warns it's a spell, but she's ignored. Cash asserts control, declaring his enemies are the group's enemies, follow the leader or else. Norris vows to incinerate him next time. Luke warns he's becoming a devil, but Norris laughs it off as a delusion. Luke would chop off Gale's fingers to kill his magic and leave him in the gutter, and Norman knows he's not bluffing. Mor knew it wasn't her imagination. Casting the spell triggered a faint premonition. She fears their status is tanking, knowing they were only ever on top because of him. Mora turns as Melissa offers a drink. Mag thanks her, skeptical a curse could ever be this useful. Mora doubted anyone could pull this off. The S-rank wolf pack, impossible. Then she remembered the member who left. She didn't know he'd been kicked from the wolf pack's main force, while Gale stalks the forest, demanding the owl return his curse. He hits the Merchants Guild and asks to open a kiosk. The clerk agrees and starts pitching locations. They pick a bench, but this prime spot costs 4 gold coins a day, so Gale starts digging for cash. Down to his last 3 silver coins, he stayed silent as the man pointed him toward the cheaper stalls near the square. He finally arrives. Today feels great, but his stall is a total wreck. Gale smiled. It was a mess, but enough. He recalled the kind merchant who shared the kiosk and felt grateful for the help. Sorting finished, time to sell his magic tools and interior gear. Gale weighed the price. Anything over material costs was pure profit. MC thinks his goods look like trash. Suddenly, the merchant rushes over, admitting he forgot to mention the counter looks even worse. He rushed to help, vowing to fix everything, and moments later, it looked perfect. He thanks him, but the merchant warns, personality is fine, but if you don't know your product, you can't sell it, and the shop is finished. Training's finished and he's returning. Gale's moved. Despite his dark history with the team, the man is a total saint. He pulls the curse from the gate. He loves the talisman, but since he can't wear it, he hangs it on the counter like a product. Gale smiles. It's time to sell. He's a nervous rookie, wondering if the town will accept his curses or actually be happy. He shouts that he's for hire, selling curses at a bargain price. One guy asks if it's a weird curse, while a girl wonders if weakenable magic is actually more effective. Gale reveals curses are consumables, no mana required, making them a top prize for seekers. A man calls 5 coins for the poison general a bargain. The MC recommends the buy, secretly laughing because he got it for free. Gale lists curses for every condition and status debuff. They're high tier, dirt cheap, and ready to buy. The man asks about the weapon. Gale explains it's a cursed dagger that shreds monster defense while granting a 1x stat boost. The man grabbed the dagger, saw the curse, and screamed, shocking Gale. He asks what it means. The MC explains the defense debuff, and the buyer walks, the dagger's cursed. The man turns to Gale. This is all great, but who's actually buying the goods? MC tries a new angle, pitching the dagger as home decor and asking if the handle looks cool. The buyer digs the design and grabs several items, adding this one to ward off evil spirits. Gale tosses in 3 free dispel spells. The man is grateful, and Gale seals the sale by explaining the consequences. This cursed item boosts stats by 5x but curses the user. It looks amazing, so he'll provide a spell to break the hex. He's got cursed shoes that too. 5x his speed, and she controls the hex, forcing servants to wear them or lifting the curse at will. He wields a cursed crossbow with 3x stats and a guaranteed hit, sold for the annual hunt. The MC snaps back as a man asks about the curse. He smirks, he knows the story. The hero's berserker used cursed armor, fueling rumors that cursed gear is insanely powerful. Curses sound nasty, but this spell set includes a remover. He explained the effects, plus a side effect that actually boosts your mood. A crowd swarms the stall, buzzing about his bizarre items and those rumored dispelling spells. MC finds his stall sold out to a new crowd. A buyer praises his cursed metal death, calling him high energy. A crowd swarms Gale, hunting for cursed items. He tells them this is the only shop, but they're already sold out. The men drop to their knees begging for the curse, but he says the shop opens tomorrow, apologizes, and bolts. A shopper puts on a cursed ring from the kiosk, telling his worried friend he has no plans to faint. His stats surged 5x from a single ring. Stunned, they demanded to know how it was this powerful. The buyer asks the price of the Bogalubov dispel spell, eyeing a resale fortune, but he's warned to watch his mouth. Blonde spots a spellmaster. Brunette says every guild is watching, but Blonde clarifies, this guy is the most bizarre caster they've ever seen. The gossiping crowd didn't realize he bore a 4-man curse, still carrying the team despite his failing health. They'd never guess an S-rank curse master was actually a team, reject selling cursed gear on the street. Cash's squad battles the monster, but their leader gets slammed into a tree. The team freezes in shock, paralyzed by the chaos. Org roars, sword in hand. Cash demands to know why the monster won't lose. The team questioned the S-rank quest with Anubai, but the leader brushed it off, claiming he'd vetted them as the guild's best. He tells Mora it's perfect. They spot the massive org and decide to take him down. Melissa screams at Luke for failing, calling him an idiot. Luke admits he's struggling, but as she calls him a bad person, a sudden strike sends her flying. Norris starts chanting. Cash asks how long it'll take, but Norris tells him to wait as a magic seal manifests. The seal vanishes, leaving a tiny flame. Cash mocks the weak magic, claiming it won't stop the org. The monster strikes, but he dodges. Mora vows to avenge them all, spamming buffs even as her mana runs dry. She slams her staff, triggering seals that double everyone's stats. Now, kill the monster. Hyped by her words, Cash charges, but Org catches his blade with one hand, casually picking his nose while asking if he's serious. Stunned, his strike failed. The leader is hoisted by Org's blade and sent flying. Cash is wrecked. He flees the monster's strike behind Mora's shield, calling her a useless support and demanding she double her stats. She decides to use the previous owner's cursed item. She warns it'll weaken the organ, but Cash grabs her, demanding if she's really using Gale's curse, insisting it won't even work. She remembered Gale's letter. He was passing on his experience by listing his old support methods and curses. Mora reveals they were cursed before the battle even started. Cash drops her instantly, sending her crashing down. He knew it wasn't a spell, it was a curse. The team agreed they were all cursed. The boys trash-talk Gale and head for the Hippo Mountains, leaving Mora behind. Org asks, is the game over? Cash knew this road was crawling with A-class monsters. His team didn't get his frustration, but the curse nerfed their power. They weren't ready. They called it a strategic retreat, catching the enemy off guard. Cash didn't care. As long as the curse worked, he was satisfied. Mora asks if they're quitting, but Cash grins, saying they're just shocked she hasn't even gone all out yet, leaving her stunned. The team mocks her inexperience and ditches her. Mora's livid. She's a support mage with zero offensive power. She screams for them to stop, but they just smirk, tell her she's got this, and bolt, leaving her alone with the monster. Org pities her too, sending Morris into a rage. She screams they're joking and hurls a curse into the air. She chased them down, shouting they were wrong. Cash's team stops to rest and vent. One feels gross, another lost their gear, and Melissa admits she thought she was a goner. Nora claims multicasting is easy. Luke's shocked they're gassed, and Melissa blames Nora while praising her own virtues. Nora says there's more to it. Even without magic, everyone's moving like total trash. Luke wonders why the spell was so fast, but the guy admits he overdid it, claiming he'd have torched the place in a better mood. Cash blames the hero and plots his revenge. Suddenly Mora arrives, finally catching up. The leader calls her late, assuming the job's done. Mora's fuming, ignoring Cash's questions about the tiny monster clinging to her cape. He struts through the city singing, shouting that being a street vendor is a total blast. Crowds stare but never buy. Even with adventurers cursed, they're only hunting for spells. The merchant greets him after ages and asks about business. Gale mentions moving the shop, so the man asks where to. Gale hits the noble district, setting up shop just off the main road. These snobs crave high fashion, not peasant rags. They live to be trendsetters. Mora rejects their flattery just as the curse breaks. The monster reverts and everyone shudders in terror. The girl yells she's fine alone, passes the baton and bolts. Cash just tells her he doesn't care. The team eyes the beast. Melissa screams for help, but Luke tells the monster women's meat is softer and tastier. They all bolt, but he just watches them go, claiming he's a vegetarian. 4 days later, the team hits the pavilion, faces buried in the table. Cash is thirsty, Melissa needs a bath, and they're trapped in another forest. They're desperate, miserable, and smell like absolute trash. The hostess asks if they're together, but Mora says they deserve what they want. Suddenly, someone blames Gale and calls the hostess back. Cash and Luke demand water and service. Instantly, a glass hits the table. She charges for a single glass of water, sparking their fury at her disrespect, but she just demands they pay for the room. The landlady calls them low class, making Cash snap and demand she repeat herself. Yesterday's paid for, drink today and they're out. She holds out her hand, pay up for another day. Cash reaches for his wallet but finds it empty. His crew demands he pay to save face, but Cash just turns ghost white. He's in denial, glancing at Melissa. She's got a fresh dagger, she just loves new gear. Luke's gear is trashed, Norris lost his new magic tools, and Cash's repaired sword just shattered after the monster fight. They realized they were broke, and the hostess immediately demanded answers. 5 silver a night for the group, 6 with food. She asks for the cash, and the guys are livid. Melissa spotted the water and started chugging. She apologized, but kept drinking as the others tried to stop her. Ignoring them, Mora orders food and ale while the crew watches Melissa coldly finish the water. The team corners Mora. She hasn't paid a cent to the treasury, and their terrifying glares are making her panic. She snapped this is her money, and the party fund only comes from quests. Mora remembers Cash's promise, don't worry about money. They'll get paid and figure it out because they're S-Ronka. The leader shuts down her nonsense, it's quest business. Melissa agrees, snatching the girl and claiming all shared loot for herself. Mora tries to stop them, but they're out for blood. Naris tells her to blame Gale as they snatch the cash, claiming Mora and her money for the whole group. The bag's full. They mock her wealth for a support mage, but Mora snaps that she'll crush them all. Cash mocks her support magic as a mosquito bite, but he's instantly slammed by a massive hit. He's sent flying into a chair and barrel. Melissa screams his name, swinging the chair at Mora and warning her not to let her gray virtues take over. Melissa hits a decoy robe as Mara strikes from behind. Luke and Norris yell for her to stop, calling her behavior unladylike. Mora snaps, calling them small fry and telling them to shut it. Luke and Norris warn her to stop before things get painful. After the brawl, she settles the score with a satisfied grin, offering to pay for the damage, but the owner refuses her cash. Mora smiled, walked to the guys on the floor, and announced she was quitting today. While the MC sells his wares, a blonde with a fan approaches, calling his antiques strange. She highlighted the weird lizards, but Gale saw basilisks. He praised her sharp eye, blaming his cursed cantera. She was stunned. Terrified, the woman panics about the cursed one until a mustached man jumps in to take charge, catching the MC off guard. The stranger accuses Gale of selling a cursed item to a noble. Gale claims it's just decor, so the man demands more info. They leave. He sits on a box, realizing she's a true noble. He could have charged a fortune and they still would have paid. They sell, but they're his. No one wants disposable combat spells. Sales were booming, so Gale closed shop, remembering how his cursed gear left everyone trembling in fear. Nobles called his design unique, but nobody actually liked it. He sensed their judgment, but had no time to dwell. A girl approaches his stall. She looks like a noble in disguise, but a spy is watching them from the shadows. The stranger asks if he's working, eyes an item, and calls the weird design her favorite with a dazzling smile. Gale's shocked she likes the ring. He doesn't know her, but she's here for business. Since he's closing shop, he offers a discount. She's thrilled, but the cash is at the castle. Gale presses for info, but she admits she's broke because she forgot her wallet. He just laughs. He sets a price she can afford. She tries to protest, but he calls her his first fan, gives her a regular discount, and winks. She hands him a gold coin, leaving Gale stunned. Is this just pocket change to her? He tries to call out, but she's already bolted, waving back with a grin. He forgot to explain the curse. The stranger was already gone. He clutched his head, desperate for a plan. The effect is small, but defense triples. Even with instant death resistance, it's cursed. Once it's on, she's stuck. Gale bet her riches could break the temple's spell. He'd apologize and hand over the curse soon, but her cryptic words about the castle still confused him. Suddenly, the stranger is yanked into the gateway, screaming as hands grab her. She begs for release, but the night girl confirms it. She's finally been taken. They reach the castle to find 4 guards on the floor. Unfazed, the knight addresses the stranger as Princess Kara. Walking down the street, MC gets grabbed by a man hunting for a black-haired kid in a blue jacket. Since he's a perfect match, the guy demands to see his face. Gale turned with a fresh face, claiming he's still young. The man admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness. Turns out he used a cursed item to change his face. Now, with the royal guard on his tail, he needs to gear up and escape fast. Back at the castle, the church calls the princess's new item blasphemy, but she doesn't see the problem. Scanning the room, the girl can't grasp the design. The princess scoffs, "You're still far off, Vivian." He mentions a morning meeting with foreign ambassadors. Time to prep. Right then, Kara slides on the ring. Vivian snaps at her for wearing the ring to the meeting, but the girl claims she's just trying it on. Back at the guild, Gale feasts while reflecting on his lonely past. With his elite talent, he can finally do anything. He needs materials fast. The quarry's dying, and salvaging its junk is easy work. Cash's S-rank team demands a 20 gold loan, but the admin hesitates to hand it over. 0 progress and no funding since the promotion. She asks if they've met the client, because complaints about their absence are piling up. Cash calls it an unexpected monster, but the admin notes he's A-rank while they're S-rank. This guy is clearly a freak mutant. She smirks, revealing she knows about their secret city training. Did you really underestimate the guild? She mocks, sending Cash into a rage. Mora bailated days ago, leaving the group to pay off a massive in-bill out of guilt. Gale watches, knowing they're in deep trouble. The admin fumed, demanding to know if they still wanted the loan. Panicked, Cash pinned everything on a shocked Gale. Melissa warns the curse tanked their stats and buffs. Luke calls Mora trash. The admin sighs. Mora is one of the capital's top 5 support mages. After old crew drama, she pitches a better replacement, stunning Cash and the team. He thought she was elite, yet they still lost her. Gale's motives are a mystery, but his curse casting is top tier. She asks about antidote prices. Gale recalls his days making spells for the guild. Cash is done listening and orders the team out. Melissa asks about Gale, but Norris and Luke bicker over picking a quest by teeth until Cash shuts them up. They ask if they're Ezrunga, but Cash admits he was wrong. Gale's worried what curse he broke his long ago. He had to move to avoid another run-in. He thanks the cook and steps outside, spotting 2 guards charging down the street. One asks if they're under attack, but the other says the princess and Vivian are just having their fiercest fight yet. They bragged it'd take an army to stop them, but Gale knew the kingdom would strike back. Walking down the street, the realization hit him. Guards try to restrain Vivian, but she screams the ring is cursed. The princess glares from her blanket as panic grips the room. The princess slipped the ring on, instantly summoning dark shadows that left the girls paralyzed with fear. The old man sits and demands the ring, but Kara says she can't take it off. Vivian claims there's no choice and hacks off her finger. Screams erupt as the room panics to protect the princess. The princess finally enters, apologizing to her dear guests for the delay. Let's go with, they compliment her beauty and Kara thanks them. They ask about her finger, but she brushes it off as a minor injury just as guards announce guests from a. Princess offers tea for their long trip, but they refuse, pointing to a box packed with premium tea and sweets. Kara notes the massive supply and agrees to try them. They confirm they brought a ton. Two bandits burst from the box, weapons drawn. Vivian screams enemies, prepare for battle. The guests draw weapons, revealing poison-tipped bolts for a quick death as guards rush to shield the princess. Arrows rain down on Kara. She shuts her eyes and covers her ears, but every shot misses. Everyone's stunned as the enemies strike again, but their arrows shatter against an invisible wall. Kara wakes up wondering how she cast the barrier, instantly crediting the MC for the save. Vivian checks if she's hurt and the girl thanks her, saying she's fine. The knight wonders why these guests are faking an empire, but they need to reach safety now. Two men arrive. Vivian consults Uriel and Arizal as Kara asks if it's a terrible curse. Uriel says breaking the spell is simple, but this one's too advanced. The creator is clearly a master of curses. This ultra-complex ring grants massive power and elite status, but it's cursed to vanish. Arizal's taking over next, and he starts by apologizing to the princess. He grabs her hand. Vivian shouts, but he's staring at the ring. It's a cursed relic. He's never seen anything this beautiful in 10 years, but Vivian smacks him for holding Kara's hand too long. She claims the angel shield relic works the same, and Arizal realizes he has that exact skill. The priest claims nothing that small can instantly cheat death, but the princess reveals the Empire's treasure, the heart of the Demon King. It boosts death resistance and cuts cast times, but drains your life force. This thing is lethal. Vivan says high power demands a high price. The world's truth, there's no price. It's not a relic, it's something far greater. The princess asks Vivan about the boy. Vivan remembers, then realizes Kara bought the ring from him. The knight asks if she wants him dead, but the princess insists on bringing him to the castle to thank him. Cursed or not, the ring saved her life. Now she has to see him again. He gears up with a pocketed coat, gloves, armored boots, and steel wire threads, looking sharp. Spells and a homemade dagger, that's his gear. He eyes the city, time to move. He sighed, wondering how the capital looked after all this time. Gale's stroll stops short when he spots something in an alley. They're his old teammates huddling for warmth. Melissa tells Norris to stop touching her, but he quips there's nothing to grab anyway. She snaps at the bored insult, but the guys deny it. MC watches, sensing something familiar about them. Gale hits the market for an apple. Suddenly, mounted guards thunder past, shouting for reinforcements, but confident the castle gates are secure. He spots the royal knights and guard, questioning their presence. He spots a wanted poster for a dark-haired jewelry peddler, reports sightings to the castle. Knights check the square and guards confirm the royal army has it locked down. Not even a flag gets through. They search the inn and guild for him. Gale loved the thrill of being stopped. This time he didn't match the description. A knight claims they're alike since Gale doesn't care for jewelry or profit, but Gale calls the comment rude. He was a total slob, and his destructive jewelry only made him look filthier. The man lets Gale go, furious at his own weakness. Gale needs to ditch this city fast. Carriages are everywhere, giving him his pick. To find work, he's heading for the big city. The map shows trade hub imbalance and military city Grossius Ford nearby, or he could hit ancient Gronstadt. Only 2 months left. With a departure discount, the man offers a ride to farmage for just 1 silver coin. Gale pictured a farm full of food and instantly volunteered, but another hand shot up right beside him. He studied her closely, certain he'd seen her before, and tried to ask about it. Mora unhoods with a smile, asking if he's Gale. He recognizes her as part of Cash's group. They board the carriage. He recalls the slap she gave him for his insults. Gale promises a quick trip, and she hopes he's right. MC chuckles, but she snaps he's too close. They scramble to move, but there's no room. She turns away. Scanning the foreign goods, iron, and mercs, he watched the fearless girl, knowing she'd be leaving the team soon. He wants rest, but can't stop. He tells Mora they'll stay neutral, but then the girl blurts out something she didn't even think through. Gale didn't blame the girl for his scars. Kasha was just obsessed with her beauty. He'd clearly been plotting this for ages, so it's for the best. MC asks why she bylaid. Mora speaks her mind, baffled he'd stuck with them this long. She calls Cash a useless leader, trashes the others' sword skills, and ignores their bows entirely. He confirms the cash, she owns up, and the guild hauls her away, banning her from the capital. Mora says they just shift blame and forget, but she's certain he knows. She apologizes for her words, but he brushes it off. He says sorry for the trouble, but she tells him to stop. He realized she'd ditched the group and slipped out of town. He shares a sandwich, bonding over their shared enemy. She smiles and gives the perfect reply. Her mouth watered as she thanked him, while Gale passed sandwiches to the others. Mara loves the meal and his speed. He credits the top-tier ingredients and wine. She asks his intentions as he pours expensive wine. Seeing the price, she hesitates, but he says his stall finally made bank. Mora says the streets are buzzing about the stall's artifacts and instantly demands to know who's responsible. She sips her wine and reveals the princess is hunting for him. Her face instantly flashes in his mind. He shook it off, no way. Mora didn't know he was making bank, so he just grinned and asked if he looked like an artifact dealer. She laughs and agrees, but he hates it. He wanted her to call it the truth, even if she was lying to herself. Mara says greatness requires a holier land. Gale suggests becoming a hermit, and she laughs as they press on. She says she likes him, he admits she's not disgusting, and they high-five. A vanguard would unite them, Moron support him with his spells. Suddenly, the carriage slams to a halt. The org ambushed the column, and the battle is going south fast. A survivor screams for help, the mercenaries are dead. Outside, orgs swarm. Mora warns they're in trouble, the carriage has been spotted. Holding the rear with Gale would be brutal, but they're the only ones left to fight. She asks if he's armed. They're out of options, and all she's got is a magic staff and a knife. Gale reveals his one-time debuffs and dagger. She says it's time to take them out. Mora says dying idle is worse than falling in battle. She's got the support magic, so he needs to trust her. Gale takes point and tells her to watch his back. She apologizes, but he brushes it off. Smirking, he unleashes his S-rank power as the enemies lunge. Gale knew they were underestimating them. He needed a kill fast, then he saw it. The wall will hold. Mora tells him to go, promising a buff, and he agrees. A dark shadow creeps from his side. She asks what it is, but Gale's already clutching a dagger. Mora warns buffs aren't instant, timing is key. One-shot the org, curse the enemy, and use that opening to kill another. Gale laid it out: if they stall, patrols arrive. They can't lose. Fuming, the girl replayed her words. Mora asks about his weapon. He calls it a cursed dagger and tells her to stay back as she tries to stop him. Kneeling, she draws an unstable seal. Stability doesn't matter, she just needs raw power. Skill, increase maximum power. Powered up, he swings at the org. Perfect spot, perfect range, time to strike. The object's writing spreads to the monsters. Mora's stunned. Are these Gale's curses? They only target monsters, but Gale's condition is spiraling. He roared about chopping them up, but Mora stopped him. It's too early. Gale wasn't just floating. He decapitated the org in one swing, leaving the girl stunned. Mora's speechless as the MC decapitates another enemy. He charged forward, crushing every monster in his path. They were terrified. He laughs at his blade and praises Mora's buffs, but she insists it wasn't her magic. She thought the debuff was an area curse. Survival here was brutal. Bypassing defense and awareness, even if true, it's basically a permanent effect. He still calls the legendary item ordinary. She facepalms at his stupidity, just as magic erupts around Gale. The seal glows, Mora's buff spiking his stats. He credits her support, but she shuts him down. He says he can keep fighting, but she realizes he's doing it without any buffs. His stats tanked and he didn't even notice. She apologized, promising to fix it since the buff wore off. He claims their combo makes him invincible, but Nora thinks he's finally snapped. Gale strikes again, drops another org, and turns to find a snarling horde closing in. He hurls an artifact, and as it nicks them, their bodies dissolve. He lunges with his dagger. Mora's buff triggers his slowdown curse, freezing the orgs instantly. He calls that slowing down, not a chance. She watches as he charges the massive beast. He decapitates him instantly as skeletal spirits manifest behind him, the literal image of death. It's ultra-rare and impossible to craft, she has no clue. MC claims the win and she admits their beat. Gale calls it epic, especially Mora's backup. Passengers peeked out, saw Gale and Mora wave, and rushed over cheering. They stopped to rest. MC admits he's terrified of his first monster fight. Mora questions him after seeing his skills, and he nods. She asks why he's been with Cash so long, but he claims he's just an original member and a cursed object master. Mara slams Cash's eviction. Gale agrees but says it was necessary. Mara snaps. Gale lacks self-esteem. She loves the dandelion coffee. He lists its many uses, making her call him all-powerful, but he says she's exaggerating. She stands, thanks him for the coffee, and heads to bed. He wishes her good night. Gale finally felt omnipotent. He'd never noticed before, but with Mora's help, today went perfectly. He used to be a shadow in his old squad, but fighting monsters today, he's never felt better. Gale chuckled, calling the girl kind as she tried to sleep. At dawn, they head out. Mora announces their arrival, shocking Gale as they sprint into a rural farming town. They reach the houses exhausted. With the border just an hour away, the MC stays on the cart to maintain their steady, non-stop pace. Mora asks his plan. He's hitting the guild to turn in org materials and find new quests. She wants to find recruits for their squad so they'll stick together. He agrees, wanting to stay with regular people. This mission won't be easy. They hit the farms guild and scan the quests. Mora doubts a solo run, but he says he's got this. Gale joins him to slay the undead on this A-rank mission. She says they'll fail as rearguards, but he expects her help, declaring this mission his only salvation. A girl appears asking if they're new. Gale mentions the royal capital and she's thrilled. She grabs his hand sweetly while Mora fumes behind. The girl asks if they're friends, but the mage says they're just companions. Smiling, the stranger claims she's a popular support link and asks Gale for his position. He's a rearguard curse master. She's intrigued. He's support, but he can still fight. She apologizes, saying curse masters are rare, then winks about finding her perfect job. She offers practice missions to get them ready. Their choice is solid, and there are plenty more just like it. Priests are scarce, spirits are lethal, and right now nobody's signing up for this mission. She bet on luck. The stranger offered a fight against death, and he accepted. She warns them again, skip the mission, and no rescue team is coming. He asks for a map. She smiles and offers extra gear, but he only takes the map. She stamps the mission with the guild seal. The stranger reveals a fresh skull. It belongs to a solo adventurer who tried this mission alone. She warns Gale to stay sharp. The city's a mess and they're low on avant-brists. Then she laughs, telling Mora they're true friends. Suddenly remembering, the girl greets them in farm edge as Gimli. Gale greenlights the mission for tomorrow, but Mora questions the rush, insisting they rest first. Leaving the guild, the girl fumes over Gimli's annoying persistence. The MC asks what she's muttering, but she denies it instantly. Mora joins the mission. Gale accepts, but asks why she changed her mind. She screams she doesn't care, face flushing red as she admits she's just worried about him. Smiling, the MC tells her to stay. He's faster alone, no need to get her hopes up. Morris is terrified. Challenging the undead is a death sentence. He's not worried. The curses will help him, and he can't wait for tomorrow. Gimli replayed Gale's words, stunned that a curse master possessed such a unique power. Over breakfast, Mora roasts the MC for sleeping until lunch, but he just shrugs it off. They felt the stares. Armed adventurers are rare in this city, making them the center of attention. They reach the mission site. Our heroes clear, finish the job, and get paid. Gale checks her bag, a silver knife, incense, and holy water. He calls it meager. MC says he's fine. Undead are his specialty. She's more worried about the area. They head down. Mora's ready to bolt if things get scary, but Gale keeps her close in this complex dungeon. Mora's demand, he runs with her. They exit the hall to find a floor of skeletons. Mora's horrified, but Gale suspects the undead, digging through the bones to uncover fresh tracks. She says this dungeon became a graveyard, a tragic pile of bones with zero justice. Gale asks if she'd feel the same deeper in. Mora prays for the bones, and the guys call her religious. He brings the skull to the girl, but she ignores him. He moves the jaw and she snaps, smacking the skull and screaming for him to die. Gale apologizes for the scare, but she calls them monsters and tells him to stop. He thinks if she's that terrified, she should have just stayed outside. He's diving deeper for more loot. If she's scared, she can wait outside. Gale calls the holy water a waste, hands her the lantern, and bails with an apology. Shocked he ditched her, Mora turns to find a dark corridor. She shakes it off and chases him, yelling to wait, until they stumble into a pile of coffins. She clings to him, hearing a noise. He says it's just her imagination. Terrified, she apologizes. Gale calls it just a bat, but Mora's jumpy. This place is crawling with undead. She turns to see a rattling skeleton and dives into the MC's arms, eyes shut and screaming they're moving while he tells her to relax. She hits the ground sobbing. Mora tells her to stay quiet, but seeing the undead sends her into a total panic. She grabs his collar and uses his body to smash the skeletons, leaving him stunned. Undead cleared, he asks if she's okay. She nods and apologizes. He asks why she's following him if she's so scared, but Mora knows solo missions are way too dangerous. She worries, but Gale smiles. He's fine. Besides, he loves slaying undead. He thanks her for caring. He's diving into the depths and asks if she's ready. He tells her to close her eyes and grab his hand if she's scared. Mora listens, shuts her eyes, and grabs his hand. They both blush. Gale thought he was joking, but she's for real. Back in the capital, just before he leaves, we're at a forge. Cash's crew questions the forge and tries buying the gear, but the man kicks them out for being too filthy. Huddled in rags, Cash is hungry, Melissa is freezing, and the rest are broke. They're stuck in the field again, but Luke arrives with fresh missions. Cash brags these missions are a joke for S-ranks, but Norris tells him to chill. They're too exhausted to finish the mission, so he calls a break to let them recover. Cash scans the tasks, all low-pay trash. The top job pays 60 coins to kill an org, reminding them of an old enemy. Melissa pushed for C rank over the cheap D and E tiers, while the rest chose the org. Cash caps the mission at level C, the girl mocks the skeletons, and Luke regrets camping out hungry. Norris agrees to the plan, dismissing the skeletons as mere small fry. Wait, Norris asks if they're okay. Cash promises a quick kill and bone-in steaks. This is very short, let's go with. The man warns they'll get wrecked, but Luke insists health comes first. They hit a suburban church, and Luke reports they're outnumbered. He diagrams 20 enemies lurking in the cemetery. Cash calls it easy, and Melissa backs him up. She asks about the raid, and the leader vows to show them a knight's true power. The plan begins. Cash blasts holy light. Melissa shreds enemies with her dagger and signals Norris to move. He chants the spell while Luke wipes out the rest, securing their victory. Cash grins, it's all part of the plan. Melissa's Norris burns the knights and Luke delivers the final blow, perfection. Norris confirms it works. Luke's team holds the wall for backup and the leader agrees. Cash and Melissa reach the gate. She's ready and the cleric barrier finally opens. They charge the skeletons. Cash vows to pack them up, while Melissa complains they've been out in the sun for nothing. They leap to attack, but the skeletons strike first and shut them down. Cash and Melissa get sent flying, but Luke and Norris don't flinch. They saw it coming. Skeletons swarm the couple, beating them as they scream in agony. Luke warns Norris they're dead meat, so Norris flips open his book. He sparks a tiny flame. Luke mocks its size, but the man says he's concentrated the heat. It's small but lethal. The strike did 0 damage, only enraging the skeleton. They grabbed their allies and bolted. Mission failed. Next day they take an org mission. Melissa says she'll protect him, then tackles him to the dirt. He stood up, grabbed her hands, and hoisted her up. She screamed for help, but after a quick look, he dropped her and walked off. She wasn't his type. Crying, she asks what's funny. Cash mocks the org's failure and strikes, but his sword just bounces off. Org snaps, the leader panics as a club swing sends them flying. Another mission failed. Days later, the team hits the Capital Guild looking totally crushed. They sat down and blamed the MC for their failures. Broke, they sold off their gear. Norris needs Cash to catch Gale. Luke suggests a shop, but Cash pivots. Today they're hunting goblins. They return beaten and bruised. The admin asks if they failed again. Cash calls it a scam, remembering the villagers' claim that Ezrings rarely visit. The chief says they're safe now, and the locals promise full support. It's their first time facing goblins, so Cash takes the lead and tells them to stay back. He'll handle everything. The villagers fought the goblins alone, leaving Cash's squad absolutely wrecked. Cash tells the admin the villagers won't pay for useless help, so the girl suggests dropping their rank while they're still in one piece. The leader grabs her, demanding an easier quest, but the admin strikes him down, his 4th straight defeat. Deeper meant more lost souls, so he'll wait in this underground cemetery. Mora sits beside him, eyes shut. High on the stairs, Gale screams for survivors, but no one answers. They plummet with nothing to grab, but Mora feels a grip as a massive skeletal hand bursts from the pile. She screams, sensing something's there, and begs to open her eyes. She's too terrified to keep them closed. Thinking open ones are scarier, he confirms he's alone and blasts the giant skeleton with magic. The undead vanish instantly. Gale tells the girl she can finally open her eyes. Mora asks if he really killed the undead with Dispel. He asks if she saw it, but gets cut off before he can finish. She mocks his logic. Dispel breaks curses, but it's never worked on the undead before. He explains priests use this for exorcisms, performing purifications with divine magic. He admits it's not great. She's confused, but he's ready to explain everything. He's not just tossing it, he's listening to the dead, gazing kindly at the skull in his hand. MC turns to the stunned girl. She demands to know how listening to the undead fits a priest's job, but he tells her to wait for the explanation. Gale asks what's spawning the undead. She blames magic and malice. He agrees. Suddenly, another monster lunges from behind. He keeps talking while handling him, noting cemeteries amplify the effect. He asks if the undead hate purification. Mora says it's only natural. Gale says exorcism is just a stranger screaming at a spirit trapped by its grudge. Mora asks what he's doing, and he's just harvesting ghoul fluid. He then asks if getting scolded as a kid made her mad. She remembers her dad saying she'd fail. She argued that girls can be adventurers, but he just told her to shut up. He calls her name, snapping her back to reality. She apologizes for spacing out. Gale hears every grievance, the starving, the lonely, and those broken by slander and torture. Everyone holds grudges, it's just part of life. He knows showing the undead he understands will calm them down and save the day. Another skeleton bursts from a coffin. Mora shudders, it's massive and furious. Terrified, she clings to him again, certain the skeleton is the Dark Knight. Clinging to Gale, she feared their defense would fail. This beast was deadlier than any lick. Gale gasped, begging her to let go so he could breathe. MC stands up holding Mora. She asks why he's hugging her, but he says she's the one clinging. Suddenly, she spots a skeleton about to strike and screams. Gale jams his finger into the skull, igniting a magic seal to cast the spell again. The skeleton freezes. He tells Mora it's over, but she turns back to the undead. The skeleton transforms into a floating young man. Gale smiles while the girl stands frozen in shock. Thanking them, the sky spirit dissolves, leaving only a skeleton behind. Mora's jaw drops. Gale says it's normal, but she's lost. A B-rank monster just spat out a man who vanished. MC reveals the guy never said goodbye to his bride, and the regret is eating him alive. Mora asks how he knows. Gale reveals that crafting cursed objects lets him read dead souls. Hearing the story calms him. Mora asks if the undead just want sympathy, but he reminds her they were once human. This is his unique exorcism. Unlike crude priest rituals, it's the best way to harvest top-tier materials for cursed items. He explains magic leaves no trace of the curse, making the undead immortal. Annoyed, she snaps that he just shattered everything she knew about them. A cloaked duo walks the street. She's armed with a staff, he's carrying a bag. Her constant staring finally forces him to ask why she's watching him. She figured he saw the undead as easy work. He calmed her fears, treating the monsters like simple raw materials. Furious, she spins around and demands he apologize to the priests for the materials. She's certain she's right, but he's just clueless why she's so mad. At the stairs, the boy claims dispelling undead is a win-win, but the girl snaps, screaming his logic is trash while he begs her to keep it down. Descending the stairs hand in hand, the pair stays close and cautious until the boy smiles. They've arrived. He reveals they're on the bottom floor where the undead swarm. Ducking behind a pillar, she realizes it's actually brighter here than the levels above. To shock her, he reveals the floor's monsters, ghoul throwers, skeleton knights, phantoms, and wights, all bound to this world. Hiding behind a pillar, the girl trembles as 50 corpses glow with blue spirit light. He offers to let her close her eyes to calm her down, but she snaps, claiming. He paused, his friend noticed, and he quickly confirmed there was no lick. Hope surged they could finally escape. We have to turn back, she stammered, her confidence vanishing. Suddenly her staff slipped, hitting the floor with a deafening crash. Across town, a crowned girl in a gown stares at a photo of the undead slayer. She turns to her guard and asks if she knows him. The monsters ignore them, but hearing a noise, the girl shoves the guy into hiding. A dark undead floats in the doorway, cane in hand. Peeking around the corner, she saw a unique undead enter. He wasn't like the others, he owned this place. The doomed sorcerer is the strongest undead mage, capable of summoning entire armies alone. To humanity, he's the ultimate messenger of death and disaster. Confused by his arrival, she's cut off as he claims the undead showed up right on schedule. She stares at her friend, completely stunned. She snaps that a sorcerer like that needs a top-tier priest, but the undead already spot them behind the pillars. A magic blast shatters a pillar, but he grabs the girl and dodges, answering her question mid-save. He warns his partner to stay close as they bolt from the mage's barrage. Sorcerers blast away, but they dodge every strike with a grin. She screams to run, one hit and they're dead, but he reveals a final magic trump card, leaving her baffled. He stops and slams the skull artifact into the ground. The shard ignites and whirls. A dispelling circle traps the magician. The girl watches the priest's secret art in awe, wondering where he scored such a powerful artifact. She watches in awe as he wipes the herd instantly. An undead spirit rises, and the monsters dissolve into pure peace. They escape the dungeon into the open air. MC breathes deep, but the girl huddles in fear, vowing never to return to that cemetery. Mora's stunned they crushed the undead army in one day. He claims sorcerers are everywhere, but she argues the church usually sends elite knights. If magic was that common, the world would have ended long ago. Stunned, Gale explains they're in ancient cemeteries because the sorcerer was once the local lord. The girl realizes that's why he haunts every graveyard in the city. He hugs his loot, hyped to craft new spells. She agrees the guy's obsessed with cursed objects. Unpacking his gear, he says crafting was a blast. He equips his cursed beads, sword, and staff, then asks, "Do I look cool yet?" She rejects his taste, so Gale warns she's missing out. Offended, he storms off, muttering that no one understands him, while Laura remembers he mentioned owning a shop. Gale says his design is a hit, one girl loves it, and cursed items are trending as the perfect mix of cool decor and protective talismans. He claims the world will eventually get his style, but she shuts him down, triggering an indignant retort. He vows to succeed. Mora smiles, flashing back to her first meeting with Gale. Mora's talking to the girl when she overhears voices nearby. The guy slams Gale for being slow, the girl begs for patience, and Morris mocks their wholesome teamwork. Reception says they're a wolf pack with complex personalities, a proven C-rank team. Mora spots Gale tailing her and tells the staff she's taking the job. Gale's kicked off the team, but the girl sticks with him. Betrayal once left Gale broken and hopeless, but with Mora, he's finally looking up. She tells him she's happy, but the guy is totally clueless. Mora says she had fun, leaving him flustered. He asks how she can say that while crying, but she yells she isn't. Gale apologizes with a smile, thanks her, and explains he was kicked from his team. Now in the village, he admits he's just afraid of being alone. Hands clasped, he admits that despite the money and the city, being alone is still hard. Gale smiles with hidden eyes, thanking Mora for the laugh. Stunned, she steps closer to look at him. She's beet red and flustered. Flustered by Gale's blunt kindness, she hides in her hood and whispers a thanks. He misses it and asks again, making her think he's totally insensitive. Mora asks about the reward, and Gale's offer to split it 50-50 leaves her completely stunned. Mora claims she's just a tag-along, but the boy insists everyone has a role. She grabs a bag, doing her part by carrying the gear. Gale hauls the entire reward, leaving Mora stunned. Even pro porters can't carry this much weight. He shows off a skull bracelet that boosts strength, stamina, and carry weight. She's stunned this could win the war, but when he admits he crafted it himself, she just facepalms, leaving him totally confused. Mora asks about store-bought cursed items, but the guy calls her rude. He claims he's a master and calls popular gear trash, but Mora snaps back, she cares about power. One curse per item or the vessel shatters. She's gunning for a 10% power boost. Mora says items with multiple effects and massive power are artifacts. Gale laughed, calling his inventions mere trinkets compared to national treasures. The girl knew magic items scaled with the maker's intellect, but his stubbornness infuriated her. He says effects don't matter, it's all about ingenuity, combine them like magic. She takes his words to heart. Mora mocks his logic, calling cursed objects toys. He argues it's about quality, but she stays silent, knowing their deadly power. Cursed gear is a massive risk. Equip it once and you're stuck forever unless you have a special skill to remove it. Massive power comes at a deadly cost. The sun can paralyze you instantly, or you'll go berserk and slaughter your own allies. A cursed object master might just control anything they touch. Lift the curse, lose the power, but could the creator keep the curse and only use the buffs? The thought stopped her cold. Mora asks if he'll shake the world as a terrifying master. He agrees, needing perfect item designs to make it happen. She smiles wryly. She claims Gale's era is over, but he tells her to hold on. Mora agrees. Limited cursed power keeps Gale hidden from the world. Mora stops. A boy claims he saw turf and offers to take the cart as Gale rushes the villager. She recalled the master of cursed objects. Mora laughed, finding him hilarious and wondering if she could join his team. Dark-skinned elf Gamel welcomes the guests to the Adventurers Guild. She recognizes Gale and tells him he's too early to quit, but he shows his bags to prove her wrong. He insists the loot is real, and the elf begins inspecting the skeletons. He hurls the sorcerer's skull at her feet, stunning the elf. The girl offers a 10% bonus, but Mora demands 30%. The simple mission turned deadly when they went too deep and barely survived a surprise lick encounter. Calling the letter unreliable, the companion demands a 10% cut. The guild refuses, leaving Gamely completely baffled. Gamely apologizes for his guild's shaky intel and bargains for 20%. Mora agrees but warns her partner, bad info is lethal, you can't prep for fire and face ice. He calls Mora kind, she shyly denies it, then Gamely crashes the moment. She apologizes for her inexperience, but he tells her it's all good. She hung her head in shame, admitting she fell for the gravedigger's lies. Gale blushed, thinking the elf was way too cute. Masking his hype, the boy claims the graveyard as his path and vows to return. Relieved, Gimli lunges into his arms. She finally looked like a real guildmaster, and he felt truly valued, until Mora killed the hug. The elf sprints upstairs to appraise the loot, promising a quick return. Mora asks Gale if he likes her, but he's totally clueless. He asks why she cares and rejects her, but she reminds him she posed for him. Flustered, Gale denies it all. Mora gives up and leaves Gale clueless. Blushing, she screams she's not mad, she's just reminding him the elf is over 100 years old. A spear streaks past the couple, impaling the floor. Gimli blamed a hand twitch, but the boys knew she didn't miss. Now it's time for their reward. Coins hit the table. Gale insists on a 50-50 split, silencing Mora's protests. Gamli sends them off, promising the rest of the reward later. Gamli eyed the product, fuming at the girls' talk of returning it. A voice calls from the shadows. Gamli asks why the rare visit, and the guest promises to tell the elf exactly what she wants to hear. Gamli released the info. The girl began her story. The elf recalled the capital's chaos and the so-called assassination attempt. Gamli asks if Carla survived. The answer is yes, she used a cursed item to cheat death. Gamli argues only the shield has that power, but the shadow voice knows nothing about church. The elf grins at the lethal artifact and asks for the killer. The girl doesn't know, only that the military is behind it. Gamli grinned at the puzzle, certain the killer was Imperial Division Special Forces. She promises details later. The elf digs for more info but gets shut down. Gamli ordered one last lead on the assassination. Permission granted, the girl vanished. Gamli knew the Empire was hunting the air amidst the chaos. Recalling the cursed object, she thought of Gale and their ally. His cloak hit a mountain of cursed gear, but he didn't even flinch. He and his partner crushed the lick, but now she suspects he's using cursed gear. Gamli showers, haunted by his dark elf roots, their cursed history, and an ancient family longing. Gamli remembered bowing with her people. To break her family's curse and reclaim her status, she needs the Demon King's heart. Working as a guildmaster, she's gathering intel to join the Imperial Guard. She hoped war between the capital and Empire would create an opening. After meeting a strange curse master, she realized Gale forged the artifact. Changed and ready, she calls Gale an interesting guy. At the capital church, a man asks if the visitors are cursed. Gale's old crew stared at the minister, stunned. He claims the curse failed and they're clean, but someone objects. The leader blames Gale for a revenge curse and kicks him out to reclaim their powers. Gale notes they barely survived, but with him gone, everything's back to normal. A crowd filled the corridor. They finally realized their true power. The commander rages at the priest's failure, just as the men hoped. Staring at his hand, the hooded man can't believe he's a bottom-tier mage. The commander orders them to find Gale, who's reportedly begging in the alleys, then calls out to Cash. He begged him to stop before they both went broke. The boys sold all their gear to break the curse, leaving them broke, wearing rags and completely homeless. He grabs his ally, demanding why he's giving up, but the man begs to be let go. The boy stops fighting the commander's grip and points to the notice board. Cash looks away. Cash asks what's there. He spots the ad, bolts over, and snatches the paper. His team asks about the news, but Luke echoes the commander. They're here for a reason. Cash laughed, bragging they were lucky and pointing out the ad. Gale's face is on a royal wanted poster, dead or alive for a reward. The description matched him perfectly. They couldn't believe he was a wanted man. Passers-by stared as the boys jeered, desperate to hunt Gale down for a royal bounty. Done with fake intel, the princess and knight vet their source, a C-class guild member fresh off a manhunt. The wolfpack sat like savages, surrounded by knights. The boys talk pricey furniture and killer food while devouring the candy. Cash kicks his feet up, demanding extra pay for the wait. Hiding behind her guards, the princess scoffs at his total lack of manners. He spots the duo, calling them elite adventurers only royalty can approach, but the princess stops her knight and claims she was just busy. She's Princess Carla de Glucken. Realizing he's facing royalty, she snaps, throwing his demand for an apology back in his face with pure rage. The girl sits as the adventurers bow to the floor. Cash begged for mercy, but the girl cut straight to business. She asked point-blank if they knew the guy from the ad. The boys looked around with menacing grins they already knew. The knight starts with the target's description. Cash describes an average guy with dark eyes, but she says that info is useless. Cash's teammate noted his primitive blue cape. The princess pressed for more. He recalled the guy's boring trinkets and trashy taste. The princess shuts him down. The team's stunned. Princess can't believe he'd call these trinkets, while the guy mumbles, asking for a moment. Gale, their hooded ex-comrade and cursed item master, offers to inspect 3 amulets. She's certain. The princess asks why, and she explains she realized the truth while searching for the boy. He tells the princess's night they're hunting the cursed shop owner and his bonus amulet. Offended, the princess claims she's never had it, but the girl retorts, maybe she missed closing time or was just rushing. She asks Luke for more of Gale's gear, but he reveals he got it from someone else, though he still has one more item. He carries a fang ring, a slimy palette knife, and witch-powdered chains. The boys blame their bad luck on the item he carries, while the princess stares at the objects in tearful shock. She snatched the items, beaming with joy. The party is stunned by her outburst, but once she cools down, the princess finally accepts the truth. Princess orders rewards and the adventurers hyped. Asked if she likes the loot, the princess lies and refuses. The princess hands over the cash as an advance for the job. Carla leaned in, telling him she had to thank Gale. Understand. He drops to one knee, begging for trust. Hyped for the reward, the boys gear up to hunt Gale. The commander assigns tasks. Melissa hits the stalls and merchant guild. Morris checks the adventurers guild and inn, and Luke searches the carts. Cash didn't get the princess's gratitude, but the crew insisted Gale earn that massive reward. Team Wolfang totally misread the request, while Carla and her knight watched from the window. The girl doubts their trust, but Clara has no choice. Nearby, the knight eyes the princess's sketch of the guy. Ink adventurers, wait, the princess tests them to see what C-rank adventurers are made of. Let's go with, the princess tests them to see what C are. The princess snatches the paper and mentions Gale. Clutching his photo, she demands to know more. Farmer's Corner, a city of farmers. Gale crafts a new artifact and sneezes, joking that fans are fiercely debating his cursed gear. He shrugged it off and pushed forward. Gale laughs, claiming polishing Alik's rib boosts magic resistance and dark power. Light resistance and defense tank, but dark skeleton bone powder negates the penalty. Adding Thunderfire for light resistance, Gale finishes his Lick Claymore Ash creation, his first masterpiece at the Farmer's Corner. He forges a high-grade sage sword and names it Split. He goes to swing, but she smacks him and tells him to shut up. Gale asks why she's in his room, so she blames the noise. He's clueless. She asks if he's opening shop today. Mora tags along for the prime trading weather, and he agrees. Gale baits the girl to his stall like the rest, leaving her silent and confused. On the street, people approached everyone but Gale. He baits two guys who just bought meat. Gale offers them skeletal chopsticks, leaving the boys horrified. He offers a custom blade, sending the buyer fleeing in horror. The girl snaps, asking what he just said. He offers a friendship discount, but she tosses the blade. He dives to save it, yelling it's way too valuable to trash. Mora calls the guy sick for selling that stuff right in the middle of the food stalls. He thinks trade is only for daytime, but she asks if he knows supply and demand. He calls it a simple buyer-seller link, so Laura tells him to burn those words into his brain. He weighed the options and finally chose those damn headbands. She drags Gil away as he panics about his shop being looted, but she snaps that nobody wants his junk for free. They reach Gimli, the girl vents about the market and quits. Sulking nearby, the boy declares Mora is no longer his partner. Gale clutches his sword, claiming Mora doesn't appreciate his 3-day masterpiece. Gimli tells him to listen, but the kid snaps back at the elf. Gimli questioned Bidas's motives in the city, forcing the man to think twice. Boy says it's for the interior. Gimli senses the danger. The elf questions the shop's location. She warns the cursed shop will ruin trade and alert guards, but he scolds her for whining. She snaps back that she's talking to a wall. The elf mocks the perfect couple, but they deny it. He reveals he paid a gold coin for a trading spot, leaving the girls stunned. Mora protests the insane price, but Gimli calls it easy profit. The kid's stunned by the loss. The elf warns Gale that locals won't buy cursed gear despite the crowds. Gale's crushed until Gimli points out guild adventurers are still potential buyers, instantly lifting his spirits. Problems not solved, they need a new spot. Gimli asks about the prime trade zone, but the youth says it's already taken. She asks if he's sure about the traders, but he remembers a massive, empty square. The elf explains capital guilds have local branches, and that's where they're headed. The couple asks for the location. She's heading to the blacksmith guild. The blacksmith hammers out new weapons. They hit the blacksmith's guild, scouting for a stall spot. Gale asks why the smith's over the merchants. Gimli explains Farmer's Corner has a unique power balance. Lacking power and money, they're losing to the blacksmiths as the glassbreakers arrive. Mora reveals the trade guild's plan for dominance, and the elf praises the girl. The rural blacksmith guild was a powerhouse, forging gear, fixing stock, and building the town. Their elite farming tools were legendary, no wonder they were so popular. The boy suggests meeting the elites to open their shop. The girl asks for gifts, so he reveals a cursed necklace and a sword. Gale calls it the split and knows they'll be thrilled to have it. Mora calms the guy while Gimli panics over the blade. Mora then remembers the elf's shopping circle request. She tells him to just bow and let her handle the gift, but he's sure the blacksmiths will love his present. She warns him to turn around because everyone's already staring. The boys burst into the busy room. Mora's roasting by the stove, but Gimli reveals this guild is actually just a workshop with no reception. The man scolds their rudeness, Gale apologizes, and as the boy pushes ahead, Gimli stops him. They have to call out first. Mora shouted an apology to the workers, but Gimli called it too quiet and decided to do it herself. The elf screams Shallan's name, stunning the hero. The girls shout, a hammer slams down, and the boys scatter. Gimli grumbles at the greeting, but the girl snaps at her to shut up and stop stalling the work. The twin-tailed girl in glasses says she'll come if called, shocking the guys when they realize she's a dwarf. Gimli sits on her rival's hammer, mocking her for being late until they trade insults. The guys notice the tension, but Gimli shrugs it off as nonsense. Gimli introduces Shallan, the Smith's Guild master. She adjusts her glasses with a grin, stoked to meet her new friend. He shakes her hand and realizes they're bigger than his, covered in battle-hardened scars. Mora turns to her partner, confused. Gale and Shailene speak in perfect sync. Recognizing the pros, Gimli grins and breaks the handshake, asking why they're staring. Master objects to the girl, but Mora demands they get to business. Gimli's guest wants to open a shop, but Shelley finds them useless and tells her to stop wasting time. Shelina knew opening the shop would trouble the merchant guild. She wasn't against it, but there was a catch. They aren't taking over, they repair things instead of just building. She wanted a simple job, but somehow she's already the guildmaster. She asks his name again and warns him. Half of Gimli's words are total lies. He stays silent as she rants about Shelina's cruelty, but she finally signs. Gale and Mora celebrate their win. Shelina warns him it's not that simple. The world is give and take, and her permission isn't free. The boys were clueless until they remembered her gift, the keg. Mora bows for a stiff drink, but glares when Gale presents his sword. She tries to stop him, but he insists the master will love it. Shelina's stunned. What did those boys just knock with? He hands her a cloth-wrapped sword. She unwraps it and screams in shock, asking what it is. Mora and Gimli watch the boy and dwarf. Shelina loved the weapon and gave a serious nod. She says it's no ordinary sword. He's glad she gets it and they chant the word together. He thanks the master as she grabs his shoulder. She asks to drop the formalities and he breaks down, calling her a pro and rejoicing that someone finally understands. He roared, wiping away happy tears. Mora eyes Shallan. She clears her throat, making the guy ask if she's sick. Gimli smirks, but Shallan snaps at her to shut up. Shelina tells the girl to escape the dusty workshop, but she stays, feeling close to the masters. Shelina asks the guy about it and he changes his mind, happily calling her a master. She's stunned by the rare drop. He grips the blade, feeling its raw power. It's a dark attribute weapon with vampirism, massively buffing his slashing attacks. Gale describes the girl's diamond eye, but Shaylee cuts him off. The gem is suspiciously light. Mora watches the girl swing her blade. Gale explains it's a test run, and Shelina's already dying to get her hands on one. The sword's vampirism drains enemies, restoring strength mid-fight. Shelina says this massive blade is light enough for one hand, making it perfect for frontliners or solo adventurers. He adds it resists magic and dust. It's labeled cursed, proving his meekness. She repeats his praise, but the last point makes her pause. Shaylin nervously asks what he used to polish it. The sword cursed and snatched Shelina's hand. Confused, she didn't realize the skull was responsible. She demands he let go, but he's stunned. She's clueless about the power. Shelina orders him to draw his sword as Morris steps in, demanding he lift the curse immediately. Gimli laughs at the mess, realizing the boy's legendary sword proves he's a master of cursed gear. He uses his amulet and breaks the curse. Gimli waves, side-eyeing the boys. Staring at her mangled hand, the girl regrets everything. Mora apologizes for the mess, but as she treats the wound, the girl snaps. It's way too late for sorry. Shelina snaps that he should have warned her about the curse, but he shrugs it off since he can easily dispel it. She calls him selfish, reminding him that his normal is. Shelina asks if they're a threat, but the elf scoffs. Gale means no harm. Furious she fell for a trash sword, Charlene bans them for good. Gale calls her arrogant for rejecting their gifts, but she deflects, asking why he didn't just give the blade to a guard. He claims his soul is in the blade, but she snaps, asking if he even understands customers. Calling him hopeless, she bans him from opening a shop. If his gear sells, the world ends. Shalin saw a useful asset, but the girl insists she isn't that heartless. She asks about his shop, he gives a cocky answer, and Mora pinches him for it. Confused and clutching his side, the guy demands the shop open. Mora apologizes, calling him a harmless psycho, but Shalina finds it hilarious they're still discussing it. She agreed to open the shop, but first, she must sign for the responsibility. She leans in, demanding her pay and his true identity while staring him down. Mora asks if she needs cash, but she's offended. She's not after the newcomer's money, she just wants a favor. He asks about the quest, and she says any adventurer can point him to the spot. Farmer's Corner's only mine was a death trap. The girl needed the monsters cleared, but everyone who entered vanished. She had no clue what was lurking inside. The quest is Aniki mine safety, and the girl asks if the guys are ready. Back at the palace, the knight demands answers, certain the emperor's men are behind it. Denying her mistake, the princess insisted assassins attacked them, convinced the hit on her servant was a calculated move. Princess Carla is under fire, a throne war has erupted, and the knight claims the first prince hired an assassin to kill her. The emperor's sick, sparking a throne war between the concubine's first son and the legitimate second prince. The princess asks, "What's that got to do with me?" The knight mentions a future political marriage with the second prince. The princess forgot and is totally lost. Carla refuses her fate, but the butler shuts her down. This international deal is way out of her leg. She argues the marriage strengthens the empire to win the second prince's favor, though his interest is purely political. Failure costs the first prince nothing. This might be exactly what he wanted. She warns the fragile empire has two choices: get serious and visit to mend their ties. The knight plans to bait the prince's assassin. The girl screams, but he warns that catching the killer won't provide proof. If the empire stays silent, the kingdom is stuck unless. Carla stands up, demanding they scrap the deal and officially rejecting the second prince. She met her knight's gaze with total confidence. She tosses her crown and hits the bed. The knight refuses, the treaty stands. Lying on her bed, the princess vents her hate, staring at the ring they've already chosen. Outside the city at Inanaki Mine, Shalin meets Rolls. Gale's accursed item master, Oria's support, and Gimli, the guild master, is sitting this one out. He asked if they needed more help since he, Mora, and the elf were just dead weight. Shalina sadly agreed, so they changed nothing. She upgraded their quest to high level, but Gimli warns Shalina, fail and the difficulty spikes. Shalina snaps, but her team reveals she chose this path herself right after. Mora realized waiting kept the difficulty steady, but Gimli warned that failure would upgrade the quest to S rank. She warns adventurers are vanishing, and Mora learns 9 out of 10 never return. The boys stared at the monster-mouthed rock in the mine's tunnel entrance. A noise echoes, they pray it's the wind, but they know a monster lurks. Shalina snaps them back, asking why they've frozen. She asks why they don't just clear the mines, but he warns that no one returns alive. Her price, at least 10 gold coins. Shalina says the quest used to be easy and cheap, so Mora thinks nobody would take it, until Gale shocks her by asking to be the attacker. She reminds Gale he soloed the Lick's army, but he warns these monsters are a mystery, then Shalina cuts them off. Hammer Girl steps up to take charge. Shaliamba took charge, stunning the guys. Seeing their faces, she simply declared herself their new leader. The crew's stunned the client is joining the front lines, but Gimli knows she can handle it. Shalina flexes her biceps to prove her strength. The guy doubts Lita, but she tells him to just trust her. Her team of a guild master, cursed item expert, and support was absurd, but she refused to lose. She knew Gale's power could handle any monster they faced. The boys head out, hoping for success, as Gimli waves them good luck. The team heads in, lighting up the halls. He stared into the abyss toward the sound. The boys acted up, but Shalina settled them. She tells the hiding boys it's just the wind. Air rushing through these holes sounds like a howling dog, giving the mine its name. S.H. Shalina tosses Mora a stone. She catches it, and she and Gale examine the iron ore. S.H. Plina says the mine's solid, packed with lead and rare mithril. The guys eye the shaft. The boys were at the bottom of the minibus. Stunned by her beauty, Shalina explains she settled here because this home is too important to fear. Mora thinks they're finally safe from the undead, but she suddenly slams into something and freezes. The girls recoil at a stone man. One screams undead, but the guy's thrilled while Shalina insists it's impossible. She hides behind the guildmaster, asking Gale why he's so happy. He says the undead here are special. They realized these weren't statues, they were massive pieces of jewelry. He said it felt like he was standing there, alive. Shalina asks if it's cool, he admires the craft, but the girl behind calls them both idiots. Mora points to the passage, telling the boys to look while they discuss the statue's design. Mora drags the boys away, telling them to focus and look. Charlene and Gale stand, stunned by the sight. Human statues flood the room, leaving the cursing girl totally clueless. Shalina questions the statues, but the guy notes they're all unique. Sensing something's off, Mora asks the team for their take. Shalinga recognizes her friend in the statue, shocking the group. She recognized more statues, adventurers from the farmer's corner. Shalina's stunned they found the missing people and her face instantly tenses. The boys spot petrified people standing right in front of them. Gale realizes he was wrong about the jewelry. Shalina panics, they're turning to stone. Realizing a monster did this, he grabbed the guild master. The boys stand back to back, ready to fight. Mora yells she's at the entrance. She ordered the boys to watch the rear and side. Gil warns Mora things are looking grim. Only elite monsters like basilisks or gorgons have this kind of power. The cave reeked of chicken and feathers, and this monster could turn them to stone. A chicken call echoes. Gale yells it's a cockatrice. The wall crumbles. The cockatrice is a half-chicken, half-snake disaster omen that tanks gunshots with high defense. It packs sharp claws, petrifying breath, and tactical brains to match its insane speed. Mora's wall is crumbling. The girl's clueless as S.H. Kalinas orders a position swap. He shouts back and swaps with her. Gale charges the cockatrice, rushing the heroes. The beast lunges at the boys. The hero grips 3 darts, ready to counterattack. A fanged snake bursts from the giant chicken, but he nails the snake's neck and the bird's body with darts. The monster gets fried. The boy laughs, mocking the beast for trying to corrupt them only to become the target itself. Shally's stunned he pierced a boss's defense, but the hero doesn't care. He's using disposable darts that ignore defense and paralyze instantly. Gale warns the effect won't last, but Chalice doesn't care. She swings her hammer and charges, her sheer power shattering the ground. Shelly prepped her strike, glaring at the enemy. Shelly's precise strikes decapitate the monster. Mora's 5-hit combo decapitates the beast. The guy calls it a basic strike, but Shaylee brags about her heroic form just as the guys shout a warning. Shelly screams as she's swallowed by the snake. Mora casts a strength spell, telling her to rely on her. Shelly's shocked by her bulging muscles, but Mora warns her. Enhancement magic hits fast and fades even faster. Shelly rams her hammer into the snake's mouth midair, yelling she's got this. The girl rips at the snake's jaws as Shelly hypes a master blacksmith's power while the boys watch. Shalina rips the monster's jaw open with raw power. The monster's jaw rips open. The girl lands nearby, steam pouring off her. Shelly hit the ground laughing, declaring total victory. Shelly's down as the boys rush in. Mora screams a warning, the dart still slowing Curatrix down, and it's the only reason they're alive. The girls grill him about the dart. He looted it from a ghost that bypassed the capital's barrier. He vaguely recalls a skeleton in a black cape. The girls lock eyes and ask him in unison. The girls ask if the skeleton held a sickle and creepy lamp. He snaps his fingers, bingo. Gale, a tiny skeleton, phases through the walls. The girls scream, it's the god of death. The girls warn Gale that the god of death doesn't visit the human world, but he just laughs it off. He claims it's a common catacomb skeleton that fled in terror. His partner grabs his collar, shaking him and denying he saw the deity. The guy insists he's seen it twice, while Nora screams at him for what he's done. Gale used a skeleton for the cursed item, claiming he had no choice. Mora's stunned, realizing why the dart wrecked the boss, while Shali glares, questioning Gale's humanity. Remembering her comrade, Mora warns Shali to be careful. One mistake and she's dead. Shelly argues she couldn't just hide and anyone would slip up in danger, but Mora's glare forces her to promise she'll be more careful. Mora tried to speak, but he cut her off. They huddle up, declaring the A-Rank Inanaki mine quest officially cleared. Task complete, the trio jumps for joy. Gale harvests feathers while the girls wait. Mora insists on informing Gimli of the rescue, then asks to use the mine and gets the green light. Shelly warns the mysterious cockatrice is the deadliest threat, begging him not to release them. The girl recalls her debut quest as the guy turns to Mora. Gale asks if the monster is edible. The girl thinks maybe, but Shali warns him it's pure poison. Gale claims the monster is just a chicken, while Mora finds a hidden guy and demands more parts be ripped off as he warns her to be careful. Recalling Mora's words, the boy realizes the mine is too small for a beast this size. He figures it's just a chicken coop to the monster, but who knows what it's. Gale gags at the stench of rot in chicken coop. A crunch rings out. Mora, what you step on? She looks down as something crumbles. He finds an eggshell, she asks if it's too big, and he agrees. Gale asks why chickens build co-ops. Shelly realizes the truth as Mora explains it's for laying eggs. Shelly curses, drawing confused looks as she points out the chicks. Boss monster chicks chirp behind the minor statues. Monster chicks feast on minor remains, then target the kids while the crowd watches in terror. The boys realize they're in a nest just as the chicks attack. The girls scream to run, but he thinks the hatchlings see them as parents. Too bad these snake-tailed chicks are just looking for a snack. They snatch the boy and bolt from the monster cubs. Moore warns they're hungry, and Shelina agrees she's not taking the blame if they get eaten. The boys sprinted through the mine corridor and hit a dead end. Shelly reports the entrance is blocked, so Gale asks for their next move. Shelly shouts that offense is the best defense and strikes first, telling the guys to cover her. She clocks one of the girls in the face. The monster shatters, Shelly cheers, bragging her hammer can even crush rock. The monsters are unfazed. Mora tells the girl to hold on, realizing this fight is way tougher than the cockatrice. Smaller than the adults, over 100 baby cockatrices swarm the area, breeding like chickens with the traits of a snake. Hunger fuels their rage, but kill the adults and the kids bolt in terror. Reckless cockatrice spawns see only prey, but Shali's already counting her kills. She's loving the fight, but the horde is endless. Mora finishes the rune and apologizes for the wait. Mora's magic circle erupts under Shali, boosting her speed and strength as glowing hieroglyphs cover her skin. Shelina's overflowing with power. Mora realizes this buff is unique. Focusing magic on the deposit would supercharge the skill, but it's not happening fast enough. Mora maxed Shaline's stats for a one-shot kill, and she lunged at the cockatrice, cheering. Shali's strikes tore through the cockatrices like a tornado. Magic made her unstoppable, but there's a catch. Shelly hauls the monsters away, screaming about the massive cub count. The girl's exhausted, and Mora knows she's at her limit. She begs Gale for a cursed tool to kill these monsters, just like he used against the orcs. He hasn't had one in ages. Unlike orcs, evil buffs and cursed tools fail on weak ego monsters like cockatrices. Gale compares the spell to a reflex, like salivating at a lemon. Since these monsters don't know the taste, psychological spells like fear or confusion won't work on enemies with low. Curses won't save them now. The cockatrice kept attacking. Shelly was gassed but ready for the next wave. Shocked, Mora presses Gale for gear, but he admits his items are useless against this. He checks the bag for items to sell and finds the cursed bandage. Inside the bag, a dark mask and weeping horn ornaments. Gale calls his cursed gear decor, but Shelly spots his stuffed bag. Gale's excuse, their effects are garbage. Gale lists his cursed buffs, triple defense, double speed, and zero fatigue. The girls are floored. He thinks these insane stats are weak. Shelly's ready. Mora drops a barrier as monsters swarm. Shelina charges to test her new strength gear, but the guy warns, these items aren't built for battle. Shelly grabs the bandage, spots pores, and hurls it away, leaving the guy horrified. She stood tall, embracing the power-up. He confirmed it triples her defense and kills fatigue. Gale ties it to her forehead as she braces herself. Shali's aura flares as she declares her exhaustion has completely evaporated. Monsters wait outside the barrier as Gale gears up the girl, explaining every item. The girl transformed, claiming she could see through her mask. Mora saw the chicks breaching the barrier and told the guy to gear up fast. He reveals the crying horns boost speed and strength, shocking the girls. Shelina suits up in Gale's cursed armor. She asks what's wrong, but at level 100 he calls her cool. Mora facepalms while Shelly feels her 5x strength boost surging through her fingertips. Shields shattered, Mora yells a warning to the guys. Monsters swarm Shali as Mora shouts a warning. Shelina whips around and swings her hammer. One blow shreds the monster. Mora and Gale watch in awe as Galena's new power shakes their minds, even without Mora's buff. Shelina's stunned, cheering that she's now invincible. Shelly spins her hammer into a brand new move, the endless spin attack. She lost it, cackling at her insane new power. Moore asks if the artifacts are dangerous. The guy admits they're safe alone, but combining items like the mask and horns triggers a massive power surge. Shaylin ran like a tireless machine. Shelly prepped her final strike, aiming straight for the last monster. She halts over the final monster's corpse. Shelly rips the leaf off, shattering the curse. She's glad to ditch the gear, but Shaggy mocks her shame. She fires back. The armor was only good for the power boost. Gale snaps the gear as worn, but Shelina claims her used items sell for more, leaving the boys baffled. Galena collapses in agony, demanding answers. He reveals the truth. The curse didn't erase her fatigue, it just hid it behind an illusion. She used 5x strength and 2x speed to wreck the monsters. Her curse grants poison resistance, but if it's removed, the protection vanishes and the poison stays active. Cursed gear is usually shunned, but an item that wipes out cockatrices is priceless. Gale tells the girl to rest, promising the pain will fade soon. Shalina collapses post-fight, sprawled in a star pose. Mora teases her indecent look, but Shalina snaps she's too weak to move. Mora slumped, her mana finally recharging, while the guy checked his bag, noting he'd also burned through his cursed items. Regardless, the Aerank and Anaki mine safety quest is cleared. The boys grinned, celebrating their victory. Mora and Shali wouldn't have taken the quest if they knew it was a cockatrice nest, and Gale wishes he was back at his shop counter. He paused, then asked. Gale sensed trouble, one look at the egg, and his anxiety spiked. A massive cockatrice stalked the boys. The monster swipes to crush the boys. Confused, he shouts that the first bird was a chicken, and this one's a rooster as they dive to dodge the attack. Gale Ube warns 2 cockatrices are why most fail. Charlie curses, stunned by the male's massive size. The rooster's tail snake grabs the petrified cow and swings it. Rooster monster hurls a cow boulder at the heroes. They bolt, screaming about a wasted round. Shalina grabs her hammer and baits the monster. Exhausted, she threatens to fry the rooster for waking her, knowing they're the ones who trashed his nest and triggered his rage. The monster screams, but Shaylee calls him out. He stole the mine, so why is he acting like the victim? She yells at the monster. This is Blacksmith Guild territory, not the roosters. Shalina screams. Fuming, she lunges at the beast as Gale screams for her to be careful. Gale snatched the girl and leaped to the edge, outrunning the fog. The dead chick petrifies before their eyes. Shelley's shocked, but the boy admits he's only heard rumors and never cared until now. The monster's chick petrifies as he reveals the cockatrice has stone breath. The monster rooster spews mist. The boy warns she'd be stone without him, noting those adventurers were ambushed long ago. The cockatrice puffs up, and the boys bolt from the incoming fog. Mora realized the breath was slow and short range, but they were trapped in a confined space. She stops mid-corridor, it's a dead end. The boys bait the rooster while Mora plots their escape. Gale and Shalina's line breaks. They bolt for the sea as the cockatrice hunts them down. She's stunned, totally baffled by his move. Mora asks why they're still cornered. Gale and Shally bolt toward her to escape the charging monster. The cockatrice strikes with its snake tail and the boys freeze. The snake bursts through the tunnel, sending the boys tumbling. Gale and Mora lie low, eyes locked on the monster, waiting. Mora demands a shield, but with the hammer gone and the cart trashed, Shalina steps up, declaring herself their ultimate defense. Gale and Mora are confused. Monstro watches the boy, his eyes reflecting the girl spreading her arms wide. Shelly shields the heroes with her body, shouting they'll manage and to take cover behind her. Gale objects in confusion, but she reminds him she's taking the vanguard. Shalinga dives into the fog, smiling as she fulfills her duty. The guy panics, dragging the petrified girl away while Mora gasps in horror. Shalina finds Gale strange but can't hate him. She offers to be their shield to survive, while a sobbing Amora begs to stay together. Frozen stiff, Shalina begged the guys for a favor. Thinking of her guild, she does it all for them. Shalina remembered Gamley was a good elf. Knowing it was her last shot, she didn't keep the boys waiting. Gale shattered the spell and Shalina's eyes snapped open. Shalina drops her hand, staring from him to her palm in total confusion. The girls demand answers. Gale touched petrified Shalina and realized he can break the spell. Grinning, he decides to try dispersion, leaving them speechless. He realized cockatrice magic mimics Gorgon poison. Shocked monsters use these curses. He found it weird to call petrification a poison, leading to a major discovery. Shalina cuts him off, pointing at the monster's swinging comb. The girl explains these attacks drain the beast. If Gale decodes the spell, it's harmless. Mora's ready. They need to strike before it recovers, and she's got one boost. Clenching her fist, the girl vows to boost Shali's strength, and Shali puts her trust in her. Her plan, Shali handles the tail snake while Gale finishes off the rooster. Gale and Shalin charge the monster as its snake strikes. She dives into the snake's jaws, striking barehanded. She drops her hands, smashes the monster's head midair, and waits on the ground. Shelley realized the pincer attack was clever and the poison lethal, while Gale charged down the snake's body toward the rooster. He charges the monster, unleashing a scream he can't hold back. Gale's already down, the rooster's awake. He bombarded the boss with cursed artifacts, hoping one of those debuffs would finally stick. Smirking, he warns curses are on sale. He triggers a gapless multi-attack, mirroring the rooster monster in a curse. Girls descend the skull mountain. The guy fights on. Gale plummets from the cock. He reached out mid-flight, baiting the monster closer. The rooster sinks into the turtles, screaming and hurling curses. Gale descends to the girls. Mora asks if he used his full arsenal, and he confirms. Staring at the skull pile, he admits he used every curse just to be safe. She watches in shock as dark rays surge from the mountain. She screams his items will end the world, but he just laughs, calling her dramatic. The monster shrieks from the ruins, radiating dark energy. Shelley told him not to hold back, but as always, he overdid it. The boys ducked the blinding cursed light. A second later, it exploded. The shockwave blew them back as red rain drenched the blast zone. Shelina wakes up reeking and calls for Mora, who's barely alive and scrubbing off filth in disgust. Mora tosses her blood-soaked cloak, annoyed she needs a replacement. Shailene asks for Gale and Mora points him out. He's slumped upside down against a pile of rocks. The girls shudder as Mora steps forward, paralyzed by disbelief. He bolts upright, demanding to know what's shaking. The boy realizes the mind is collapsing. The girls scream it's Gale's fault while the guys bolt for the exit. The mine caves in as massive boulders rain from the ceiling. The mine's a total cave-in. The boys barely escape and collapse in relief as Shelina hides the adventurers on their heads. Shelina curses him out for wrecking the mine. The mission was a cleanup, not a demolition. Gale brushed himself off, claiming the quest was over. Shelina was baffled. Morris backs Gale's demand for a reward, but a furious Shailene lunges at them, screaming that they're the ones in debt. Gale calls it cruel after her stall promise, and Mora's fuming they risked their lives for nothing. But Shelina snaps back, she's the one who took the hits as their. Shelina brands them fake mining criminals, then spirals. She used cursed gear, lost her hammer, and blew up the entire mine. Shalna screams at the mine entrance, losing it after a brutal day. The guys mock her until they're forced to shut up. A hand emerges from the pillared shaft near the main passage. Lavushka coughs and flees, sensing death. The master's power is insane. Jinli thought she was safe watching from afar, but he blasted her mind anyway. She's trapped. Watching from above, the boy's power shattered her expectations, leaving Gimli wondering if he'd be a useful asset. She thought he was making cursed junk, but his gear is straight-up artifact tier. The group returns to the mine, approaching the boy's petrified statue. Gale breaks the spell, freeing the man from the stone. Before he can react, a crying Penelope tackles him. He asks why she's there, and she explains the adventurers brought her. Shelley tears up as the couple jokes about the heat. Mora vows to restore the mine and rescue the others. Grateful, the lovers promise to marry if they survive the quest. Gale pulls out his cursed instrument, offering it as a gift. He pitches his shop, but the girls warn him not to sneak in cursed gifts. Mora whispers to Molly that she's skipping the freebies too. The couple watched the talk and cheered. Gimli opens the door without looking. Seeing Shali, she sadly asks what she wants, but Shali snaps back, demanding to know her problem. The blacksmith joins Gimli at the bar of the empty tavern. Gimli fakes a smile, asking if she's selling or looking for a beatdown. Shelley grins, Shelina slams the cockatrice dart onto the table. Gimli asks what's wrong, but she's warned to look closer at the artifact. Shocked by the monocle, the girl asks what's inside, but Shelina counters, asking what she noticed in the dart. She confirms it's a real artifact. Shelina's shocked Gale's selling them dirt cheap, but the girl calls him incredible and asks what she knows about them. Gimli smirks and plays coy, revealing he's just a former sea ranker from the capital. Shelina eyed the smiling speaker with pure suspicion. Giving in, she asks why Gale's in this wasteland. Shelina reveals he just cured adventurers petrified by a cockatrice in the mine. Shelley reveals the boy used a curse to force the church's help. Jimmy Lee squints, demanding to know what curse she means. Shelina nearly turned to stone herself, explaining that Gale cured every petrified adventurer found deep in the mine. The church runs the city's only sanatorium. That's no coincidence. Shelina knows she's been played. Gimli recalled the girl's warning about the boy's dispersion, while Shelina listened closely. Shelina smirks and asks if she's into him, getting a vague yes. She notes this isn't normal dispersion. Unlike cockatrice petrification, it vanished instantly. No potions and no church help. Shelina realizes the truth and curses. Shelley's baffled why a powerhouse like Anubai is just a wanderer. Gimli agrees, but since he cleared the salt corruption and saved everyone in one shot, Shelley asks if he. Shelina refuses to change. Why would she? Gimli asks her next move. Shelina looks thoughtful and turns around. Shelina recruited the boy to test his blacksmithing potential. Gimli's 100% confident, noting there's no rule against joining two guilds at once. They share a smile, fall silent, and part ways. Gale and Mora are talking in the mine when Gale suddenly sneezes. She backs away, calling him gross and demanding he turn when sneezing. He apologizes, blaming the underground dust. He calls out Shelina's rudeness, but she claims forgiveness helps them grow. He thinks she's being way too naive. She blames him for triggering every curse. He's now a hero for saving the party and a villain for wrecking the mine. Gale stays silent. Mora asks if he joined the blacksmiths. He reveals a neck plaque proving he's in both guilds, while Gale confirms Shally is helping run the shop. Recalling the blacksmiths, she noted the guild only hires pros, banning regular adventurers from even basic mining. Mora asks why he's there, and he claims he's just lending the guild his cursed gear. She asks if they were approved. He lies and says yes, hiding the fact they were actually rejected. She reminds him Shelina hated the cursed sword gift. He admits he thought she just wanted it for home decor. He hands Mora an upside-down skull vase, but she's horrified he turned a head into flower art. He whines about polishing it for hours to get that perfect shine, but Mora snaps. Gale admires his vase, unaware it grants infinite mana and instant healing. The girl is floored. Recovery is life or death for mages, yet Gale treats this god-tier artifact like mana recharges like stamina, fueled by quality food and sleep. Alcohol and sugar slow it down, and since illness stalls recovery, mages obsess over their health to stay at peak power. Clenching her fists, she remembers the tasteless potions and gloomy meditation she endured for mana, all when a simple vase would have worked. She collapses, face in hands, unable to. Moore says Shelina would hate that vase, but she appears behind them, asking what the boys are up to. Shelina saw the shaft buckle from the boys' screams. The guy's new experiment made Mora sick, so she headed off to rest. Shelina mocks Gale's vase, warning he'd be kicked out of town for selling it. He insists he followed orders, but she screams for something useful and hurls a bag at him. Shally says Gimli's head was sellable and warns the monster's body isn't buried. Gale doubts her solo kill, but Shelina admits she only took out cubs and he demands his reward, leaving her stunned. Shelina grabs his collar, demanding more than a thank you. He snaps that he only helped for shop favors, while the girls scream they've trashed the mine and now have. She promises to help with the shop once the mine's fixed, making him hype. He starts dreaming of the future until a sudden warning forces him to look ahead. Shelina turns to the trailer, eyeing the canvas-covered monster. She grabs the canvas and asks him to guess what's hidden. He realizes the truth and reels back. It's the organ a cockatrice uses for its petrifying breath. Shelina identifies the stone breath organ, reminding Gale he called it a curse. Gale stops to reflect. That stone breath was a Gorgon's beam. He breaks the spell to save Shalyn and the crew, proving it's a curse. She approves the material and asks him to forge a magic tool, but he questions if she's really sure. Shelina wanted that massive payday. He reached for the tool, but she cut him off instantly. Shelina tried to thank him for his work, but he hated the idea. She promises to teach him supply and demand, but he's already hating it. Gale's cursed gear scattered everyone across the empire, while the palace's heart hides an underground treasure. The prince knew the artifact blocked his kill. He snatched the fallen girl's chin. Excuses won't save her. The first prince demands to know why she spread rumors, flexing his royal status while cursing out the assassin guild leader. She begs for forgiveness, but he grabs her hair and drags her across the tiles. He mocked her big talk and failure, calling them useless killers who only caused him trouble. He drags her to the chest, and she freezes in fear. The prince calls it the Empire's most cursed relic, the Devil's Heart. Its mere existence once terrified the world, and now it bleeds a lethal miasma. The prince warns the heart drains life, asking if he likes the meal. The boy tells the girl people like her are his favorite food, leaving her frozen in terror. He forces her head toward the Devil's Heart, demanding she guess why. Clueless, she begs for mercy. The girl begged for it to stop as the miasma drained her life force. One touch to the heart kills any warrior. The girl weeps, begging the prince to stop. Prince lets go, ending it there. The chest slams shut. He demands answers. She reports the mission was perfect until her spies reach the elites. The princess wants the artifact for its absolute defense against all techniques. The prince demands she repeat that. He refuses to believe the princess blocked his strikes, but she reveals her artifact resists instant death, leaving him stunned by its power. She agreed it was unbelievable. The prince didn't get it. The princess's death changed nothing. The real threat was the Empire's unknown artifacts. Sensing the danger, the prince demanded to know the artifact's power. He's fuming the kingdom secured that rare artifact. The prince hated Carla. Her marrying his brother would ruin him, so she begged to spill more secrets. She says she bought the artifact from a young merchant. Deep in a capital tavern, S-rank adventurers wonder why Gale went so far. Melissa warns them to quiet down, but the black magician raises his mug, asking if they're scared of losing his bounty. Luke refocused the team with cabbie rumors. Cash snapped, "What rumors? Did Gale skip the bill?" The paladin slams his mug and barks for the waitress, scowling as she rushes over to take his cash. He slams the table, roaring for ale and trashing the slow service. Ignoring the girl's apology and Luke's warning, he demands an entire barrel. He says orcs just ambushed a cart heading for the village. Rumors say a rearguard killed them all. The paladin bolts up, refusing to believe it. If the rearguard could fight monsters, splitting the team would be pointless. Annoyed, the robber cuts Cash off. He's not finished, he's got more intel to drop. Clad in primitive rags, he leveled everything with a dagger. Rumor says he's wielding a cursed artifact. Story finished, he asks the captain if that sounds like Gale. He finishes his meal and denies it. Orcs are too strong for his squad, hunting them solo is impossible. Luke disagrees with Cash and turns to the group for intel, while Melissa reports a Gale lookalike sighting. Cash leaps up and slams the table, demanding answers. The warrior explains the guy started out by selling goods in the shop. He dumped his cursed gear for cheap, then pawned off trashy trinkets as home decor. Melissa sighs, explaining the guards shut down his shop right after. Laughing, the paladin admits his disgusting cursed gear packs massive debuffs and triggers endless complaints. One thing bugged him: Gale was profiting off him. Norris confirmed his gear was in high demand and a lookalike was hiding in the hotel. Seeing the guy's new clothes, Luke figured he had enough cash for the cart. Even if the royal troops used every resource to hunt him down, they wouldn't find a single trace. Melissa's intel says he made bank, so he had to spend it somewhere. Cash was clueless, but the black magician already saw the pattern and told him to connect the dots. Norris realized Gale's reach now extended far beyond the capital. The team suspected a hidden agenda. Gale was always sketchy and clearly had an angle, but now he's vanished from town. The warrior reveals he has a merchant guild contact and likely applied for trading rights. She flashes Princess Carla's order, forcing the guild rep to spill a confidential secret. He asked if she was his friend, checking his status and feelings. Luke's a veteran trader, likely running deals across multiple cities at once. Cash stares into his empty mug. He doesn't care what he sells. If he had the money, he'd open his own damn trinket shop. He gripped his mug and ordered a toast. The paladin roars for his ale. Footsteps approach and all eyes lock on the waitress. Cash claims Carla's footing the bill, leaving Melissa and Luke frozen in shock. A girl stands behind him with two massive barrels as he roars to drink them dry. The waitress slams the massive barrels down, sending Cash's dishes and drinks flying. The paladin roars at the girl over the delivery, but she bolts, shouting back, "This is your order." Luke's stunned. She's insanely strong to carry that massive barrel all by herself. She rounds the corner, relieved to hear the team is finally discussing Gale's location. The tired girl turns to the man as three waiters stand before her, thanking her for the work. Liznette ditched her wig, demanding to know why she's stuck working part-time to spy on the capital's outskirts. A guy asks if these are the right targets, and Liznette confirms it. Sitting on a barrel, she noted their actions matched her intel perfectly. A boy asks if Princess Carla hired them, mentioning a farm town and a man named Gale. The wolf is hunting Gale Hamilton, the man Princess Carla is desperate to reach. She reveals he created the artifact the S-rank team is hunting, but his identity is a total mystery. Liznette realized he was monstrously cunning, leaving zero traces even while in a team. She knew this hoax masked the artifact's real creator. The guy's a ghost with zero history. They could watch the wolf fangs forever, but tracking Gale's location meant the mission wasn't a total waste. She orders her men to clear the adventurers out fast, stay on watch, and seize Gale by force. Manager storms in, barking about dirty dishes and missed orders. Liznette grumbles, slapping her wig back on. Meanwhile, Gale's at the blacksmith guild when a girl bursts through the heavy doors. Gale tinkers with a new device, while Mora Glaris watches silently from the entrance. Gale broke the silence, telling Mora he had something to say. She lined in, instantly curious. He thanked her for the mine quest, knowing he'd dragged her into this mess. Gale reached out and thanked her, admitting she was the only thing keeping him calm in the mine. She blushes, staring at the curse master in total shock. Mora shakes his hand, securing him a prime shop location. She's an elite support mage who can handle anything. The boy beamed. Thanks to Mora, his dream was finally coming true. Still flustered, she agrees to keep helping him, but he suddenly sneezes right in her face. Mora tells him to sneeze away. He apologizes, wondering why he's sneezing so much and if someone is thinking about him. Shelina appears by Mora, revealing the mine dust is the real problem. Gale's rented shop is paying off. Shelina spots his progress and leans in to inspect it. He followed orders but called the result tasteless. The blacksmith countered, insisting society would see it differently. Shelina grabs the device, asking how it works, as Gale reaches out to take it back. He grabs the device, cranks the handle, and it roars to life with a blinding light. This cockatrice organ weapon fires petrification beams. Shelina dives for cover, begging them not to use it on humans. The smith jumps back, asking if Gale wants to be petrified again. Gale scoffs he can break the curse, but doubts anyone actually wants it. Shelina calls the design functional, citing supply issues. Surrounded by nature, building stones are nowhere to be found. Glasses on, she explains these stones are building materials, worth a fortune depending on the region. Building in the desert, kids could press sand into bricks, dig it up, or just bring the materials. Standard methods fail. Digging is too hard, water is scarce, importing is impossible, and the bricks are weak. This tool shapes and processes sand with a stone beam automatically. He finds the materials. Shelina notes Gale has golden hands, he just doesn't know how to use them. The boy chuckles as Shelina explains, mining works but farmers are always short on supplies. She hugs him, thrilled. This invention gets materials fast, and for solving her problem, she's rewarding him big time. He's stressing over his invention, but she calms him down by roasting his zero sense of style. Shelina never cared for cursed objects until Gale opened her eyes. He giggles like an idiot, making her sigh at how simple he is. She praised the gear, not him. Shelina asks for a second when using the scraps, but the craftsman says it's impossible. The young ones can't use stone breath yet. Their tails are toxic, but that's not the curse. She wants a poison-making machine. Gale is stunned, a poison machine. Shelina explains the village is crawling with pests. The blacksmith baits him about the poison's ingredients. He falls for it and offers to do the job. Poison amulets were his specialty, so this was easy. The girl rushed over, hyped to get the materials. Ghoul poison glands or stomachs work, and talismans stick to mummy bandages, but these materials aren't for sale. Shelina's bursting with inspiration and orders Gemly to gather materials. She'll buy and use anything for a fair price, so he hands her a bottle of rotten ghoul oil. Mora sensed something terrifying but stayed silent. Shelina handed Gale his orders and told him to obey. Wait, Mora sensed the danger but stayed silent as. Fired up, he bolts off to take action now. The blacksmith takes the gear to test it. The guy nods without looking back and Mora steps in to guide the girl. Shelina asks why she's there, getting an awkward just checking in reply. Thanks to the temp team, abandoned orders are finally dropping. Gimli's glad, and with Mora and Gale comfortable, Shelina's overjoyed. Cash's squad waits by a cart bound for a farming town. They laugh as the royal payment arrives right on time, letting Cash drop 500 gold on a brand new mithril sword. Armed with a wyvern bone sword, a new grimoire, and beast skin armor, the trio is certain Gale's curses are no match for them. The captain's baffled. Despite their elite rep, not a single support class has applied yet. Doubts vanished. High-level pros were scarce, but a guy on the floor muttered that nobody wanted to join them. Cash makes her unhood, revealing Liznette and her squad. Their mission, replace the Wolf Thing's support and haul their gear. Cash mocked their pathetic wish, demanding gratitude. It was the perfect way to watch, but Liznette couldn't stand his arrogance. Captain orders the bag brought over and feeds his crew for the journey. The boys feast on Carla's dime, but Liznette warns them to stay sober. They've got a caravan to protect. Cash snaps, ordering the girl to shut up and cover her face, because her miserable expression is ruining his wine. Liznette's crew was broke and stingy. The tavern job was a better deal. Suddenly, a whistle blasts. Liznette's squad jumps into action. Guards rush to protect the carriages, but the monster is invisible. Only sounds echo from the thicket. Evil spirits swarm the column, but the guards aren't worried. They've beefed up defenses since the last orc raid. Monsters scatter horses and guards everywhere. A man rushes to a guard, reporting they've found the beast wiping out the pack. A massive hippo. Security IDs an S-rank beast from the border. Liznette's team hesitates. They hunt humans, not monsters. A head-on fight is suicide against killer wolves, giant snakes, and red grizzly bears. A lackey begs to bolt, but they can't. The Kasha team is the only key to their mission. Liznette snaps, ordering her team to attack and hold. Her crew is stunned. The Empire's orders were total extermination. Kingdom 2 has a quest like this, but the S-rank team that took it suddenly quit. She realizes these are allies and decides to force Cash and his crew to fight the hippo. Lizette screams, "Hippo attack," and the S-rank team snaps to attention. Confused by their missing allies, the group looked around. Cash just mocked Liznet's voice while her team held the raging girl back. The cart stops and the driver vanishes. The robber looks out, staring straight into a monster's massive mouth. The boys scream in horror as Liznet realizes a hippo drove these orcs from their home and onto the road. This behemoth's power is so brutal and overwhelming, few can withstand it. Cash stood stunned, but the monster didn't wait. It roared and pulverized the S-rank team's cart. Liznet's team dodged the blow, leaping right over the beast. The girls land safely as the Cash team crashes behind them. The hippo turns and roars, he's not backing down. The air shatters, everyone freezes in terror. What kind of beast has this much strength and speed? Liznet confirms the hippo is their target, leaving Cash and his team paralyzed with fear. The warriors rose, ignoring how she knew the beast. They took their stances, certain he was no match. Seeing S-rank team Wolf Fangs, the other patrons refused to back down. The crowd roars as Liznet's crew joins the fight, but Cash's squad strikes together, declaring themselves the world's strongest. Liznet's inspired by the S-rank team's true strength, but the hippo's tail swing obliterates the entire Cash team. Adventurers scatter, onlookers freeze, and the girl howls. This S-rank team is nothing like she imagined. Panic erupts as monsters swarm from every side. Liznet knows they're trapped, but her team is ready. Retreat isn't an option. Mission failed, running was a joke. She pulls her gun, screaming they're the world's top assassins. She led her team into the fray, charging the monsters. They had to wipe out the beasts, watch their backs, and stay hidden. The team holds firm. Liznet orders prep and charges the hippo solo while her assistant warns her to stay safe. She stalks the forest shadows, leaping through trees to ambush the hippo. It failed, he spotted her. You can't surprise a beast with night vision. Her only choice, a direct hit with fast-acting poison. Hippo swats the dagger with his tail, but a second strike aimed at his throat fails to pierce. Liznet's trap backfired. The girl plunged a dagger into her eye and mocked the monster with a grin. He snags her with his tail and spews poison, but the hippo's immune, leaving her in a lethal bind. She finally uses Prince Bellion's gift, the Devil's Heart fragment, knowing she'll become his flesh and blood. At the capital, Duchess Melinda drills Princess Carla on tea etiquette. The Duchess demands a level chin. Lowering it is weak, raising it is arrogant, and Carla's already hitting her limit. Cross your ankles, left for friendship, right for enmity. Carla notes no one will notice. Melinda warns, never take 2 pieces of tea. It's strictly 1 or 3, no exceptions. Divisible numbers signal separation, pinky up for tea. The princess covers her ears, screaming in total despair. Tilting her tiara, the Duchess demands Carla be a perfect lady. Carla's mood darkens as she remembers her duty. Married to a secret second prince, the first tried to kill her, yet she holds zero malice. How? Melina realized the princess's actions shaped the entire kingdom. Born for this, she needs to start acting like it. Princess Carla sighed, ready to reveal the truth about her life as the chosen one. She wants to live her own way. She looks lucky, but her privilege is just a heavy set of chains. Cursed since birth, the princess wonders if Gale can free her like the birds, until her butler interrupts. Peace with the Empire stops the bloodshed. He wants answers, but she's only after the Devil's Heart. She doubted the threat, but Vivian argued survivors' devil stories are often dismissed as fiction. Carl asks if it's true, but Vivian can't confirm. Either way, the Devil's Heart is the world's most sinister cursed artifact. Outside the capital, the battle rages as Liznет coils his tail around the girl, ready to toss her into his mouth. Her assistants notice, one shouting and tossing her a glowing orb. A massive flash erupts, blinding man and monster alike. Liznet's back at full strength, digging her nails into the monster's tail and ripping it clean off. The flash worked. The exhausted girl used the opening to snap on the bracelet containing 1/46 of the Devil's Heart. She leaps aside, but the enraged hippo charges straight for her. The boys panic as the giant charges with lethal speed and piercing horns, but their mistress just raises her hands. Liznet catches the charging beast barehanded, stunning the boys who never expected this, despite knowing her for years. The Devil's Heart bracelet surges with insane power, turning her eyes pitch black. The beast growls and keeps pressing, but he's finally reached his limit. Confident, she grabs the monster's horns, hoists his massive weight, and slams him down, ripping a horn clean off. The hippo blades, monsters tremble, and Liznet's crew freezes as the lady erupts in manic laughter. Hippo's minions flee in terror. Who's the real monster now? The Devil's Heart is terrifying. The monster paid for underestimating her, but the god slams her down as minions swarm to extract the curse. Veins bulge from the girl's hands, but supporters drop big cash on a church ritual to purge the curse early. God King's tears form a glowing ring around the team. The girl groans as her fused bracelet hits the floor. He screamed, but she remembered the threat of becoming flesh and blood and vowed it would never happen. She jars the monster, but the seal is permanent, and Lisnette knows the devil's heart is already inside her. She finally realized why the prince withheld the talisman. Even she was horrified by the dark power she'd unleashed. She's finally relieved after repelling the assault, but the convoy took a massive hit. Adventurers and mercenaries survived, but their carts are wrecked. They're stuck waiting for a patrol. She checks her team's injuries, but they only care about the girl. Meanwhile, Cash and his squad are total weaklings. By dusk, the artifact is sealed. The crew is stunned. This power can crush even the strongest artifact creators. Only Lisnette knew the price was her life. Clenching her fist, her hatred for Gale Hamilton reached a breaking point. At the guild, Gale's sneezing nonstop. Mora laughs as undead chunks stick to his face. He reveals his work, but instead of Shelina's colorful design, it's a lantern made of bones. He grabs the lantern, asking if this skull-shaped fire generator works. It runs on souls, even from insects and plants. Shelina explains that while normal lights waste pricey fuel, ghost fire is safe, efficient, and never runs out. Mora calls the skulls a waste, but Shelina stays practical. Keeping the guy clueless, the girls just order him to replace the lights. The smith asks for more, so the boy reveals another cockatrice beam emitter and new farming tools. He listed his creations: the thresher, weeping grinder, saw of sorrow, and sieve of souls. Shelina was stunned he'd actually built them all. The blacksmith asks if they're visiting the trading post, and the stunned couple whips around to face the girl. He reluctantly agrees, and Shelina finds him the perfect spot tucked away on a quiet side street. Gale confirmed his new spot, an old alchemist's shop that fit his theme perfectly, funded by selling off his cursed items. Mora and the guy loved the spot. Shelina knew a quick clean and new sign would make it theirs. The crew laughs as the blacksmith grants him full furnace access. He's home, and everyone knows it. 10 days after the behemoth's attack, the exhausted caravan finally moves on. Half the carts are trashed, but a patrol rescues the travelers and they push toward the town. Cash's squad are now heroes, hailed for slaying the hippo and saving everyone from certain death. The team cheered for the fame and riches, as the mage and rogue bragged about being the ultimate support for the paladin and warrior. Melissa admits they needed help but can't remember the win. The guys are fuming. Neither Cash nor Melissa recall how they pulled it off, but they clearly owe it all to Luke and Norris. Cash flexed their loot, a hippo's eye, tail, and horns, all loaded onto a cart bound for the farming town. They think Melissa's dagger took the eye, but the tail and horns were sliced by someone who knows these exact strikes. The battered survivors can't remember the behemoth's fate. Lisnette notices the sword is spotless, not a drop of blood. How? Monsters down, Cash and his team snap awake, screaming in terror. The monsters vanished. Melissa recovers her dagger from the hippo's eye, and Luke finds a cracked horn. Cash finds a severed tail, realizing they fought like savages until their memories blurred. They eventually rewrote their past to celebrate a fake victory. Lisnette's team hid their mistress's work. It wasn't their goal, and for a killer, attention is a death sentence. Cash's team hits the farmer's corner to a hero-s welcome. They save the cargo and the people, and Cash brags that those hippos were just like nuts to them. Lisnette's exhausted team watched as Loudmouth stole the glory, leaving the real heroes forgotten in the shadows. Cash's team debates their next move. Melissa wants an inn, the others want a tavern, but an annoyed Lisnette insists on the guild first. Cash reluctantly trades the reward to stop Lisnette's crew from stealing the loot, as the girl fights to stay patient. Team Cash stared in shock. This bizarre city traded lanterns for rows of ominous skulls. The boys are shocked by the happy locals. Norris asks if they've seen this before, and everyone nods knowingly. Gale's trashy style gave him away. The man only builds hideous instruments. But the real shock, they were everywhere, covering the entire street. The dark mage feels out of place in this small town, but Cash says it's an advantage. Gale's shop is nearby. Cash's crew mocks the guy's sloppy evidence, but Lisnette's laughing too. Now they head to the guild to start the hunt. The hooded girl confirms they're on track. Gale's definitely in the city, but Cash's report feels off. The assassins figure Gale's just hiding his true power from his team. A cheery girl greets them, but Cash stays cold. His team scoffs at the barn-like guild, realizing there are no good quests here either. Cash leans on the guild counter, staring blankly at the smiling girl. The S-rankers demand the guildmaster, but she's the boss. She asks what they want, then Cash calls Lisnette to roll in a massive cart. The cloth hits the floor. He tosses the loot at Gimli, asking how she likes it, but she doesn't even flinch. Her blank reaction infuriates Kasha. Touching the tail, she doubts it's a hippo, but the team reveals it's an S-rank monster worth a fortune. Gimli demands the behemoth's head or heart for proof, just like the capital requires. He asks if they fled mid-fight, and the crew looks away in shame. Cash recognized the girl and stormed out. Gimli told them to finish the hippo next time while Lisnet's team packed up. Suddenly, the master asks Lisnet about the girl's organization, scaring her half to death. The girl freezes as Gimli asks why she's pretending they did it all when it was her. Lisnet's jewelry cut was a dead giveaway, but there's no time for regrets. She drags her crew away from their former coworker. Gimli figured these guys were from Gale's capital. Things were about to get wild. Gale and Shelina headed to the new shop. It was already open. Gale drops the sign and asks about the work. She calls it tasteless again, but perfect for the curse master. He calls her a pro, but she hates the compliment. They're at Gale's cursed item shop, a place covered in skulls and horns. Shelina's only request is his continued service. He agrees to help his top client and promises to visit the Kuznetsov guild. Gale sets the opening for tomorrow and starts the party today. He calls Mora as the girl catches up, asking if they're finished. Kuznets says Mora's timing is perfect. The shop's opening now, but she's too late to help out. Renovating the old alchemist shop was easy. He asks if Mora's forming a team. She says yes, but notes he's too busy soloing. He pouts about needing materials, but no one's helping. Who dare cross a master of cursed objects? Gale was hyped for the store, but he wasn't done adventuring yet. He plans to hire a salesman and focus on crafting, but he's stuck until Morris steps in with a new idea. She rejoined as a salesperson, noting that even as rear guards, they crush their quests. Mora blushes, insisting they're unstoppable together. As she waits for his answer, he turns and moves toward her. Gale rushes to the display case to fix the mummy's peeling bandages, while Mora hides her face in shame, ignored once again. The magician sets a meeting for nightfall. The smith preps drinks, the young man handles food. The girls head out, confirming Shelina named the shop. The blacksmith notes only the driven visit, and Gale's just glad to start this business with real friends. He finally found a place to be himself, and his joy was beyond words. The shop door holds the bell of Quimis, a relic that guides dead children to the afterlife. Its chime echoes for miles, marking a shop filled with rare cursed artifacts. Night falls, and a noise outside catches Gale's attention. He tells the visitors they're closed, but these aren't normal guests, it's a paladin. Cash struts in, scans the room, and immediately insults the cursed item master. Gale backs off, confused, as Cash slams him for ruining lives while living easy. Suddenly, a kick blasts the door off its hinges. The Cash team and 4 strangers storm the room. Gale asks what they want before his shop even opens, but the black magician orders them to Lisnet Street. The 4 leave, and as Gale questions the new recruits, Norris cuts in. It's time to talk. The master is stunned. They kicked him out to start his own shop, so why return now? The guy's voice trembles, his legs frozen in fear. Cash reveals they're here for Gale to lift the curse, shocking him even more. Outside, an assistant questions if that's really Gale Hamilton and why he's being left with the Cash team. She'd test his power, but she still didn't believe he created the artifacts. Gale figured Cash meant the gear's curse, so he used a skill to make the debuffs hit only him and protect the team. He did it for his team, having broken the curse long ago. Gale's confused, but Cash is certain the guy cursed them out of spite. He grabs an item and issues a threat. He slams the mummy down and stomps it as Gale screams it's his top product. Melissa calls the damage a blessing, and Luke draws his knife, vowing to ruin every last item. Knives shredded the goods as the dark mage unleashed magic, reckless of the fire risk. He rushed to stop them, but Cash grabbed his collar, demanding the curse be lifted. He's done talking. Master says even with reset stats they won't top Cash. Cash asks, does that mean they're weak? He slams the boy into the wall, draws his blade, and forgets the princess's mission. He threatens to kill the caster if Gale won't lift the curse, and his whole team backs him up. Cash was desperate to escape this wasteland of losers. The master asked again, what did the paladin say? He lands a full power punch, sending the guy flying. Gale didn't think it was pure reflex. Big weapons are useless in tight spots, fists win here. Guarding the Cash, he swears no one's wrecking his shop. He ordered the crew to stop. Gale can take an insult, but he won't let them trash his farm corner friends. Looming over the wolf fang captain, the master clenches his fist in pure rage. It's time to finish this. Outside, Lisnet plots Gale's death or capture. Everything is going to plan as she mocks the wolf fangs, calling them grinning dogs during their final mission. Cash won't back down, and Norris agrees. Against such disrespect, they have no choice. The captain planned ahead, popping a high-tier buff he snagged back in the capital. The crew downs the drinks as Melissa scoffs at the waste. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes ahead, forcing Gale to shield his eyes. He sized up the item, a massive power booster, but its familiar scent set him on edge. Cash flexed his pricey guild gear, mocking Gale for never seeing a stat booster this elite. The potion breaks the curse and the team celebrates. Despite the boys' denials, they charge straight back into the fight. They surrounded him from all sides, treating him like a monster. Norris says he's been lagging, but now he'll witness their signature move, the wolf discharge. Ex-member Gale knew their game: look one way, get hit from the other, or focus on one and get instantly surrounded. He tracks Cash as the main threat, but Melissa blindsides him from behind, asking where he's looking. Her stats and speed spiked, but he reads her style to dodge the first strike. Then comes the second. Gale effortlessly dodges the robber's lethal blades. Cash and Melissa were manageable, but Luke's poisoned knives were lethal. One scratch meant death, and the captain was already right behind him. He dodges again, reading every move and leaving Cash stunned. Gale tracked Norris's fire mid-spell, dodging the flames to keep them from hitting the city. Gale's cocky dodging pisses Cash off. He unleashes Summer Rain Slash and orders a pincer move, sending Melissa and Luke to trap him. Plan complete, targets in range, he unfurls the cursed scrolls. He dodges and baits the enemies, leaving them paralyzed with fear. If Cash's team uses buffs, they can finally counter his momentum. He turned their hated cursed power against them, countering their boosts with debuffs. Gale triggers the prisoner's amulet, summoning a massive grate as dark shadows snatch the horrified team. This single-use amulet weakens any target within a few meters. This relic is forged from the ashes of a man wrongly imprisoned for life since youth. The range is small, but step inside and the prisoner's total agony crushes you instantly. In a monster-infested ruin, Gale finds an undead sealed in a wall and can't ignore it. She radiated a massive curse but couldn't move. Gale wondered why. He grabbed the skull, asked for its story, then cast Dispel to dissolve the corpse. The old man admits this kid is the first person to ever talk to him. With eyes closed, the old man weeps as he shares his tale. He fused with the wall upon turning undead because he always leaned against the freezing stone. Cash's team used a massive buff, but this amulet does the opposite, slashing all stats by 3 times. Cash and the crew call the curses fake, but Gale's already bolting the other way. He rallied them to move the fight. To protect the locals, they had to relocate the battlefield. He knew the layout better than Cash's crew and weighed his options: the catacombs, a ruined church, or the hospital. 4 silhouettes tail him. The wolves are actually hunting, so he mocks them to keep up. The voices echoed outside his shop. Cash's team is paralyzed. Despite the expensive boosters, their bodies are dead weight. The stats are up, but something is dead wrong. Furious Gale's curse failed. The captain turned to Lysnet for an antidote, but she and the crew had vanished. Cash fumed over his missing backup, but they were already deep in the forest, relentlessly hounding Gale through the night. Just before the breakout, Lysnet spots an innocent prisoner's amulet and realizes Gale Hamilton is their man, the master of a massive artifact hoard. The assistant asks for the plan, but Lysnet orders silence. Guards could swarm this village at any second. Move fast and keep the crowd back. Guards are closing in, and they're already behind schedule. Lysnet orders her team to handle the crowd, but she freezes mid-step as a phantom snake coils around her, pinning her to the spot. She gripped her shoulders, feeling the devil's heart pulse inside. She couldn't believe it. It all felt like a lie. She ordered an immediate retreat, ditching the civilians to save her own skin. The devil's heart seal is broken. The girl hits the floor, gasping for air as her assistants panic. The seal she left her team was hidden and secure, but she still couldn't shake this bad feeling. Facing the Kasha team, she realizes the devil's heart and Gale's artifact are resonating. They're equal in strength. The dark magic strikes again, and she screams for her assistants to run as it targets them too. Lysnet broke free and scrambled up, horrified and desperate for a plan. An area debuff hits, one light touch, and their stats tank instantly. Gale Hamilton's artifacts are insane. She's shaking and sweating uncontrollably. It's not just a debuff, her stats are breaking. Lysnet spots the debuffs: slowness, weak defense, fatigue, fear, and dull senses. These pro-assassins are masters at reading stats, but even Lysnet has never seen a debuff this complex. Touching that black light drained her instantly. A direct hit would be fatal, and more were lurking. She ordered the boys to scatter and stay clear. He kept catching up, grabbing Lysnet as she desperately fought to break free. The target's gone. Hamilton's artifact weakened Cash, so why is he running? No time to talk. The 4 bolted into the forest after the young man. He burned his escape artifacts. It's definitely that same Gale. He's heading to the outskirts, meaning he's flying solo. Listenik grinned. It's 4 against 1. Gale's trapped. As for Kosh's team, she didn't give a damn. Gale heads to an abandoned hospital on the village outskirts, a mass grave for plague victims. She mocks the fool rushing to his grave. Reinvigorated, the thugs speed up, ready for a slaughter. They're gasping for air, pushing past their limits just to keep him in sight. The killer suspects a booster, but he might just be built for speed. Lisnet avoided the direct hit, but the artifact's power still reached her. She got sloppy watching Gale and cash him. Losing him would have been a fatal error. He's the only one who can wreck the nation's balance. Dead or alive, he couldn't escape. They were losing ground, but they pushed harder to finish the mission. Blinded by the chase, they dropped their guard and ignored the danger, a mistake completely unlike them. They have no idea what danger they've lured to the city's edge. Cash's crew creeps toward Gale, but the captain mocks them for moving like turtles. A girl appears, blaming them for the noise in Gale's wrecked shop. Cash snaps, asking what her problem is. That stance and look gave it away. The wolf fangs knew it was Mora. They glared at her outfit, demanding how she dared return after ditching them post Gale's expulsion. Now, they've all met at the farm corner. The dark magician smacks his forehead. Everything finally makes sense. Finding Gale here seemed impossible, but Mora's here too. No way this is a coincidence. The magician exposes Mora Glaris as Gale's accomplice from the very beginning. Luke, Melissa, and even Cash freeze in shock, but Mora just laughs it off. She asks if Norris is brain dead. He's always been slow, but this is a new low. Explaining is pointless, so the boys just nod and fake it. Looking up, the magician mocked her revealing dress, claiming she was too shallow for deep thoughts, and he could read her mind like a book. He asks if he nailed it. Mora snaps, they're all dead wrong. Cash tries to speak, but the sorceress cuts him off, reminding him they dumped Gale and begged her to join. She demanded to know how was she an accomplice and what exactly did she do against them. Cash is speechless as she grills him, demanding to know if she cursed them and how she joined Gale. He goes silent. She stands, and as he sighs in relief, she turns to her former leader. He travels all this way, wrecks a shop, and still dares to insult our dead teammate. Mora asks if he was ever taught not to hurt others, then starts her spell. She squares up, warning them to stop, as Team Cash swaps to wolf tactics to crush the enraged Mora. Cash claims Mora's alone despite their lag, but the boy can't even grip his sword. The girl asks if they're targeting K and Pulse Me. Those debuffs only made her stronger and faster. Now, she's unleashing the real pulse of May. Mora tears into the Cash team. Grabbing the captain's collar, she vows to trash him just like they did Gale's store. They'll finally feel his pain, but Melissa strikes from behind, mocking Mora for looking the wrong way. Mora doesn't even look back, smashing her attacker's face with one sharp strike. The sorceress realizes Gale's debuffs just crippled her team. This isn't a 1v4 anymore. She warns they'll lose this 2-on-4. Luke warns Mora not to get cocky, keep her back and use that range advantage. The robbers yell that her pathetic tricks are useless. Norris and Luke flank the girl, but the robber realizes he's out of knives. He left his stash at Gale's, and before he can react, Mora closes the gap and swings for her. She gut punches Luke with everything, sending him doubling over as she blasts back. The mage readies a lethal hellish bullet to end her. His magic flares, she thanks him for the light, then hurls a bottle at his head. Bullseye, the bottle shatters against his head, dropping the dark mage as Moore mocks his easy target. Team Kasha lies trashed, too weak to even look up as the sorceress towers over them. She kept mocking the team. Some begged her to stop, but the crowd just laughed, wanting more. She apologized to the gift wine. The ceremony didn't matter, finding Gale was the priority. She squeezed through the crowd at her friend's shop. Inside, she wanders past the displays until a mummy on the floor stops her cold. She scoops up the fallen figure, holding it tight as she remembers Gale's hard work fixing it. He hyped the special product while Mora's mind wandered. She sets the mummy down, but a voice behind her suddenly asks what happened. Blacksmith Shalina arrives hauling a heavy barrel to celebrate the opening. Mora bolted to find her friend, but the blacksmith grabbed her, demanding to know what happened. Gale's missing and Cash's team is outmatched. Mora's worried, but she knows Gale is just leading the enemy away to keep the city safe. Gimli appears, reporting the boy fled across town to an abandoned cemetery. The girls are shocked the master found Gale, but she claims it was an accident, awkwardly noting the wolf fangs are total weirdos. The girl delivers the materials, a pile of foul-smelling animal organs. Gimli reveals the Master of Curses is being hunted by elites far stronger than Cash's team. Mora thanks the girl and sprints to save her friend, outfit be damned. No time for gear, but the blacksmith stops her. She's joining the fight. The girls grab Cash and Norris's weapons, figuring anything's better than nothing. They set off on a mission to rescue Gail Hamilton. Gimli joins the girls, every second counts, and Shelina isn't ready for this. The girl feels uneasy. Mora asks if it's Gail's pursuers, but the master senses something inhuman. She tells the girls the tail and horn are from a hippo. Gail's hunters are from the capital. They let a behemoth escape, and these S-rank beasts are as smart as they are relentless. They command the herd with tactical strikes, tracking their scent and waiting for the perfect opening. A hippo encounter spikes the difficulty to AA, but after the cockatrice, the girls are done with monsters. Gale hits the hospital graveyard, gasping for air atop a tree after his sprint. He drops down and squares up, daring them to show their faces. Killers emerge from the brush, gasping for air and asking for a breather. He stops instantly. Gale recognizes them as old allies, but Liznit is livid at being called a comrade to these pseudo-heroes. She demands to know how he's so fast. He claims Cash's gang is chasing him, but a furious Liznit snaps they'll never catch him. Her throat parched from screaming, Gale calms her with a drink. It's not water, but she greedily snatches it before he can explain. She chugs the foul liquid, but as she gags on the sticky texture, he reveals it's a prototype depetrification potion. He reveals its cockatrice amniotic fluid, leaving Liznit horrified. She tries to spit it all out, but he's totally clueless. She demands to know what she's drinking, but ignores her assistant's warning to check it first. Gale's annoyed she's spitting out the petrification cure. It's monster spit, but bitter medicine heals, and she's the one who asked for it. Liznit draws her weapon and orders her assistants to seize the confused Gale. She ordered his capture dead or alive. He surrendered and apologized for the potion, but it was already too late. The killers charge the guy, who still has no clue how to defend himself. He dodges Liznit's strike as she warns him not to run. He falls, she lunges, but he evades and kicks her back. Her 3 blades fly at him, but he dodges with sharp precision. She noticed his perfect dodges, but he claimed the real secret was right under their feet. The team bowed their heads, bones and wooden crosses littered the ground. The girls horrified, but Gale spots even more bones buried underground. Liznit saw a graveyard pro with healthy legs, but obstacles kept the boys split and unable to regroup. He figured they'd quit soon. Power and tactics were useless, and the sound of snapping bones exposed their every move. She hurls a knife inches from Gale's face, but his calm dodge stuns her. He isn't panicking, he's waiting for an opening. Ancient, rushed graves surround the hospital, now a storm-battered ruin. What nightmare awaited Gale in this hellhole? He cuts in, suggesting they leave. The team's used to this place, but that's not why he picked the cemetery. This was the perfect ambush spot. He knew the terrain by heart from farming materials, and now, things were finally going his way. Surrounded by bones and lost souls, the Curse Master was home. Liznit's team had to bail, the reason why just crawled out of the dirt. He guaranteed their exit just as the undead swarmed from every side. Unfazed, he spreads his arms wide, already claiming victory. Liznit's team braced for an ambush, but the stench and rot confirmed the truth. The walking dead were here. Carla admires Gale's search poster, eager for the moment he's finally brought to her. Vivian has the high priest check the princess, who's obsessed with Gale Hamilton. Confused, she barely recognizes him until the priest reveals he's the one who saved her life. The priest and assistant realize the princess is in love. Vivian asks, instead of preparing for death, she's falling for this guy. Ignoring the question, the man notes Carla and Gale's unique tastes make them a perfect match. They haven't met, but their minds fill in the blanks to create the ideal partner At the farmer's corner, Liznit's squad holds the line against the undead in the old hospital cemetery. She realizes it's a setup. The master faked the chase to lure them into an undead ambush. Back to back, they've never seen a horde this massive. Dodging a flyer, he admits even 4-to-1 odds are a death sentence. Gale wonders what's wrong with Cash's crew, but Liznit snaps back, they're nothing like these fools. Shadow killers never lose to the undead. The team charges, leaving their master impressed. The undead fought back, swarming Liznit's team and dragging them down with sheer numbers. They fought with everything, covering each other's backs and eliminating blind spots to survive. Liznit forms a circular trap, baiting Gale inside to end him on the spot. A massive monster appears, but the girl instantly slices it down. That was his trump card. He was inches from victory, but it didn't matter. Liznit's trump card is the heart of the Demon King, but its heavy restrictions mean she has 0 time to waste. She knew clearing the undead was the perfect opening for the artifact, while Gale's reinforcements raced through the dark forest. 4 pro assassins are hunting Gate, so Mora orders the girls to move fast and even the odds. Kuznets keeps moving, saying you only realize someone's worth once they're gone. She yelled Gale's protected, they need more cursed items to revolutionize this farm town. He's her partner, the guildmaster bowed, admitting she'd be lost without Gale. Even a brainless cursed item master is needed by someone. She vows to tell him everything. Sprinting, Shelina asks what if a wounded hippo attacks. Mora says assassins and hippos are overkill, but Gimli considers it. Cursed item masters gain skills far beyond normal jobs. Mora asks for details, and the master reveals surprise luck, a perfect evasion skill born from failure. Stunned by this insane luck, the girls realize reversing misfortune is a broken skill. If it cheats death, everyone will want it. This ultra-rare skill won't trigger on command, so the girls just have to pray. Liznet's squad mows through piles of undead, still pushing for the mission. The undead were finally wiped out, but she was too weak to even reach Gale. Liznet surrenders. Gale's infinite undead army is too much, and he's still summoning more. She's done. The assassin captain offered her hand in acceptance, and Gale rushed to shake it without a second thought. Lisnet laughs it off, orders the boy to toss the jar, and deftly catches the sealed curse. Revealing their trump card, she pops the jar and unleashes the creature. After slaying the beast, she tells him the truth as a gift for his life. She reveals the artifact, explaining it trades life force for max power. It's the ultimate weapon, but Gale spots something behind her. She spins around to see a hippo charging from the brush, the same one-eyed, one-horned beast. Lisnet's baffled, but the beast is already lunging. No time to think, Gale makes his move. Save the killer, he shoves the girl aside and tanks the blow himself. She whips around, eyes wide, gasping Gale's name in total shock. The beast horns scale, launching him skyward as dust erupts. Lisnet watches, stunned by the power. She clenches her fists at the rising dust, whispering that he's been ground to powder, her voice a mix of fury and respect for his power. Amid the roof's wreckage, Lisnet clenches her fists. He's weird and loud, but she can't deny it. He saved her life. Still gloomy, she thinks the guy was just plain unlucky. She stands fearless before a massive horned beast, mocking his stubborn pursuit amidst the lethal ruins. She pulled out the artifact, inspected it, and began her mysterious tale. The artifact shimmered with her mood. No threats needed, just an icy glare and a cold remark. Her persistence spoke for itself. Black energy swirls from the artifact as the heroine raises it with a mad grin, triumphantly commanding it to consume her and the Demon King's heart. The artifact swallows her whole, dark magic consuming her from head to toe. Artifact power surges out of control, flooding the room with chaos as Lisnet bites her lip. Dark tentacles swarm her, but she instantly triggers stun resist, fatigue resist, and a strength boost, proving her combat power is skyrocketing. Tentacles consume her, granting infinite mana and zero pain. The artifact peaks, turning her into a lethal threat. The hippo freezes, tense like a spring. Yellow eyes track her every move. The window to strike has closed. Any move now is too late. Squaring up for a rematch, the heroine warns Behemoth there's no escape. She's radiating pure confidence. Artifact activated, the girl charges a massive rhino beast as it lets out a deafening roar. A massive hole in the roof marks Gale's violent crash landing. A shadow rips through the trees against the night sky. Someone gasps. Gale lay stunned, certain he was dead. He got lucky, falling through the roof and landing right on his bed. Gale sat in a room full of beds under a massive hole in the roof. It felt like paradise, but one slip meant a bone-shattering fall. Brooding in the dark, his mind races. He didn't see the monster clearly, but he remembers that beast lunging at them. His face drops as he remembers the zombie beast. He pictures a mangled dog, but quickly realizes this was something else entirely. He studies the beast, broken horn, missing eye, and a ragged tail. He's never seen this creature, but it's a perfect match for a zombie animal. He collapses onto the bed, reeling from the shock. He recalls Shelina's warning about the field attacks. That wild boar must have turned into an undead monster. He bolted up, no time to waste. Gale warned the monster was coming for Lisnet. He grinned, declaring that as a curse master, the undead were his responsibility. Peering into the darkness, he panicked. He was lost in the void with nowhere to go. Lisnet battles the sinister monster, refusing to back down. Gale's racing to help, but will he make it in time? Gale marches forward, tension thick in the air. Will anyone dare stand in his way? The monster fight rages on. Monster and girl lock eyes and strike at once. The trio watched in pure terror, eyes wide as the tension peaked. She dives from above, charging a lethal strike with flawless precision to end the fight. Her blade hit the ground and shattered. She strikes the beast's horn, fueling her fury as an evil rage twists his face. She hits the dirt as a ferocious roar pierces the air. She grabbed the monster's horn to stay upright. The crowd yells, helping Lisnette catch herself and snap into a fighting stance. She looks up, bracing for her next move. She tried gouging its other eye, but even her strength-boosting Demon King's heart wasn't enough. They said Lisnette needed a new weapon, but she refused. She claimed she ripped the beast's powerful tail off with her bare hands. She vows to rip the monster's head off, exposing his face and fist, but a sudden cough cuts her short. Her cough intensifies and she collapses to the ground. Against the darkness, her heart appears, struggling to beat. She wheezed on the ground, struggling to lift her head as a dark stain spread through her heart. The group panics, staring at the collapsed Lisnette and demanding to know what's wrong. Pinned down, she clenches her fists and bites her lip, barely lifting her head against the agony. A witness panicked, shouting it's impossible. Darkness spreads through her heart, rapidly draining Lisnette's strength. The heroine flipped onto her back, clutching her chest in growing agony. She gasps for air as the group rushes over, panicked. Eyes wide and gasping, she starts to choke, buckling under the crushing internal pressure. Artifact tentacles coil around her, stripping away her immortality, strength, and infinite mana until her body collapses. She lies there wide-eyed and gasping, paralyzed by weakness and total confusion. He lifts her, warning the curse is haywire for the second time. The Demon King's heart is finally giving out. He realized the artifact won't stop until it completely devours Ms. Lisnette. A monster flanks them, an observer barks, two men stop that hippo. The duo charges the monster, squaring up for the fight. Lisnette tries to stop them, warning they're no match for this beast. The monster's strike hurls them apart as debris scatters everywhere. Slumped against an observer, they both stared at the scene in total alarm. Wide-eyed and sweating, she can't hide her terror at the sight. Two fly off with the stones, spitting blood from their critical wounds. The monster roars, but Lisnette screams, "Enough." She yells at him to clear his head. He snapped back, "It failed." He wailed as the Divine King's tears failed. Impossible, this was the church's top-tier artifact. He cursed, dropping the artifact on Lisnette. The drop vaporizes before it even touches her, rejected by something deep inside Lisnette. She glares, asking if the curse has become too powerful to dispel. Lisnette's eyes roll back and blood spurts from her mouth as the man holding her screams her name in a desperate panic. Hardened by brutal training, Lisnette grits her teeth and tanks the agony, refusing to black out. She's convulsing, death cries echoing from within as the Demon King's cursed heart thrashes to burst free. Undead corpses littered the ground, their mangled bodies twisted and stained with shadow. The fight intensifies, drawing the hippo and a new deadly threat into the royal clash. A distorted beast crawls from the underworld, defying nature and choking the air with pure darkness. A dark figure rises from a mountain of corpses, crawling out of the rot as the literal embodiment of doom. The skull-faced figure calls it magnificent, sensing death's stylish aura unfolding. Lisnette hears a dry, elderly voice and snaps her head toward the source. She spotted a figure darker than the shadows of the dead. She spots a dim lantern glowing in the dark. The dark figure's massive scythe glints in the lantern light, its curved blade sharp and ominous. Lisette stared in disbelief. This couldn't be real. A faint silhouette slowly takes form. A dark figure steps from the shadows, cold and inescapable. Behind her, a long, sinister braid looms, making the threat even deadlier. Drawn by the scent of death, the Shinigami appears to reap souls and send them to the afterlife. Lisnette thought the hippo was a shock, but this creature is even more unexpected. The Shinigami appears, a terrifying beast paralyzing everyone with its mysterious power. This god-tier creature rarely walks the surface. The ruler of death has arrived. This rare nightmare just invaded the hero world, bringing pure horror and certain doom. The beast spreads its arms, welcoming everyone into its sinister embrace. Arms wide, his deep voice called them children of men who hunt life with their accomplices. Lisnette's eyes snap wide at the voice. Holding Lisnette, he chokes out that he's paralyzed, frozen by the creature's overwhelming pressure. Lisnette and her crew are frozen, pinned by an invisible weight as death's voice triggers a primal fear, stripping their will to move. The creature's chilling laugh didn't just rattle Lisnette's team, it terrified everyone. The monster's ferocious growls went dead silent. Everyone's paralyzed, even the mighty behemoth is frozen solid, locked to the ground. The creature tilts its head, listening to the silence. The creature pauses, then drops its gaze, locking its hollow, shadowed sockets onto Lisnette. Trembling and gasping, Lisnette looks up, her pained eyes locking onto the creature's empty stare. The beast glared at Lisnette, sizing her up. With cold irony, he admitted he was curious about what they had. The creature chuckles, eyeing Liznet's chest as he senses the Demon King's heart and its hidden power. Even the Demon King's heart stopped, holding its breath. The Shinigami eyed Liznet and the hippo, sizing them both up. Arms wide and eyes to the sky, the Shinigami is stunned by the magnificent spiritual offering. Liznet dodges the soul-eating scythe, but the Demon King's heart is still coming to devour her. If the Demon King's curse breaks, the hippo will shred her while staring down the monster. She realized breaking the curse meant the behemoth would kill her. Reality finally clicked. Shinigami hovers above, a hippo looms, and Liznet sits broken, accepting her death, until a mirror manifests behind the demigod. This mirror reflects your thoughts. He turns to Lysette, ready to show her two vital things. He tells her it'll be a memory for life. Liznet watched her life flash before her eyes. Memories flood back, born into poverty, and sold as a servant to save her family from starving. She remembered being treated like a beast while serving a noble family. She spotted a girl her age in that house while drawing water from the well. Lysette recalled a girl her age staring coldly, and it spooked her. Every memory of home brings back that rich girl, a constant reminder that birth is destiny. Lysette remembers snapping and finally stepping toward a life of her own freedom. She steps onto the dark liquid-soaked ground. Her road to freedom led straight to a murder case. Her own terrified face flashes in her mind. The memory fades. Back in the present, Liznet stands silent, head bowed. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, she was consumed by pain and loneliness, vowing to die without a single regret. Head down, Lysette grimly admits her life is meaningless. Karma finally hit. After a life of taking souls, she never expected the Shinigami himself to come for her. Shinigami eyes her and says part 2 starts now. That's it. Shinigami ranted about her future, but Liznet forced herself up and took a fighting stance. Stunned her life is being cut short, she rejects the Shinigami's prophecy. Liznet stared at the demigod, weighing his words. Post-murder case, nobles kept exploiting her, inflicting constant pain and even dragging her by the hair. She was sent to bury the Empire's first prince, and nothing has changed since. Liznet remembered flaying, chasing freedom, and hating all rules. She vaults the fences, memories flashing as she wonders how she ended up back in chains. She wondered where she'd landed. She looked up, wondering what just went down. She recalls her arrival, watching the village from the tree line. The farm was poor, but Liznet felt its nature far outclassed the city. She remembered even a humble life holds true joy. Liznet eyed the door, hopeful yet unsure. She reaches the door, wondering if anyone will ever accept the real her. She dreamed of a quiet farm life and reached for the door. Terrified, she pushed the door open. Her dream of a peaceful farm life is shattered before it even begins. Her memory snaps as Shinigami screams for her to forget. Shinigami says time is useless at death's door. Liznet stares through the shattered mirror. The demigod saw the soul as a seasoned dish and gripped his scythe tighter. He raised his scythe over Liznet's small body and said his final words. Sobbing with rage, Lysette snapped she was done and refused to take it anymore. She eyes the scythe as her ally instinctively rushes to shield her. She raised her hands to block, and someone suddenly appeared at her side. Gale jumps between Shinigami and Liznet, catching the scythe with both hands. Scythe in hand, he looked back at her. Shinigami's baffled, and the heroine's shocked he survived. Liznet stunned. How is he moving under that pressure? Gale's stunned by the pressure as his cursed bracelet activates. He smirks, calling the cursed objects convenient. Shinigami's stunned and fuming. The demigod demands the hero's purpose. Annoyed, the hero snaps that he's back again. His rifle hated Gale, crashing every undead fight. Shinigami raises his scythe and lunges at Gale. He stares down the demigod and raises his hand. Hero blasts Shinigami with dispersal magic, causing a massive splash. Suddenly, the demigod vanishes. The trio watched it scatter. Liznet stared in shock. The trio watches Shinigami vanish as she realizes he just one-shot a demigod. Gale smiled at his enemy as the light above faded away. The enemy drops, scythe and all. The trio stood frozen, staring at where he fell. Liznet glared at the body in disgust, stunned it was actually dead. Staring at Shinigami's body, she asks Gale how he killed a demigod, shocked he actually won. Gale turned back, explaining he just lifted the spell. Killing the demigod while holding its scythe ruins the material drops. He catches the Shinigami's scythe barehanded, shocking Liznet. Hero raises his scythe as a skeletal skull and spine manifest, radiating pure dread. He eyes a skull, noting its sudden appearance, while a baffled Lysette wonders why he's even surprised. Even the Demon King's heart was dead silent. The heroine starts coughing. A worried Guy rushes over, leaving Gale in total shock. She claims she's fine and hunts the hippo, but with Shinigami gone, the artifact inside her awakens. Gale eyes Lysnet with worry. He's clearly spotted something off. He senses a dark power within her as Lysnet kneels, clutching her chest. She struggled upright, weakly asking how he knew. Perched on the railing, he admits he couldn't see her curse until now. Lysnet smiles bitterly, confirming this curse is the only one of its kind in the world. Gale calls it the Demon King's heart, stunned by his own words as he mutters the name in disbelief. He raves about the curse's living power, shocking Lysnet with his obsession. The church potion failed, but she says Gale can break the curse. The heroine warns Gale, touch that creature and get possessed. The hero accepted the risk but made it clear the artifact was his. Lysnet suddenly erupts into a coughing fit, barely staying on her feet. She crashed into him. Time's running out. Gale focuses, immediately dispelling the artifact on Lysnet's chest. Dark smoke erupts from Lysnet's chest. Gale kept dispersing until the end. Lysnet stares in shock as a dark curse swirls from her chest, her eyes wide with disbelief. The curse exits the body and looms above. Lysnet's curse condensed into a ball and slid right into Gale's hands. Gale's hand curse erupts and he smirks at its insane agility. The dark gift surged. Gale wants to shatter the curse into shards and craft items to study it. Lysnet sat stunned as the curse vanished instantly. Watching him, she's stunned by his iron will against the Demon King's heart. He hands her the drink, telling her to down it while he holds the curse back with one hand. She's annoyed she wasted the liquid, but he explains it boosts stats and cures petrification. He grins, claiming living things are full of nutrients you can't ignore. Suddenly, something breaks his focus. The hippo monster glares at them, and Lysnet Drenke Gale makes her move. She stood up and thanked him. She stands, warning Gale to run while he's still alive. She closed in, hoping the monster was still reeling from the Shinigami's pressure. She glared at the beast, declaring herself his true target. As a monster looms, he explains the beast took the body, and she's lucky to be alive. Gale hypes the zombie animal, but Lysette is just bored and confused. She glares back, asking why. Gale excitedly explains that missing limbs are classic zombie traits. She wondered if he'd lost his mind. He's getting up, she screams for Gale to run. He's rising, she realizes the hippo is already shaking off the Shinigami's pressure. Gripping his Shinigami scythe, Gale takes on the beasts alone to keep the villagers safe. He readies his scythe, vowing to destroy him right here. He strikes as the monster stands, ready to fight. Lysnet warns him of a curse, but Gale stays cool and starts explaining. After all, he proudly claims he's the master of Dan clients, leaving Lysnet stunned. The behemoth closes in as Gale squares up to fight. Eyes locked, tension peaked, it's go time. The hero claims the Shinigami's scythe slices through fire, storms, and waves, then he instantly proves it. One swing decapitates the hippo, leaving Lysnet stunned as the head hits the ground. Staring at the dead hippo, Lysnet realized Gale was a cursed item master who could even take down a Shinigami god. She even considered banishing the Demon King's heart. Seeing the hippo's head, she knew Gale took him out too. That's 3 times she saved Gale, she screams his name. He flashes a smile and turns his head. She dropped to her knees. She stared at him, completely mesmerized by how incredible he was. He approached her, looking worried. A monster's severed head sits on the ground. The head's eyes snap open. He stepped up and called her. He calls her name and she snaps a sharp look. He lifts her up, but she apologizes, saying she's fine. She praised his victory, staring wide-eyed as she noticed something. The headless hippo rises right behind Gale. Lysnet screamed, warning him to look behind her. Gale screams, smashing the hippo with his scythe. The body splits in half. Standing by the corpse, he thanks Lysnet. The beast nearly caught him off guard. She stares at him, stunned. Lysnet stared at the headless beast. Even dying, its torso kept attacking, tracking her by scent with pure, unwavering determination. Looking down, she admired him, even as an enemy. First fight a draw, second time, Gale saved her. She figured he'd survive 9 out of 10 fights. Lysnet stared into the beast's dead eyes, honoring the fierce warrior and wishing him peace. One wrong move and she'd be dead, she knew it. Lysette froze hand in hand, while Gale calmly distributed the cockatrice liquid in potions. Seeing him laugh with the others, Lysette's relieved he's alive. Looking at him, she forgot her mission. She was supposed to kill him. The trio stood together while Gale watched on calmly. Lysette locked onto his smile. She tells the four the truth. Prince Burial's mission failed. Gale's eyes widened. She was giving up. The trio bows before the hero. Surprised by the sudden bow, a voice calls from behind. Gale gasps Sharina's name, but she's not alone. Another girl is staring back in shock. She stared between Gale and the girl, eyes wide in total disbelief. Tearing up, she's relieved he's safe and desperate to see him. Gale stares in shock, but for her, their time apart felt like an eternity. She lets her emotions loose and charges straight for him. She rushes to hug him, vowing never to let go. He's alive, and that's all that matters. She scans the aftermath, a dead behemoth, mangled undead, and a bloody reaper's scythe, the brutal proof she survived. Mora almost hugs Gale but stops cold. An eerie vibe freezes her solid. The girls agreed the drama was getting way too intense. Gale shows Sharina the scythe, noting its razor-sharp edge makes for perfect farming tools. Staring at the shredded beast, she realized even sharpness has its limits. Gale kept explaining, giving Sharina more details. He talks about Sharina's shop, and she listens intently. Gale reveals his old squad trashed the girl's shop. He saved the town but couldn't escape the fallout. He apologizes, but she just smiles and says she'll grab something from her workshop. Her answer calms the hero, and her smile confirms it. Sharina and the sword girl pat Gale's back, stunned he mastered that creepy look so fast. Gale can't tell if he's being praised or roasted, so the girls clarify it's both. She faces Lysette again, calling her Miss Killer. She said her journey was already over. She reveals a life-changing event, and her three comrades hang their heads, feeling the heavy weight of the moment. Liznette's outlook shifted, but head down, she admitted she still had zero plans for the future. The crosswoman listened intently, showing she truly understood. She tells the master they're just passing through to heal. The craftswoman agrees, providing food and shelter until the team is back in action. Gale hires the team so they can recover and earn their keep. She's skeptical, but he smiles. The shop is struggling, so pay stays low until business recovers. Gale smiles, promising Liznette will heal and sales work won't hurt her wounds. She stared at him, shocked and hopeful. She dreamed of finding someone to accept her and live in peace. Now her wish might finally be coming true. Liznette stares down, tears welling as she bites her lip to stifle a sob. Seeing her cry, he lunges forward to help, but stops mid-reach, paralyzed by doubt. He hesitated, circling her to ask what happened and if she was hurt. Wiping her tears, she watches him panic. He's fresh out of cockatrice fluid. She beamed at his kindness. Laughing through tears, she calls him stupid. Sharina watches them, smiling quietly. She smiled, knowing Gale was always kind. She remembered he actually listened to the stories of the undead. Something's off, she starts frowning. She was clearly ticked off. She detailed him everything later. Beside her, the sword girl laughed. She smiled at the craftswoman, noting it all ended well, and the artisan nodded back. Gale shows the trio, something that leaves the craftswoman stunned. The woman asks if it's the Demon King's heart, then confirms it. Liznette reveals the Demon King's heart is split into 6 imperial fragments, and she owns this one. Gale purged the Demon King's heart fragment before it consumed her, and the master hangs on every word. Seeing Gale's item, the craftswoman knew even a fraction of this pallid demon curse would kill a warrior and break any priest. The craftswoman stayed locked in serious thought. Seeing Gale hold the artifact with a shocked look, she realized he was a master capable of purging even the deadliest curses. Night falls as the craftswoman reflects on the situation. Dawn breaks with a furious shout echoing through the village. Someone's screaming there, an S-ranked team. 4 guilty men rot in a cramped cell, fuming with rage. One prisoner snaps, demanding to know why they're being treated like trash. Mora sighs at the noisy room, hoping the chaos ends soon, while her friend leans on the table and quietly agrees. She knows the wolf fang that started this fight can't go unpunished. Things just got serious. She knows why the trial city meeting was called, but a sudden move from the capital just changed everything. Debts put Cash's punishment on ice. She agrees with the call, but knows they didn't have to follow orders blindly. Realizing it was an urgent message from the capital, they reluctantly obeyed. She knew they could refuse the order since compensation was guaranteed, and recalls Sharina, the farm rep, cooling her temper. Gimme asks if Gale's busy in the workshop. The girl confirms he's struck by inspiration and rushing to use it. Mora's spacing out, so Gimme pokes her nose and asks why she's so serious. Is she worried because Gale's missing? Mora blushes and tries to take it back, but her companion says she gets it. Dying of embarrassment, Mora pivots to the quest and storms off to kick him out. Gimme smiles at the paper, knowing girls are never simple. Both women agree, some won't even flinch at the Demon King's heart. She admits talent naturally draws a crowd, understanding why Mora and Listenette fell for him. A genuine smile flashes across her face before turning bittersweet. Looking up confidently, she declares she's the only one who truly wants him. The Demon King's 1,000-year curse has pushed the Dark Elves to the brink of extinction. She must be strong to save her clan, recalling the Demon King's heart fragment they finally secured. She knows a curse breaker while Gale grinds without sleep, hyped that his work is nearly finished. He bragged about his rare, upgraded Demon King heart. He found a material that suppresses its power and used a massive amount of it. Using opposite forces, he neutralized the Demon King heart's flaws while keeping its power, even adding mini-spells to keep those wild tentacles in check. He suppressed the artifact's life-draining hunger and reveals the finished product, the heart of the Demon King, a massive upgrade over Gale's version. Grinning at the stove, the boy beams with pride, calling this his newest and greatest creation. A man delivers a letter. The recipient reads it, outraged. What is this? Is it really from Listenette? She's resigning for personal reasons. Enraged, he stands up and demands to know what happened to the Demon King's heart he gave her, before spotting something strange in the letter. The letter says she took 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as severance. He collapses in shock. What kind of pay is that? Liznette's letter turned Prince Belial paler than the local undead. The night girl and princess glare at the bound culprits, who look away in shame. The princess confronts Wolf Fang. Their clueless faces prove they have no idea she's been spying on them this whole time. She knows everything. Who do they think they are, trashing a shop and summoning the guards? She speaks up, but the knight snaps back. He followed orders, and the farm disaster is the kingdom's fault. She's cleared the farm issues and secured the info, leaving the guys stunned. She ignores their feelings to protect the kingdom's honor. The boys snap back, claiming they only tried to destroy the shop's cursed trash, leaving her stunned. She hides her face, pitying Gale's work and begging him to stop. Suddenly, she glares. If that's their logic, what punishment do they deserve? Terrified by the news, the guy asks if they're finally free, but the knight just walks up and smacks him across the face with a stack of papers. The girl admits they charged a shopping spree to Carla's name, but after farm costs, the princess demands 2,310 gold and 82 silver. She tallies their hotel, dinner, and gear bills, then suddenly demands to know where the equipment went. She admits they raided the treasury but vows to pay it back. She knows they're broke, but the man just shrugs it off as a necessary expense. Furious, the woman screams that the paper doesn't cover their expenses. The girl warns they're being taken, and the guy snaps, demanding to know where. Can't pay, then you're working it off. Every bit of that debt will be paid in manual labor. She says they're lucky to find work, but the man realizes the truth. They're being forced into unpaid labor. Furious, he stands and demands the price. She stares him down. It'll take 10 years. The boys panic as the verdict hits. It's a life sentence. They're dragged away as the girl watches. A man approaches, telling her this is their job now. The man demands to know the mission, but the girl just smiles, telling them to relax and enjoy the peace before the real work begins. Terrified of her face, the boys listen as she mocks her kindness while guards drag them away. The princess peeks out, asking if they're gone. The knight nods and she sighs in annoyance. She sits by the window as I tell her these guys did terrible things. Smiling, the princess admits they were useful enough to live, then opens her eyes and looks out the window. Raising her hand, she agrees. Gale Hamilton is in the farm corner. She's finally found him. Clenching her fist, she's got him right where she wants him. The princess smiles, planning her next expedition. She tells Vivian to contact her father, leaving the woman in total disbelief. Smiling wide with a hand on her heart, she turns and admits it's time to focus on agriculture. Gale's in his farm workshop, busy crafting. Something's wrong. He nervously adjusts his glasses and shouts for Listenette toward the door. She peeks in to check on him. He apologizes for losing track of time, but she says it's fine. She'd rather stay out of the way while he works. Wiping his sweat, he thanks her for being a massive help during her shift. The guy knows she meets clients while he's busy, grinning as he reveals he even made a laughing turtle. He eyes the grinning lick-skull decor and asks the girl if something's wrong. He eyes his stunning girlfriend in uniform, admitting humans are still the best greeters. Flustered, she admits the uniform is from her old part-time bar job. She was livid when her boss illegally docked her tiny paycheck for a useless uniform, but little did she know she'd actually end up needing it. She grins, accepts the offer, and heads out. Lisnette waves goodbye, promising to meet tomorrow. Gale stands relieved, hands raised. He shouts, "The artifact is finally done, and it's amazing." He's boosting every stat with 0 debuffs. Those lethal tentacles now stimulate his pressure points instead of causing pain. He admires his work, calling the tentacle design pure genius. He inspects the artifact. It's definitely cursed, but this one plays music and whispers to its owner. Dancing like a skeleton, he claims he'll never tire of solitude. Shocked his disability is just 1/6 of the truth, he realizes the world is massive and full of wonders. He grins out the window, realizing the world is still full of legendary artifacts. He's hunting for materials to craft more gear. With the upgrade finished, he eyes the monster's head for his next project. Sorting his stash, he plots how to refine the Demon King's heart, knowing he'll need more materials for the next step. He'll sell if a buyer appears, but for now, it's on display. Why would the Demon King upgrade something usually sealed or destroyed? Who cares? It's just his hobby. Lost in thought, the man senses a presence and spins around to find a girl watching him, her own mind racing as tension spikes. They lock eyes, frozen as time stands still, lost in the weight of the moment. The man snaps to his senses and panics at the girl's sudden appearance, but she just smiles slyly and greets him happily. Startled, he jumps back and asks why she's there, but she tells him to ask * how long she's been listening. She recites his every word, leaving him mortified. Smiling, she admits she heard everything and waited for the perfect moment to strike. He's mortified, crushed by her brutal honesty. He snaps awake and asks how she got in. The doors were locked tight. Did Lisnette leave them open? Impossible, he knew better. She playfully returns the artifact, admitting she broke in to steal the Demon King's heart. The guy just smiles and takes it back. He already knows the deal. The elf smirks, but he tells her to quit it. They're literally just trespassing. Gale's confused. Did the busy guildmaster come for late-night artifacts? Seeing her sly smile, he asks what she's really after. Blushing, she admits she doesn't need the artifacts, she only needs Gale. A stunned Gale turns to ask why, but finds her bowing low before him. He's completely baffled by her actions, but she stays silent, staring at the ground while searching for the right words. Gimli hails him as the ultimate creator and demands his attention. Stunned, the boy watches her, clueless about what she actually wants. She begs him to save her people. Stealing her nerves, the dark elf asks, will he really refuse her? He's stunned, her arrogance is gone, and her sincere words hit him deep. Drunk and cheering, the girls leave the bar. One stumbles toward Gale, but her friend pulls her back. His shop is still far away. Smiling, she explains they met at a tavern but never toasted his new shop. Humming, she insists they grab a drink at his artifact shop right now. She claims Mora's too shy to face Lisnette, blaming the artifact creator for the mess. Her friend agrees, fueled by booze and ready for any risk. The girls knock on Gale's shop, but a quick push reveals it's already unlocked. They burst into embarrassed giggles, stunned by their luck. Mara laughs, charging inside and shouting for him. She wants to drink and talk life, and her friend is totally on board. Stunned by the girls, Gale appears, holding Gimli in a warm, tender embrace. The guy's confused, so Gimli slyly gestures to the girls, leaving Mora frozen in total embarrassment. Confused and anxious, Mora asks what's happening, but the nervous guy is just as clueless. The boys gather for dinner to discuss the chaos, but the room is thick with tension. Gimli finally breaks the silence. The Dark Elves suffer a 1,000-year curse from the Demon King. Worried the grim news will ruin their wine, the girl interrupts but urges her to continue the story. She says the beast heroes killed a millennium ago was near immortal and insanely strong. They couldn't kill him, so ancient heroes split his body into artifacts and scattered them worldwide. Now, they're lost to time. Mora asks if the Demon Queen's heart is literal, not just a name. Stunned, the guy watches as she smiles and confirms it's the real deal. She reveals the Demon King is hunting his scattered body parts, now powerful artifacts, to reclaim his form and be reborn. She admits he used the Dark Elves for this mission. Their demon ties left them with no choice. Even sealed, their Demon King power is massive. He forced them to choose, serve or die. The table is stunned. Gimli admits they had no choice. If the Demon King's parts are reunited, he'll be reborn just like in ancient times. The boy agrees it's a crisis and suggests calling the heroes like they did a millennium ago, but the girl shuts him down. The Dark Elves already have the artifacts, and they've cursed the entire village. She stares at him, realizing they aren't just hunting parts, they need a curse breaker to survive. She reveals Gale Hamilton, the master of cursed items, arrived to break the Demon King's heart curse. Hope returns as he listens intently. The girls stare in disbelief. He looks at the fallen Jima, weighing his options, and asks what they should do. Gale's been brooding since they met, making her wonder, was sharing that intel a smart move or a total waste? Even the Empire feared the Demon King's heart as a suicide weapon. Realizing her request is too insane for anyone to fulfill, the girl loses all hope. He snaps, yelling to Gimli about rumored dark elf artifacts as powerful as the Demon King's heart. She confirms the village's Demon King artifacts rival the heart's power, and he leaps up, ready to use them. Clenching his fists, he knows these artifacts will create something legendary and bolts off, fueled by a sudden surge of inspiration. The girls enter, stunned. These artifacts outclass the Demon King, and Gale warns the hero this is no ordinary quest. She reveals the Dark Elves never served the demons. To them, the war was just another old conflict, and despite their defeat, they hold no grudges. Humans live fast and forget faster. They've even forgotten Dark Elves are demonic, so the hate is gone. What kind of rock is Gale bringing these girls? Mora calls the Demon King a myth to non-humans. The elf agrees, saying her family will welcome him, just as a guy approaches to agree. She halts them, standing up in a rage. She hates this story, leaving the guys stunned. She glares at Gimli, warning she doesn't trust the elves, but the girl just smirks. Sharina admits they've known each other for ages. She demands to know why she stayed silent. Without this surprise visit with her friend, she'd never know the truth. She snarls, but the woman keeps talking. Demon King intel is a forbidden village secret, so she tested Gale's power before revealing the truth. Sharina snarls, teeth bared, as the guy beside her gets a sudden hit of déjà vu. Sharina sips her drink, asking how he is and if he likes farmage, but the guy's baffled by her sudden questions. She asks if he's settled in. He says the town is perfect, great food, solid dungeons, and plenty of undead materials. The girls stare in shock. The shopkeeper wishes for better sales, but Sharina notes Gale's work has already leveled up the city's infrastructure. She's seen many masters and trusts his skill, leaving him stunned. She explains that despite their history, he's the first cursed item master she's ever actually faced. Gale says talented people always quit this job once they level up. He claims no craft is worth perfecting, and she agrees. She claims every job deserves respect, but Mora argues that seeing her among adventurers proves how hard she's struggling. He admits his job is useless, pure support with no solo power. She insists he's a fighter, but he sighs, saying everyone else always called him dead weight. Gale remembers the man's claim. He's just a craftsman, not a fighter. His only move is throwing knives from behind without debuffs. He was told to stop advising and stay back. Mora could only silently buff their gear, while the guy regrets leaving before he was officially kicked. Gale spirals into self-doubt, but Sharina sneaks up and pats the immunologist's head, telling him to ignore the idiots. Broken pride is hard to mend, but he's at farm edge now. She grins, telling him to stay forever so she can take care of him. Gale's confused, but Gimli claims Sharina sees his potential. The girl pivots back, admitting she needs him too, and won't let him leave. She suggests the church, but he scoffs priests are useless. They even kidnapped elites to break the curse, but failed. Mora questions the law, while the guy wonders how he's still. Gimli insists Gale must go to the Dark Elf village, but Sharina demands strict safety conditions for their star specialist, and Mora agrees. The girls back him up. Mora joins as support, while Sharina steps up as the vanguard. Shocked, the boy demands an explanation, but Gimli just chuckles, asking if a four-man squad can really break the Demon King's curse. He sighs, eyes closed, happy regardless. Sharina gathers her nerve and asks to reintroduce their new squad. She names the crew Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale. Sharina raises a toast, wishing them luck on their new mission. The crew toasts to the future, grinning wide as their new bond cements. The guys feast and drink the night away. Watching the girls, he realizes Kashi's squad never invited him for a chill drink like this. Mora sneaks up behind him, dazed, asking if he's drunk. Worried, she checks on him, but he just sighs and says he's fine. Time felt warped, but they had to move. He tells the girls what to pack and what to leave in Raqqa, but first, they need new cursed items, and Mora's counting. Gimli returns late and collapses onto her bed after a long day. Suddenly, she hears a voice. The exhausted girl apologizes and takes the chest. The neighbor eyes the loot, but a dark aura warns that this treasure curses anyone who touches it. The girl asks the bedridden lady if she's sure. Gimli knows she struggled to get it out of the village, but tells her it was all for nothing. Gale, the cursed item master, is a total weirdo, but since she wants the treasures, everything's going perfectly. She orders her to prep for the meeting as the girl hands over a stack of reports. Gimli scans the notes. Monsters are active, and she's at the center of it all. The letter triggers a blue memory. Gimli says she's ready, but chaos strikes. Cockatrices swarm, the behemoth rages, and death itself arrives for the Demon King. Connecting the dots, she realizes it's all linked. The king couldn't stay quiet for 1,000 years, and there's definitely a hidden plot behind it all. Gimli scours the guild and dark elf networks for a plan. Gale is a top-tier master of cursed items, but he's way too unpredictable. She writes his combat skills are 0, but his curses obliterate monsters. He's both weak and insanely powerful, making Gimli snap his pen in rage. Trembling with rage, she calls it a contradiction. She can't protect Gale alone, so she's glad Sharana and Mora joined the squad. She knows the path, roads, rivers, inland seas, and a forest of pure nightmare. She knows going unprepared means dying long before the 1,000-year curse. Gimli vows to Minerva, Gale will be delivered. Gale says goodbye, but Lysette's injuries hold her back. He warns that the Demon King's curse takes time to fade and tells her to focus on recovery. She thanks him sincerely. He's forged an improved Demon King's heart from Liz's old artifact. It won't turn on its master anymore, but he admits it's still experimental. One touch obliterates soul and body. Gale realizes this curse is lethal. Gale tells Lysette the shop is his soul. He's at peace with her in charge, but fears the stock will run dry before he returns. He suggests taking pre-orders for later batches, but she doubts it'll happen since sales have tanked since she joined. She waves him off. Facing terrifying curses, Gale stays inspired. She admits he's one of a kind and smiles, wishing him luck. Walking through the city, girls spot him and Mora calls out. He sees his girlfriend and waves with a warm smile. Shalina gathers everyone, but a man doubts her rank as guild master. She snaps that the guild won't crumble without her, just as Gimli approaches. She warns her not to forget the Belgian deal. The girl nods, she remembers. The guy is lost, so Gimli explains. She's supplying her village's ore to Shalina's forge. Exporting this is banned, shocking the guys. Shalina snaps, calling her a liar and checking it herself. Mora and the guy wonder if the ore is really that valuable. Since they're tagging along, Gimli agrees to spill the secret, flashing a sly grin that leaves the boys totally clueless. She shrugs and smiles, calling it orichalcum. Gale asks what kind, but Mora glares, demanding to know if it's the real deal. He's stunned by her reaction, but she's baffled by his calm. Realizing Gale knows nothing about rare materials, a fascinated Nora prepares to explain the legendary orichalcum. This legendary ore is worth a whole castle and makes you invincible. He realizes it's for Gimli, a trade for a magic item while Shalina takes the ore. Gale hopes Mora finds something valuable, so she smiles and vows to get her own loot, telling him not to worry. Gale is stunned by her guts, but Shalina says it's time to move. They pile into the cart as Mora reminisces, and Gale realizes she's worth way. The boys board the carriage. Mora eyes Gale, knowing their journey starts now. Wagons creak from farm edge as a caravan treks northwest toward Eblance, a massive trade hub near the Empire. Bored on the road, Mora's sleepy from the carriage's rhythm, but Gale says the shaking makes her drink taste better. Mora isn't even surprised. The cart's crammed with cargo, and Shalina admits it's a tight squeeze. The guy questions her behavior for the long trip, but she just drinks to kill the boredom. Gale asks about her village. She points to a dark forest, warning it's a multi-day trek even if they rush. She stops, asking if this is the dark forest. Gimli agrees. If she only knows one, this must be it. Mora suddenly doubles over, clutching her head, worried. Furious, she asks if this is the forest where the kingdom's army died. Gimli confirms it, but she snaps that it's history, not legend. Then she asks, is. Gimli snaps back, they aren't sleeping, they're nesting. Terrified, the girl curses, asking if he's really dragging them into the forest of death where no one returns alive. Gimli reveals ancient dragons devoured the army and hunted humans for their young. A terrified Mora asks if she really saw it. She asks about the difficulty. Sean explains the ranks, and Gimli warns it's at least C rank, maybe higher. Fearing the end, the girls panic, but Gimli swears they're dodging dragon nests on the safest route to the Dark Eld village. They still don't trust her. The girls storm off to bed, but he snaps back and stops them. Shalina asks if he finally remembers. Gale warns the path is crawling with undead. Shalina snaps, but Mora calms her, suggesting they meet the guy in a dream instead. The boys drift off, and Gimli vows to lead them down the safest path. Safety isn't absolute, so she orders everyone to stay sharp. Stage 1 complete. Gimli joyfully wakes the boys, telling them to get up and swap seats. The boys hop off and spot a massive ship. The girls prep the trip, ordering them to sit in the cargo just like they did in the cart. He asks if the ship's booked. She confirms, glad to ditch the cramped carriage for comfort as Mora and Gale share a joyful look. Gimli sails down Cactus River past the farm cities as the boys board, hyped for their next adventure. Gimli rushes the boarding, Shalina snaps at him to stop pushing, and Gale and Mora finally set sail on their first voyage. Boarding the ship, the boy notes the heavy rocking, but the dark elf promises it stops once they sit. Sails catch the wind and the ship glides from shore. The ship sets sail on a long journey. Mora ditched the scorching sun for the cool breeze, while the master let the rhythmic waves wash his worries away. Jim Lay says they're almost at the destination. The team huddled, scouring every inch of the map. They ask if the guild made the map. She says it's top secret, but they're the exception. Mage notes guild intel is pricey. Gale spots map markings and Gimli confirms they're hand-drawn. He's stunned. The map reveals every tunnel and treasure, proving his theories were right. He's stunned. This classified intel is public. It usually costs a fortune, and even the magician is hyped by the rare find. She reveals this map holds all the guild's regional intel, and then some. Shelina spots unknown lands on the ancient map, shocking her partner that even a pro researcher doesn't know everything. Jinli repeats her plan. Multiple paths lead to the Dark Elf village, but she insists they take the slow, safe route. Shelina asks her solo route. She picks straight ahead, catching everyone off guard. She planned to sneak past the border fortresses, but the team knew they couldn't pull it off. Mora maps the route, sail the river, swap ships, cross the bay, and hit the port before heading into the dark forest. Shelina warns of rough terrain, forcing a detour to sneak into the Dark Elf village through the back door. The mage's path was a brutal test, and Gimli called it. Mora explains they're ditching the transport at the dark forest. It's a short walk, the rest is all water and roads. She confirmed the Dark Elf's route was perfect, making their journey a total breeze. Gimli knew this quest was their shot to break a generational curse, and her team agreed it was time to make history. She knew Gale had to break the curse, so he needed to arrive in peak condition. The boys tracked her village's castle symbol and spotted something bizarre deep in the forest. The Dark Elf confirms it's the Demon King's castle. Silence hits the ship as the crew trades anxious looks, realizing the danger. Gimli calms the crowd, explaining the castle is just rubble. Builders recycled the ruins for new homes, and the boys are shocked by such a brave move. Mora finds the Dark Elf village right below the Demon King's old castle. No surprise, they're close allies. Gale realizes the sea is massive, and the magician agrees. It's common knowledge even a kid knows. They spot a giant squid right in the map's center. Shelina's shocked to find squid here and suggests fishing for a perfect snack and drink combo. He grabs the knife, knowing a sharp blade is always a smart move. The girls were thrilled, knowing he could turn basic ingredients into god-tier culinary masterpieces. Gimli notes a knife is handy, but this giant squid is no light snack, leaving the group dying for details. It's a Kraken sign, the ship-sinking demon. Shalira asks for a monster dossier. This giant squid kills anyone in its path. The boy asks how they'll survive meeting the beast head-on. Is there any shelter from certain death? The girls tremble at the thought. The magician screamed she didn't want to die and demanded to go back now. Gimli calms the panic while the others dread the Kraken and doubt the plan. The Dark Elf says this trade route is busy and usually safe. She hoped to slip past, but Gale called it a dream. The Dark Elf warned escape was impossible. She'd already accounted for every scenario. Gimli knew the Kraken meant certain death, but the sea was their only path to the Dark Elf's village. Their curse master has stunning luck. If you can't win, stay far away. She bet the mission on the curse master, but he was busy chilling in hot springs, ignoring the danger ahead. The girls warn Gale not to peep, but he shrugs. The high walls make it impossible anyway. Pure bliss, he didn't expect a hot spring hotel, but he's loving it. The locals notice, adding that you can even drink while you soak. Crowds bring wealth. Boatmen dock here to trade across the Cactus River's many stops. Asked his name and origin, Gale reveals he's from the farming town of Farm Edge. The men are traveling merchants, but the kid just opened his own shop and knows the business is a grind. His shop is packed with rare loot, but sales are trash. Turns out, even the best gear doesn't always find a buyer. He stressed that quality alone won't cut it. The real secret is marketing and hooking the crowd. Gale took the advice to heart, noting a sickly girl was currently watching the shop. She's finally free from work. Rumors say he ditched his wife for business, but he claims he's just trading, and that woman isn't his wife. He thanks them for the advice and asks their names, but they brush it off, claiming they're just ordinary guys. He gives the green light and the crowd starts buzzing, eyeing the loot in this incredible place. They march to Farm Edge to check the salesman's stock. Gale didn't realize he'd just met a pair of brothers, bandits posing as traveling merchants. The men targeted Lisnet's shop next. Shelina's got serious doubts about Gale and Mora's relationship. Annoying her friend, she calls late-night hotel romance talk a total girl talk classic. Seeing them, she assumed they were lovers fleeing the capital, but she was told it was all just a coincidence. Mora explains Gale ditched his trash team for a better life, and they just happened to share a carriage to Farm Edge. His friend calls these way too many suspicious coincidences. She claims they eloped, but Mag denies it, insisting the guy's a hero who constantly saved her. Gimli says surviving death together forged a real bond. Mora was livid, calling her friend's claims total nonsense. She insisted that if their bond needed explaining, they were nothing more than loyal comrades. Magician bursts from the water, shouting they're just comrades. Her friends sense the shift and shot her a strange look. Gimli notes the other girls still have a shot, while Shailena eyes Gale as the guild's next successor. Mora's stunned. Guild succession is basically adoption, so she turns to the girl and asks, "Do you want to be his mother?" Shailena screams that no one here is a mother. The mage explains elves and dwarves outlive humans, fearing the age gap. The leader snaps at her to shut up, then asks Gimli. She claims even the elders found him irresistible, recalling the night at his shop when he was finally ready to make a move. Gimli thinks Gale is hot, but she'll step aside if the other girls claim him. She's used to waiting for happiness, but can it compare to a 1,000-year curse? Mara insisted she and Gale were just friends. She suggests hitting the booze while soaking, but warns not to overdo it. Sipping sake, the mage dwells on her claim that they're just comrades. She figured they'd stay friends until he made a move. While the boy was away on his journey, Lisnet's shop didn't see a single customer. She's bored to death. The shop is wide open, but the customers have vanished. A sudden blast rings out and Lisnet panics instantly. The skull cackles, snaps free, and plummets. To her it made no sense. The figurine fell by itself and shattered. She knew things were about to get ugly. She feared for Gale's safety and her own. Or disaster strikes them both. The crew is busy fishing on deck. Shalena's fuming, 3 days at sea, and he hasn't caught a single fish. Bad luck hit everyone, but with 0 bites, Gimli says they're safe. They dodge the Kraken, proving fate's on their side, and Krakenra confirms they have. When the Dark Elf asks if she's hungry, Shaelin brags that catching and cooking your own fish is a pleasure you can't miss. Gale admitted he wanted to test the knife on a fish. The team froze, eyes locked on the blade in shock. Shalena carves a massive fish effortlessly, asking if the blade is an artifact, while Mora feels a sudden, strange sense of déjà vu. The crowd wonders if this is the legendary death scythe, but the boy reveals he forged it into a simple farm tool and a knife. Gimli's relieved no one caught that fish. Its power could have sliced right through the ship's hull. Shalena scoffed at the incredible adventure, then spotted something in the distance. She wondered exactly when that stream turned into a massive river. Mara sees no shore. Gale calls it a real sea, and Gimli feels the salt air and hears the waves. The team stared at a massive ocean stretching past the horizon. Shalena and Mara catch the ocean breeze, sensing they're finally close to the sea element as the fresh air fills them with pure freedom and adventure. The good vibes died fast as the stench of rotting flesh leaked from the mysterious box. Gale's undead loot reeked, so he's ordered to shut the lid and stop comparing the rot to fine wine. A distant bell signals departure. Over the city's bustle, waves crash against the shore. Fish sellers' shouts drowned out the rowdy cries of yesterday's sailors. Gimli eyes the massive harbor, where ships wait to load cargo and passengers. The river port is finally in sight. The boys gape at the massive ships in awe while Gimli laughs at their shocked faces. She tells the boys to wait at the pier and leaps off to scout for a new ship. The guys aren't happy about being ditched in a strange place. Salt air and screaming gulls mark Nanan Port, a massive trade hub connecting the inland bay to the world. Gimli rushes back with big news. She found a merchant ship ready to sail. Luck is finally on their side. Her friends demand the scoop. A Kraken just crushed a warship, but Shalena can't see how that's good news. Gimli says the Kraken hits once then vanishes. Mora jokes it's just venting stress, but the first pities the victims. The Dark Elf explains that because of this, one ship is launching today, pointing right at a nearby vessel. The ship was ancient and falling apart. Workers scramble to load the ship, placing every crate with life-or-death precision. Captain Nick puffs his cigar with a cheeky grin, infuriating his hostile crew. Morris mocks the captain for fleecing passengers before the Kraken strikes, while Shalena notes every crisis is a chance for profit. Gale cuts in, offering to load the ship and haul the luggage. Shalena shuts down the bickering to focus on their next move. The sea was the only way, and as guildmaster, she knew exactly how to handle the transport. Mora admits she's still lost, forcing Shalena to recap the plan one more time. Only Gimli's persuasion got them across. Official permits were impossible, especially with the dark forest as their destination. The kingdom's army is swelling and the soldiers are acting strange. Rumor says they're prepping for a massive war. Mora panics about the fallout, but her friend calms her. It's all just unproven rumors for now. The guild master reports failed hits on capital elites. War is brewing between the empire and kingdom. Shelina reveals a legendary artifact at the heart of the conspiracy, capable of toppling the entire state. Hard to believe something that powerful is even real. Mora demands the truth. Is this legendary artifact really changing hands? She tells her friend to shut up and get to the point. Shelina reveals the kingdom and empire's massive war. Gimli uses sunken ships as proof, and Mora fears the navy's intervention. The Dark Elf saw both sides were desperate to stop any leaks. The girls explain the border lockdown. The fleet's mission is to stop any artifacts from being smuggled out. Land routes are dead. Morris warns this merchant ship is their only shot. Shelina laid it out, the only way forward is by sea. To reach the dark forest, they'll cross several borders. Civilians pass freely, otherwise international trade would collapse. Mora's suspicious. The kingdom and empire were peaceful until now, so this sudden tension makes no sense. Gimli's sold, her friends are right. The states are playing dirty games, lying to their people just to keep the power balanced. The broken balance is flooding the market with artifacts, and with military power no longer equal, the entire strategy has just flipped. Two titans are clashing for world dominance. A key player rises as the Demon King, hungry to reclaim his power and rule the world. A mysterious figure is spreading artifacts across the world. Shelina's baffled by the mystery player's motives. Mora refuses to join the war, and Gimli claims they're all hunting one target, the Demon King. Even after seeing Gale's power, they couldn't believe he'd seize control. A global threat just didn't match this worthless failure. Turns out the hero the girls were talking about is Gale. Gimli packs his bags. Shelina stops the boys running, and Moria tells them to wait. They have to load the ship before it sails. They stared in shock as the guy hauled a mountain of massive bags. The duo was shocked he could haul 4 people's gear solo. Mora explains the kid's homemade bracelet artifact lightens the load. Gale was becoming a flying storage unit instead of a transport. Every flight added more luggage, and the pile just kept growing. The journey dragged from dawn to dusk, and Shelina was sick of the jokes about the guy. The boy fumed as his friends mocked him, while Gimli realized even basic artifacts were incredible. She knew this funny weirdo could flip the entire world with his cursed objects. Gale asks what happened, but the girl is spiraling. Doubting her own mind, she blames her imagination and tries to shake the thoughts away. Gimli apologizes for spacing out and promises she's right behind him. The soldiers grumbled about pushing too far yesterday. Standing post in the scorching sun was a brutal test. Warriors ordered a final baggage sweep before departure, and Gimli fumed, hating the extra inspection. Shelina volunteers to be searched first. The soldier respects her craft, thanks her, and moves to the boy next. Gale reveals a warehouse of corpses. Soldiers feared Gale was a curse master or a serial killer, but they relaxed once his artifacts were secured on the ship. The team's survival now rests on Gale's mysterious, lethal artifacts. The crew demands their removal, but Gale takes the request as a personal insult. Gimli greets her, noting they haven't spoken yet. Ain is the correct spelling. Boatswain is likely a typo in the user prompt. I'll use bosun for clarity. Final Polish, the stranger reveals he's. The bosun calls this old merchant ship a seasoned veteran of countless voyages. The sails are battered but still catch the wind, and with expert tuning, the crew conquers the crosswinds. Massive cargo space keeps the ship stable, even in the middle of a storm. He shows her a massive crossbow, hoping they won't need it on their journey. He's summoned and bails, leaving Gimli to realize the ship looks way better than he thought. Seasickness hits Mora and Shelina. The ocean waves are way rougher than the river, and they're already missing their calm boat. His girlfriend worriedly asks if he's okay out at sea. Gale's magic choker prevents seasickness. The ornament looked like bony fingers, tightening around her throat in an invisible grip. This accessory is made from the hand bones of a hero's wife. Legend says she braved every storm on the Cape, praying daily for her husband's safety. Mara instantly realized the decoration was the worshipper's remains. His girl was right, the story wasn't over. This sailor gambled away every cent, racking up massive debt. She knew he only set sail to gamble again. Gale says the sailor had a girl in every port and multiple secret lives. Shelina laughs, the guy lived for booze, gambling, and a good time. Mistresses and creditors swarmed the house as she finally learned the truth. When her husband returned, she strangled him, forcing Tara to beg Tim to stop the story. Shalina reveals this choker is fueled by a woman's rage and despair, but Gimli notes it still perfectly stabilizes the wearer during sea rolling. He apologizes for having the only item, but the girls insist they'd rather suffer motion sickness than wear that weird ornament. Gale's complaining about his ignored miracle cure when a sudden noise sends the deck into total chaos. Sailors scramble across the deck in a panic, screaming confused orders as they struggle to make sense of the chaos. Shalina asks if they've arrived, but Gimli says they're 3 days out. Suddenly, the first spots something suspicious. Suddenly, a small mound breaks the surface. Gimli spots a blurry ship and gets confused, but Mora isn't shocked. They're on a busy trade route. Gale jokes it's a pirate ship. A girl laughs, sure they'll never see a real one. Alarms blare and Shalina snaps, demanding they kill the noise before her head splits. A sailor spots a massive target and orders everyone to battle stations. Panicked, everyone on board scrambles for weapons. Shalina senses something's wrong with the sailor, while Mora wonders if a Kraken-sunk warship means pirates are nearby. Gale snaps, warning they're no match for. Gimli's paralyzed with shock as her darkest suspicions are finally confirmed. She remembered the news, monster activity was surging. She's terrified, news like this never ends well. A sailor spots something suspicious ahead. He looks closer, it's the legendary giant Kraken. Doubts vanish as giant tentacles erupt from the deep, it's the Kraken. The sailor shrieked a warning, the warship-crushing Kraken is heading straight for them. Gale knew the plan was dead. Mora screamed as things spiraled while Shalina tracked the monster's insane speed. The team froze as the Titan ripped the ocean apart. The crew freezes as a massive Kraken bursts from the waves, slamming the ship with its tentacles. The crew screams, the Kraken is massive, matching their ship in size. The Demon King's reach hits the deep sea, and the sailor orders an immediate assembly. He barked orders to hoist the sails and escape the danger zone now. Captain Nick screamed in terror, questioning why monster attacks were spiking and why the Kraken was hunting ships again. Gimli snaps that there's no time for berries, survival is the only priority. She warned that useless talk gets the crew killed, they needed a plan to stop the monster fast. The sailor warns they must run to survive. The captain agrees, ordering full speed ahead. The ship bolts, desperate to outrun the terrifying monster. The Kraken dives, vanishing into the dark depths. The Kraken charges, a sailor screams as the beast circles the ship, and the captain realizes with horror, it's moving way too fast. Gimli remembered octopuses are the sea's fastest creatures. Advanced fins let it hover perfectly still or instantly blast off in any direction. A massive Kraken looms over the ship, sparking pure terror. One look at the nightmare beast leaves everyone in total despair. The monster's massive tentacles burst from the deep, lunging for the ship. Those flexible limbs move with zero limits. The monster's tentacles smash the ship, sending Gimli into a blind rage. The Kraken snaps the mast and shreds the sails, leaving the ship dead in the water. The sailor screams all hope is lost as the captain bellows for help. Shalina demands the captain do his duty, while Mora orders the armed crew to crush the invaders. The sailor snaps at suicide, this gear is for sharks, not a massive Kraken. Gale warned the group, someone just dove headfirst into the crashing sea. Shalina tries to stop him from freezing to death, but Gimli realizes the man has completely lost his mind to terror. He chose death over the Kraken's cruelty, now the team is on their own. The squad unites for a desperate clash against the monster. Gimli hits the masthead to track and report the Kraken's movements. Shalina backs her friend's move and signals the monster to strike. The monster's heavy gaze locked onto her, sending her heart racing in pure terror. The girl screams at the monster's massive eyes. Gimli warns of a flank attack while Moria triggers a buff, surging energy into her ally. Guildmaster triggers a rare double activation, leaving the party in total awe. Mora triggers her new quest skill, Evolutionary Enhancement, doubling her friend's power but draining her energy fast. Betting on success, she pours her entire soul into the support. Shalina reminds her friend of the cockatrice kill, buffs her weapon, and unleashes scorching heat. She vowed they'd burn that hated octopus out of the ocean with her flaming hammer. She roared that the Kraken messed up by underestimating their power. Shalina first targets the annoying tentacles blocking her path. The attack failed against his iron skin, leaving her stunned and crushed. The fighters froze in shock, that massive hit didn't leave a scratch. The monster's slime absorbs every strike. Gimli's stunned, her attacks are useless. Shalina lashed out, screaming a furious rant at the monster. The Kraken reacts, snagging her hammer and hoisting her skyward. Gimli screams to drop the hammer before the next tentacle snatches her too. The kraken doesn't just grab and smash, rumor says it swallows victims whole. Shelina cheers herself up, telling the kraken she's too muscular and tasteless to eat. Accepting the inevitable, she lets go of the hammer and plummets. She's in deep trouble and her allies scream in terror as she plummets. A sailor and captain catch Shelina mid-fall. Saved by a frayed, ancient rope, the boy sighs in relief. Even junk can save a life. Gimli's heard the legends, but seeing a sea monster brawl like this in person is a total first. The dark elf saw the real threat. The kraken's tentacles snatch and crush everything they touch. Lightning-fast tentacles instantly crush the victim. The victim crumbles to dust, scattering into the air and sea foam. Knowing the monster's touch meant death, she screamed for her friends to stay back and dodge the tentacles. Mora's legs tremble, nearly buckling as pure panic takes hold. She knew this beast was way deadlier than the cockatrice they just killed. Shelina's hammer crushed a cockatrice, but it's useless against a monster that turns everything to dust. In the open sea, the monster has the ultimate advantage. It's unstoppable and impossible to kill. The kraken's massive eyes lock onto the girl, paralyzed with pure terror. Gimli knew squids weren't just physical powerhouses, they were smart, fast learners. She realized the wrecked mast was no accident. This monster was smart enough to strategize. Despite just meeting them, Kraken already knew Mora was the group's key player. The dark elf shouted, warning her partner to stay sharp. The Kraken's tentacles snatched the girl in a flash. Her hammer was gone, now Shelina had to rely on her wits alone. She knew fighting back unarmed meant one thing: those relentless tentacles would snatch her up. Panicked, she scrambled for her next move. Gale appears, ordering the monster to release the girl. Gimli spots the blade. Even the Kraken couldn't predict their squad's wildest wildcard. Gale slices the tentacles in one flash, freeing the girl from the monster's deadly grip. Mora's stunned as Kraken flesh swirls around her in a grim dance. Heart racing with fear and relief, she's alive, but the fight continues. He met her gaze, realizing his custom-forged blade worked perfectly, even against this massive giant. The Kraken ruled the deep, but losing a tentacle leaves it reeling. Facing real resistance for the first time, the beast finally feels weak. He rushes to her, checks her face, and frantically asks if she's okay after the attack. She thanked her savior warmly, grateful his quick reflexes kept her unharmed. Mora panicked mid-fight, but a monster's tentacle grab sent adrenaline surging, instantly clearing her head. Suddenly, she spots the enemy's weak point, the key to victory. This is the world's strongest Reaper's blade. It cuts through everything. The magic blade effortlessly slices the Kraken's invulnerable tentacle in one hit, proving its legendary power. The catch: to strike, the owner must get close, risking a lethal counter from the beast. The mage orders Gimli to track the Kraken's every move and report any shifts immediately. She ordered Shailene to target the monster's remaining tentacles. She says if he holds the tentacles, Gale can close in and strike the Kraken. She buffs Shailene and the boy with support magic, boosting their stats for a guaranteed strike. With her new mastery, the mage can now target 2 people at once. She stabilizes the boys against the ship's rocking, then triggers a spell for instant adaptation. Mora buffs the team's defense and reflexes, commanding a hit-and-run strategy that corners the beast and shreds its guard. Gale knows cutting the 9 tentacles disarms the Kraken, and Shelina's already hyped for a massive squid dinner. The Kraken snaps back, ready to move and repel the hero's next attack. Gimli screams a warning as tentacles lash out from both sides, forcing the team to regroup and defend. He knew the stakes: one wrong move and the whole team dies. Losing a tentacle just enraged the Kraken, turning it into a whirlwind of destruction. Now faster and deadlier, it's out for blood, and the guys are in deep trouble. Guildmaster triggers the blacksmith kick. Gimli's stunned as her team parries the Kraken's whip tentacles. Moro knew spamming spells would drain his mana fast. What breaks first, the monster's health or her own mana? Shelina smirks, taunting the Kraken over its lost tentacle and beckoning the beast to come back for more. The monster lunges, but she counters, punishing its slow, wounded movements. Gasping for air, Gimli realizes his magic is still active, holding his body together for the fight. Shelina distracted the monster, while her recovered partner charged back in for the finishing blow. He desperately tried to save more, but his hesitation was obvious. Gimli knew this was inevitable. The boy only fights undead, so putting a backliner on the front lines was a massive mistake. The dark elf jumps in, blasting the beast with fire. Glaring at the Kraken's bulging eyes with pure disgust, she's ending this nightmare now. Gimli targets those bulging eyes, blinding the beast to take it out of the fight. She knew that attack wouldn't leave a scratch. The monster was way tougher than it looked. She pops a smoke grenade, using the thick cloud to mask her movement. Gale rush attack. Gimli roars, ready to land the finishing blow. He triggers grinding mode, unleashing strikes that saw the monster's flesh into pieces. The dark elf knew the boy needed smoke to blind the kraken, or its insane reflexes would dodge every strike. Gale is fragile but lethal, easy prey for elites, but his weapon mastery lands game-changing strikes. Shredded tentacle chunks rain down, reeking of blood and guts in a scene of pure carnage. Shelina cheers for Gale's perfect strikes as Mora compares his precision to a master chef's blade. Gimli saw half the limbs were gone. With only 5 tentacles left, the squad's job just got way easier. Smoke clears, the kraken spots the guys, and the whole team is back in its crosshairs. The dark elf orders the boy back to stay clear of the monster's surprise tentacle attacks. He bolts, scanning behind him for the safest path out. A massive kraken lunges at the hero, its sheer size shattering Gale's remaining confidence. Panicked, Gimli screams the boy's name to warn him of the danger. Kraken blasts a massive ink cloud. The monster's ink slams the deck, sweeping away everything and plunging the ship into total darkness. The massive wave rips the sword from his hands, spinning it through the water and onto the deck. The girls scream as Gale falls right under the destructive wave. He hacked violently, failing to clear the thick ink choking his lungs as he gasped for air. Ink sears his eyes, blinding him and making the situation even more dangerous. Gimli knew the kraken could blast ink like a squid to blind and disorient its enemies. Blinded by the liquid, he's now completely helpless and forced to rely on others until his vision clears. The sailor eyes the blade, blasted back by a massive ink wave. He reaches for the mystery blade to slay the kraken, but his partner stops him, sensing a deadly ancient curse. Gimli warns that despite the upgrades, it's still a lethal death scythe. Pick it up and all bets are off. This blade slashes everyone, friend, foe, or even its own head. The bosun realized this artifact was the ultimate weapon, the most powerful force he'd ever seen, capable of saving the world or ending it forever. Shelina warned her friend the kraken was changing and they had to act now. His massive frame trembles with spasms, signaling a deadly new phase or a final trump card. The hero's stunned as the monster regrows its tentacles, making the fight a total nightmare. Every fighter froze in pure shock. Their progress was wiped, but Gimli noticed the kraken's energy was fading, even as its tentacles grew back. The team baited the kraken into a kill zone, pinning it down for a coordinated multi-front ambush. Shelina warns Gale's blinded by ink, and since no one else can wield the blade, Mora realizes their only way to weaken the monster is gone. The kraken's rage peaks, locking onto the hero who humiliated it with pure talent and grit. He rubs his eyes hard until his vision returns. It's blurry, but it gives him a fighting chance. Vision back, he opens his eyes and asks what he missed and how he can help. Mid-sentence, a kraken tentacle coils around him, squeezing so hard he's completely pinned. Trapped mid-air, the Cursemaster fights the sea monster's crushing grip with all his magic. Gimli spots the kraken's deadly destruction. Now every tentacle twitch is a death sentence for anyone in range. Mora realized in horror, Gale was about to end up just like that hammer. Fueled by rage and fear, Shelina screams over the chaos, ordering the beast to release her dying friend. The kraken slams the girl aside with a tentacle, leaving Mora terrified for her friend. Gimli's drowning in guilt and regret, wondering why she ever dragged her best friend into this nightmare journey full of unknown terrors. Guilt haunts her. She dragged a stranger into the Dark Elf clan's secrets, forcing him into a war where one mistake means death. Guilt crushed her. If she hadn't forced him to fight, he wouldn't be facing death in this final duel. I'll trade bloody battles for a quiet shop life, doing what I love far from the constant threat of death. Gimli whispered for forgiveness, desperate to atone for the tragedy she caused. Driven by love and fate's cruelty, Mora screams his name, desperately trying to stop the inevitable end. The kraken unleashes deadly destruction, blasting energy that turns any living thing to ash. Frozen in horror, the girls watch their ship burn, completely helpless to stop the disaster. Gale triggers reverse death destruction, reflecting the blast to shred the kraken from within and shatter its barriers. The girls watched in total shock as their friend's bravery and quick wits completely flipped the script. Gimli's stunned as the energy reverses, blasting the wielder with their own power, a move she thought was impossible. Moro stared in shock as the kraken disintegrated, while Shelina spiraled over the mysterious power and the danger ahead. Both turned to the young man. He turns, meeting their curious stares with the calm smirk of a winner. Gale reveals the artifact around his neck caused it all. He carefully slid the jewelry into his palm. He finishes speaking and the necklace shatters, shards flying across the deck. Mora realized the broken artifact was the legendary cursed necklace. Gale explains that crushing blows trigger wife's revenge, doubling the damage and reflecting it back with massive force. Shalina calls the amulet a symbol of justice and revenge, returning any attack 100-fold. He explains the kraken drained its energy regrowing limbs, then took its own attack back doubled, dying instantly. This legendary ship sinker just became fish food. That's the brutal law of nature. Shalina asks if he saw this coming, but he admits the win was pure luck. Gale was locked in on the mission and saving his team, never expecting this bizarre outcome. If the kraken used a direct hit or suction, the artifact wouldn't have triggered, and the fight would have ended differently. Mora beamed with relief. Her friends were safe, the threat was gone, and a bright future finally seemed possible. She pulled him into a tight hug, showering him with love for passing the test. He warns her to watch out, his ink will stain her. Mora didn't care, being with her love outweighed every struggle. She told Gale she traded the tentacle's creepy grip for warm hugs to find peace and confidence. She touches his shoulder, leaving him flustered and embarrassed by the public display of affection. He gently strokes Mora's hair, trying to soothe her and show his concern. Jinli cheers, killing the leader clears the trade route of the entire species. Gale's luck and skills secure the route, dodging danger and fueling trade. A crewman wonders why the kraken exploded, but the rest shut him down. They won, and that's all that matters. The crew cheers in triumph, the ship is saved, the threat is dead, and their future is finally secure. Gimli knew the score. Despite their heroics, the authorities wouldn't pay up. In this world, true heroes never get what they deserve. Nick demands to know if the kraken's still alive, sending the girls into a frenzy as they scour the waves from the deck. The sailors urge the captain back to the ship. The captain demanded immediate rescue boats. Fix the ship and the mission is officially over. The bosun quickly corrects himself, apologizing as he drops a nasty surprise. The crew abandon the kraken-slaying blade on deck, terrified of its deadly curse. The explosion likely blasted it deep into the ocean. The sailor noted the beast snap the massive mast, which vanished into the sea without a trace, proving the total devastation. The man accepted the loss, knowing lives matter more than property. Survival is everything, and the guy agreed. Gale tells the bosun not to sweat it. Materials are easy to find, and he'll forge a perfect replacement back home. 99% of the side effects were wiped out, making it completely safe to use. Too busy scrubbing ink from his eyes, the boy misses every vital detail of the conversation. The girls were stunned. He had the rare materials for a new blade and a way to break the curse, but they were sure it was a prank. Shalina pulls him close, telling him to quit joking, but he's dead serious. Gimli realizes this guy is full of insane surprises. Exhausted at the railing, she replays the day's events and the young master who stole her heart. She headed home, eager to introduce the man to Madame Minerva. Gimli envisioned Gale's genius, eager to show him off to her family and the world. She rests on a nearby rock, soaking in the sun and the forest silence. Dark elf Queen Minerva saw it all coming. Trouble never comes alone, and even a veteran like Gimli couldn't predict the nightmare waiting for her team. A new threat from the deep. A new threat closes in on the hero's ship, forcing a clash that will test their courage to the limit. Gale stared at the shattered remains, mourning, the loyal companion and inspiration now lost forever. The girls cheer him up. The kraken is dead, the artifact worked, and the team is safe. He agreed but warned them, for a collector, losing a masterpiece hurts as much as losing a best friend. Gale was fuming. Nobody recognized the genius, originality, or beauty of his artifact designs. His face lights up. He's found the perfect way to fix this and restore justice. The public rarely understands an artist's vision until years later, sometimes only after they're dead. Only one girl shared his obsession with cursed artifacts and forbidden science. Gale was hyped to see her again and hear all about her journey. Vivian demands to join Carla's Pharma Edge inspection, flatly refusing the princess's request to go alone. Vibrant birds soar over the sea, their wings flashing light across the sky. Shalina's locked in, fixing the ship. The sailor kept apologizing, trying to smooth things over after their past fights. He tells her she's just a passenger, but she refuses to sit idle. She's no shipwright, but as a pro blacksmith, she'll do whatever it takes to finish the repairs on time. Teaming up, the travelers seal and reinforce the ship, barely stopping a total disaster. The sailor realizes the worst. The kraken dragged the main mast to the depths, and they lack the tools to fix it. Gimli warns the ship is dead without a mast. They need a new way to get there fast. Things looked grim. Stranded on a wrecked ship in the open sea, the crew desperately needed help and supplies to survive. Gale notes the ship looks massive now, but Mora's just glad it's still afloat after the hell they've endured. Gimli smiled and backed her friend up. Her loneliness infects the crew, leaving them stranded in the endless ocean and spiraling into panic over their survival. Soon the feeling worsens and hunger spikes as food runs out. Trapped and starving, the crew and passengers are losing their minds, sparking violent riots over the final supplies. Gimli begged the gods for a miracle before war broke out, and starvation drove the passengers to madness. Captain Nick reports the ship won't sink because the crew stopped all the leaks. Time for the captain to show his skills, a man who loves the sea and is loved by the water itself. Mora doubts the ship is controllable, but he promises a masterclass to prove his genius. The captain's big move was just a simple smoke signal. Rescue is pure luck. Mora skips the signal fires, while Shalina doubts a ship will ever find them in this massive ocean. Gimli notes the calm seas, but with shredded sails, a storm means the crew must pray for survival. Shalina warns the repairs are just a band-aid. One storm will shatter the hull and sink them instantly. Mora eyed the horizon. Shifting clouds and wind signaled a storm, and things were about to get ugly. Gale spots something weird nearby. Turns out the target was a ship. The ship's racing toward the wreck, leaving Mora relieved. Shalina grins, noting the vessel's speed proves the captain is truly the sea's favorite. The heroes scream for help, flagging down the ship to explain the disaster. Mora pales, staring ahead. The incoming ship looks eerie and abandoned. Shalina confirmed their fears. The ship looked suspicious and way worse than their own. Gimli's terrified. The ship is moving with an impossible, supernatural force that defies physics. She gasps in horror. It's a ghost ship. Legend says spotting a wrecked ship that refuses to sink is a curse, signaling certain disaster. Gale's words terrified the girls, their hearts racing, but he was too focused on the details to notice the mounting horror. Panicked, the bosun hammers the ship's bell. The crew panics, fresh off their Kraken victory. A ghost ship is hunting them, hiding an invisible threat and more misery. Gimli spots the Imperial crest on the mast. The army's mark hits him with a wave of conflicting emotions. She realized the Kraken sank an Imperial warship, turning it into a true ghost ship reanimated by its dead crew. Nick watches the mystery ship turn its bow toward them, hoping the mooring ropes keep his crew safe. The bosun explains ramming, slamming the ship's prow into the enemy at full speed. It's a core tactic alongside ballistas, catapults, and boarding. Nick warns a ramming will gut the hull. Gimli sees the ghost ship charging. It's a relentless assault with no room to breathe. Escape is impossible on their wrecked ship. Defenseless after the Kraken fight, their only hope is to negotiate. The Dark Elf claims the ghost ship holds the Kraken's victims who have already had their revenge, but the captain calls it nonsense. You can't talk to ghosts. He tells her to scope out the ghost ship's crew to confirm they're real and size up the enemy. The captain says their minds are gone, wiped clean by pure horror. These monsters thrive on human misery. They aren't alive, they're spirits of the drowned, death incarnate, driven only to cause chaos and destruction. He never imagined he'd face the undead in the middle of the sea. Seconds before impact, the bosun pens a final letter to his family, tosses it overboard in a bottle, and prays it reaches home. Paralyzed by fear, the man scribbles illegibly. Shalina watches him break and dryly calls for one last drink. There's no escape. Gimli vents to Minerva about their hopeless odds. Mora agrees, realizing the drowned are fueled by pure envy for the living. Then it hits her. She claims they can talk to the dead, catching Gale off guard, who expects the undead in the middle of the sea. The Dark Elf groans at the repetitive crowd, but one man sees things differently. Stunned, Shalina asks, can he really talk to the dead? Rain pours as the girl shouts to the guy in the black raincoat, too panicked to notice the storm. She tells him to talk to the ghost crew and break their curse. He's done it before. She watched him closely, waiting. Gale quickly agreed, looking way too happy for their situation. She realizes fighting these crowds at sea is a different game than the dungeon. Gale's got a plan, in just enough time to install the magic artifacts. He carefully rigs the skull-faced slingshot ship with 3 amulets. Task finished, Gale smirks and heads for the captain, who's staring in horror at the approaching ghost ship. Sensing the danger, the man in the hat warns that ramming is a suicide move. It wrecks both ships and ends in disaster. Worst case, both ships sink and the entire crew is doomed. Eyes narrowed, he explains this brutal fighting style died out. Ships are just too expensive. Ignoring everything, the ghost ship sliced through the waves, tattered sails flapping as it charged ahead. Gale calms the captain's ramming obsession, telling him to stay ready for impact. Now he unleashes the artifact's ultimate power. He finishes and she asks if he's pulling his usual undead stunt on a whole ship. Gale smirked, declaring this was exactly how he'd break the curse on the ship and crew. The long-eared girl doubts him, asking if it's even possible. He claims it works in theory, but they won't know for sure until they try. Staring at the sky, the elf warns that if their plan fails, they'll die here and be forgotten forever. Break the curse or die, the threat is closing in fast and their time is running out. The team circles up, chanting the alarming phrase with grim resolve. The girl with glasses looks the mage in the eye, their fate is in his hands. The long-haired girl calls Gale over, hands to her chest, her eyes burning with a desperate resolve to help him. She triggers environment adaptation, a magic circle glows between them and he's stunned. Mora vows to keep the boy steady as the ghost ship nears, earning a thankful smile from Gale. She bets on breaking the curse over death, her confidence echoing through the entire ship. Moore kept her longing silent as Gale agreed and marched confidently toward the ghost ship. The hero looks up as a decaying, ancient ship approaches with rusted-out weapons. Rotting, eyeless corpses stared from the ship, all still in uniform. This massive imperial ship dwarfs merchant vessels. The crew knows one hit means death, and the enemy is as impossible to talk to as a giant squid. Bracing himself, the captain roared for everyone to prepare for impact as the crew scrambled to hold on. Arms wide, the mage stared down the ship with total confidence. Gale triggers great curse removal, lighting the sea with massive magic circles under both ships. He's pushing past his limits, exhausted and desperate to save the lives in his hands. Wide-eyed Mora looks to Gale, praying he saves everyone on both ships. A bright, flickering void, Gale faces the ghost captain, backed by dozens of sailors in formation. The dead captain's hollow sockets glared at the boy, who stared back, paralyzed by shock. The mage flashed a warm smile and a knowing nod. His eyes showed zero fear or hate, strange, since he was staring right at a dead man. The massive ship nearly rams the merchant boat, veering away at the last second. Clinging to their boat in shock, the girls watched the scene until one shouted, "What's going on?" The ships pulled side by side, close enough to jump without a net, cranking the tension to the limit. Half the ghost ship's size, the merchant vessel shines with glittering sails and a solid hull. Wind dead, waves still, an eerie calm settles over the sea. The elf says the ship stopped on contact, perfectly moored side by side as if by design. Confused, they locked eyes and blurted out the meaning in unison. The crew narrowly escaped the ram attack, weeping with joy, but Mora sensed something else was brewing. The raging storm dies down to a light breeze, and the ship's flag sways gently, greeting the world. Peering at the water, the girl with glasses is stunned. The raging storm waves just vanished into tiny ripples, and she has to call it out. Looking up, she calmly noted the gloom was finally breaking, letting the light back in. Kneeling in the cabin, the striped-shirt guy felt the silence. The storm was over. He looked up, listening intently. Doubts crushed, he steps out of the cabin and scans the deck. Scanning the area, he spots the massive ship and finally realizes the truth of their bizarre journey. Aboard the ghost ship, the captain and crew stare down with hollow eyes, awaiting orders. Gale locked eyes with the dead captain, drawing the entire merchant crew's attention. He salutes from the beam and orders his men to follow, but they just trade confused looks. The crew followed suit, saluting the ghost ship as the dead souls dissolved into the sky. The captain's glowing spirit rose from his corpse, saluting the boy with a peaceful smile. The mage smiled back, their silent bond finally sealed. The spirit draws its blade with majestic grace. It's just a memory, but it grips the steel like it's solid. The captain traces a symbol in the air and bows, thanking the boy for everything. Gale watched the soul vanish into the sky. Sunlight pierced the clouds, a new beginning had finally arrived. A dark-skinned elf asks if the view is incredible. Mora smiles, still unable to believe her eyes. Asked if these are the ghost ship's undead souls, Gale closes his eyes and says no. Terrified, the girls huddle back to back, asking if more undead remain while the caster watches from afar, calm but exhausted. He scratches his head, admitting the blast was so strong it freed the sea's lost souls, leaving the girls stunned by his insane power. The dark elf boards the ship, wondering what's next. Undead cleared, but the ship is still stuck. It's a dead end. She gazes at the sky, lost in thought. Mora laughs sadly at a seagull on deck, admitting she envies their ability to fly. Gale stays positive despite the crew's gloom. Flashing a grin, he offers the perfect fix. They just need to switch ships. Nervous, the girls pressed him again. What did his bizarre proposal actually mean? Mora's confused, but the elf knows he means a ghost ship. She objects at first, then admits it's their only choice. Gale points at the ghost ship that nearly sank them, eyes beaming with excitement. The girls glared in disgust. His plan was suicide and they weren't having it. Grinning wider, he cheers that boarding the ghost ship will keep them sailing. The ship was a rotting, creaky wreck with shredded sails. It looked ready to sink, but the sorcerer insisted they set sail. Before boarding, Gale revealed the dead crew's message. They'd gifted the heroes their ship for slaying the Kraken, leaving the girls stunned. The sailors doubted the move, debating if they really had to board that nightmare ship. Glass's girl muttered to banish the ghosts until Gale suddenly called her. Repairs failed, Shelina warns the ship is doomed, and he gets the message. A sailor orders an immediate reload as the captain clings to the deck, sobbing over losing his precious ship. Powerful gusts fill the ship's tattered sails, snapping with a majesty that radiates pure power. Next day, gear's packed and the team's ready to roll. The girls stared sadly at the merchant ship that carried them for miles. The ship sank slowly, its mission finally complete. The smiling sailor explains the heavy cargo keeps them stable in rough seas, and Mora shouts her thanks to the ship for its support. The girls watch their ride one last time, smiling at its final glory. The ship roars again and their faces turn grim, realizing the danger ahead. Peering over the side, they saw mollusks and seaweed clinging to the wood. This new ship was a total ghost vessel. Mora thinks the voyage is finally safe, but the elf only praises Gale for crushing two problems at once, sinking the ghost ship and freeing their stuck vessel. She warns even pro-heroes would fail, only a cursed weapon master can pull this off. Suddenly, Shelina returns with a massive haul. Grinning cutely, she hugs her crossbow and imperial axe like their favorite toys. Shelina hums, noting the gear will last if they wash off the salt. Gale approaches, stunned by the massive haul on board. He hauled 2 bags of fresh undead parts, grinning wide despite being caked in dirt. The girls back away, scolding him. Mora snaps, asking how an undead corpse is fresh when it reeks of rot. The captain gathers the crew, announcing Gale got them back on track. Everyone cheers for their saviors. While the crew hauled cargo all night, the caster buffed the ghost ship to be the fastest on the sea. He awkwardly explains his work, but the girls just glare in disapproval. They whispered in shock, finding a ghost ship is rare, but turning it into a magic artifact is impossible. Along with the ghost ship, they scored ownerless gold, but one sailor wonders if they can really keep it all. The dark elf confirmed it, but only if the ship visited the sailors' ports in order. The man happily agreed, eager to finally repay the heroes. The captain told the crew who got them the ship and killed the Kraken. Now, nobody is saying no to their savior. Gale clears his throat, ready to reveal the secrets of his wild ghost ship creation. Proudly raising his hands, he shouted for everyone to hear about his insane power. The crew stared in confusion, totally clueless about these characteristics. The girls cringed as he started again, but after yesterday's legendary feat, they let it slide. The caster reveals the artifact's origin, a massive imperial ship reborn as an undead nightmare. The ship's now fast, unsinkable, and packed with insane power. The crew's stunned by the transport tech, calling it every sailor's ultimate dream. Gale reveals his next masterpiece, a massive catapult decked in fangs and bones, built to keep the judge safe. He grabs a skull off the deck and grins, calling them projectiles. The sailors thrilled. This freakish look is the perfect pirate deterrent. The elf just cringes, ignoring his terrible taste. He hits the upper deck to show the crew his custom control upgrade, built for safer, faster sailing. Gale climbs the stairs, hooking the sailor with a bold promise. They're about to witness the impossible, shattering every rule of navigation. He steps up to the self-spinning wheel and brags that they're now on full autopilot. Everyone on deck stared in shock at the impossible sight. Mora spots something at the helm and shouts in confusion. A spirit steered the ship, invisible at first, but she saw the catch instantly. She screams it's a ghost pilot, not autopilot. Gale awkwardly shrugs, same thing, just point, name the destination, and the ship sails itself. Stunned and awkward, the captain calls it unbelievable, asking where to sail next. The elf smirks and gives the order instantly. She points northeast, ordering the team to set a course for their next target. Mora, Shelina, and Gale shared an approving smile, ready for their next adventure. Instantly, the boys shout in sync. They're heading straight for the mysterious dark forest. Wind slammed the torn sails as the ghost ship roared to life, surging forward and leaving all doubt behind. The captains hype the ship's moving, so the creator wraps up the tour with one final detail about his masterpiece. The girls' faces soured. They instantly sensed his motive and the dark secret hidden in his words. The captain and crew stood frozen, faces blank with pure confusion. Gale raised a finger and grinned, happily confirming the ship is cursed. The girls sighed knowing there was a catch. They expected this, his obsession made it inevitable. Baffled, the crew search for the curse haunting their new ship. Arms wide, he grins that he can never leave this ship, leaving everyone stunned. The captain breaks down in tears as the long-eared girl hides her face, asking how they'll escape if they can't disembark at their destination. Gale says lifting the curse is the fix, but Mora notes only he can do it. Nearby, another bandaged sailor sobs in pain just like the captain. She slams his let-them-eat-cake arrogance, but he ignores her, handing curse removal talismans to the captain and sailor. Gale tells them to hit up his magic shop in Farm Edge for more amulets. The caster confirms those catapult skulls are one-time use. The crew grabs the talismans, realizing they're hooked. They look totally played, but Glasses Girl tells him he's finally learning the trade. The elf looked down, eyes clouded with sadness. Mentioning the magic shop sent her spiraling into thought. She gathered Gale, Mora, and Shelina. They turned to the elf instantly, eager for her next move. Trembling, Gimli finally confesses her hidden torment and begs for forgiveness, shocking the guy with her sudden seriousness. Recalling the Kraken and Ghost ship, she realized she'd dragged her friends into a non-stop cycle of death. Gimli blamed herself for dragging her friends into the Dark Elf clan's mess, but her apology was cut short. Mora and Gale calmed her, insisting it was over and they'd all survived. The crew's following the elf. You can't command a ghost ship from land, you need the thrill. He admitted the journey was brutal, but he was glad they were braving the unknown and winning together. Shelina chimes in, warning that a reborn demon lord is a threat to everyone, not just the dark elves. She laughs, just wanting to drink in peace, as Gimli stares awkwardly. Gale, Mora, and Shelina smile at the elf. She grins back, wiping her eyes and blaming the salty wind. As the heroes move on, the dark-skinned elf suddenly calls out to Mora. She asks if she talked to Gale or broke her promise, but the girl just blushes and dodges the question. Mora never found a chance to speak to this dense jerk, and the wary elf asks if she'll stay silent. Smirking, the blonde calls Mora a fraud and tells her to go pro as a swindler. Mora just pouts and begs her to stop the teasing. She claimed he was a maniac, harvesting undead loot and crafting artifacts all night long. Mora says the boy only cares about obsessions and curses, never love or hate. The elf mocks the girl's skill at avoiding love, but Mora tells her to stop. Head in her hands, the girl accepts her fate and stops making excuses, leaving her friends stunned. Mora admits she's just terrified of rejection. The elf watched her intently, listening in silence. Mora says being with Gale makes her happier than ever. She's terrified that chasing more will cost her everything. She watches him geek out over material uses. Mora admits things might get so awkward they can't be teammates anymore, a total tragedy for her. The elf reflected on her friend's words, realizing everyone views the world through their own lens of fear and emotion. She warns another girl might steal Gale, leaving a teary-eyed Mora pouting. Making a goofy face, the elf claims she's one of those women, but Mora calls her out for teasing. Gale's cruise wraps up, but trouble stirs on land. Two cloaked, masked men arrive at Farm Edge. He spots the sign, Gale, Master of Cursed Items, never heard of him. He asks his brother for the next move. The second man says they've come too far to turn back, they have to act. The brothers file into the shop, ignoring the maid's greeting without even looking up. Her face shifts instantly. Glaring with contempt, she dryly notes these two aren't clients. She saw their gear, now they had no choice. With no witnesses, they plan to loot the goods after killing the girl. Then he suddenly hurls a dagger straight at the maid. She dodges, exhaling, as a hail of knives suddenly flies her way. She instantly hoisted the stand to block the sudden attack. They're shocked she used a countertop to tank their brotherly combo. She calls them filthy thieves, reveals her traps, and glares at them like they're nothing. She resets the table. The brothers praise her speed. Anyone else would have been turned into a sieve. The maid smirks wickedly, revealing she's no ordinary human. The girl claims she's from the darkness, and the men's terrified faces say it all. The maid calls them pathetic, claiming if she were fit, she'd catch a knife and throw it back to kill them. The men warn her she's outnumbered, but she just cracks her knuckles and welcomes the fight. Claiming she's too hurt to win, her brother lunges to pin her down. She just smirked, declaring close combat her element. Lisnette vaults over the attackers, lands a flurry of blows, and spins gracefully. The other girl instantly blasts a man with full power. She grabbed his head and glared with pure disdain. The maid's flying knee knocks the wind out of him, sending red liquid leaking through his mask. She leaps over the second man, spinning midair to strike again. A spinning elbow smashes his face, nearly knocking him out. She claims knees and elbows are lethal regardless of size, nature's ultimate weapons. Attacking a martial artist barehanded is suicide. The brothers hit the floor and the maid sneers. Are they really out of those pathetic throwing knives? She taunted that they'd never hit her, but then an attacker spotted a strange sword on the wall. He seized the blade and laughed. The weapon was finally his, and his ally stood ready. One brother eyes his unarmed sibling. The sword turns pitch black, souls swirling on the blade. He warned his brother the sword was cursed, but it was too late. The cursed man blitzes his ally, wounding his arm before he can even react. Shocked by the outcome, his eyes fill with pure horror. Slumped against the wall, he pleads with his brother, yelling that he's targeting the wrong person. The attacker fights to restrain the cursed blade, but his body won't obey. He can't let go as the maid watches. Her sinister smile returns, eyeing them both with pure, smug contempt. She warns the attackers, lose your cool and you'll make unthinkable mistakes. She snatches the cursed object, losing her sanity as the men watch in horror. Lisnet provoked them to shatter their focus and gain a mental edge. She remembers why she lost. Gale stayed calm while she panicked against the undead horde. The maid praises the brother's choice as he grips the bloody sword. Blood drips from the blade. Lisnet explains the artifact's vampirism, a masterpiece that converts damage into health, letting you attack and heal at the same time. She flashes back to the caster's explanation on how vampirism works. She explains the power, heal yourself by dealing damage. Gale's satisfied. Examining the blade, he brags it has the highest vampirism coefficient. Lisnet taps her chin, noting even 20% would be impressive. She asks the mage if it's a 50% shot, but he double-checks and shuts her down. It's not even close. She closed her eyes, disappointed. I thought so. Gale snaps that the sword is at 100%, leaving the maid stunned. She grabs his shoulders, screaming it's impossible, but the spellcaster just smirks. It's all about the material. That's the beauty of cursed artifacts. Lisnet stares back, confused and suspicious. A blood-stained holy sword with a wavy blade and a skull-mounted hilt. A man butchered his brothers for an inheritance using this very sword. The weapon hangs on the artifact shop wall. Lisnet warns the sword has a dark past. If Curse Master Gale gets it, any insane enchantment is possible. The boy agrees. He reveals the catch. The blade slashes everyone nearby, ignoring the wielder's will. The maid asks how to use it, so he suggests solo quests. She realizes that way, there's no risk of it attacking allies. She says solo quests are lonely, but that isolation actually boosts your combat morale. Gale rubs his chin and adds mutiny to the list. When nerves fail, this blade ensures the job gets done without hesitation. She confirms that for hitmen, a shaky hand leads to a missed shot and a failed mission. Doubts or not, this blade gets the job done. She couldn't shake those words. Even top artifacts can't match this power. It's the signature of a dark cursed object. They're deeper than they look. Lisnet eyes the boy. No wonder Gale Hamilton was obsessed with cursed objects. Snapping back to reality, she reveals this blade specifically craves sibling blood. Once equipped, it's permanent, forcing you to fight past exhaustion. These two are terrified. The maid spun her tale like a ghost story, claiming the owner wielded this blade until his final breath. The brothers shrieked in terror, sobbing like helpless children. She could have kept watching, but cleaning blood is a drag. Lisnet flips from killer to maid, and the brothers look away in fear. She slaps a talisman on the swordsman's head, triggering a magic circle. The maid offers a free curse removal bonus, and the sword finally slips from his bandaged grip. Lisnet scratches her head, treat him fast, and he might just survive. Her gaze turned murderous again, snapping at them to get lost. Cursing and apologizing, the brothers bolted from the artifact shop. Lisnet stands proud in the shop, watching the men flee. She laughed at the pathetic thieves. Surviving countless death matches had turned her heart to stone. The Demon King's power flows through him. She clutches her chest. The maid eyes the cursed blade. She says Gale Hamilton wrecks villains solo. He's a total beast. She hugged herself warmly, claiming the mage guards his home even from afar. Lisnet vowed to protect the shop until Gale returns. The team ditches the ship for a small boat, closing in on their goal. Gale's summoned ghost silently rows the boat forward. The girls agree, auto-control is handy but still creepy. Ears down, the elf was first to spot the forest on the horizon. She warned the others they're close. He tells his ghost to stop, creeping the girls out as he talks to thin air. The boat drifts to a halt. She hops into the water first, leading the rest off the boat. The heroes reach the dark forest, a total nightmare world. They leave the shore and dive in. The squad treks through a dense forest where massive canopies choke out the sun. Trekking through tall grass, Gale notes the dense brush. Mora senses the goal is close, but this wild terrain is a nightmare to cross. Brandishing her prized new axe, the girl vows to clear the path, ordering Gale and Mora to keep up while Ghibli leads. They sped up, hacking through the grass with their axe. Shelina heard noises coming from every direction in the grass. The girl warns the group, but Mora snaps they can't relax yet. Shelina exhales, eyes shut. She's glad she snagged that first-class battle axe from the ghost ship. The noise snaps her eyes open and she looks up. Dragons soared over the forest, wings beating. The girls look up, Shelina asks if they're wyverns, then massive footsteps shake the ground. Gale gaped at the massive beast and asked what it was. The guy yelled back, maybe it's a troll. The dark elf slams her friends into the grass, demanding silence. The troll whips around toward the noise, but the heroes have already vanished. Gimli orders silence. Their tiny size makes them invisible. Stay low and they'll go untouched. The troll paused for a few seconds, then resumed his route. Terrified, Mora picks the forest over the inescapable sea, thinking it's safer. Lying in the grass, the elf warns to stay alert. She claimed trekking straight through forests and mountains was simple. People instinctively take the easiest path, guided by gravity, dominant legs, and habit. You'll walk in circles without knowing, stuck in place while thinking you're moving forward. The elf's warning terrifies Mora. Story over, she smiles and raises a finger, calling the phenomenon ring wandering. The long-haired girl sat frozen in horror, unable to move. Mora blames herself for being careless, but Gimli reassures her. Everyone makes mistakes. Spreading out an old map, the elf admits even she relies on it. Shelina asks what she's getting at, but Gimli just grins. She admits she's lost. Panic hits the group as they frantically double-check the elf's words. Gimli silenced them instantly to avoid alerting the monsters. Shelina and Mora expect the local elf to know the area, but Gimli reveals she hasn't been back in years. Glass's girl asked for a plan as the forest plunged into total darkness. Night falls fast in this forest. The dark elf suggests camping now. Midfield, the heroes grew skeptical, doubting their safety. Shelina trembles, asking if the forest is safe. Gimli pouts dramatically, asking if she's trusted. Gale cut the argument short. They needed to find a campsite fast, and everyone agreed. Stepping into the tall grass, the mage took the lead and told the girls to follow. Shelina jokes if he knows the way. He doesn't, but he's at home in the dark, charging straight through the tall sedge. Gale tears through the dense brush effortlessly, leaving the girls struggling to keep up. Shelina realizes he's a pro on this rough terrain. Mora confirms Gale's a pro at raiding undead-infested ruins, while Gimli adds that these dark, bone-strewn wastes are his natural habitat. To the girls, the spellcaster saw the dark forest as just another routine adventure. The group carefully crossed a massive fallen tree. Next, they find some beautiful, glowing fruit. Gale leads the girls onward, certain they'll find water ahead. Shelina asks Gimli for the truth, but the elf is totally lost. They clash again, but Mora breaks it up, claiming the long-eared girl can't know the whole forest. Gimli knew if the spot was familiar, she'd find the boys instantly. Awkward silence, only the forest made a sound. Shelina snaps they're lost because they couldn't find the spot, while a dejected Gimli apologizes. He cut the chatter, noticed something, and told them to listen up. The girls listen up. He spots fruit trees, meaning water's nearby. Silence falls, and as they focus, a drip hits a nearby leaf. The sound sharpens, there's definitely water nearby. Mora hears running water as Shelina praises Gale's masterwork. Gimli scouts ahead, finds a stream flowing underground, and alerts her friends. Peeking from another bush, he spots a pond and grins, his eyes sparkling again. They find a hidden forest beach, its waters shimmering with a brilliant glow. The guy grinned, scanning the area with a massive hiking pack. Trees of all sizes fill the area, the perfect spot to camp. The girls cheered, the place was breathtaking. Sunlight floods the clear water as the canopy opens, revealing mushrooms sprouting from the trees. Gale asks the crew about the spot. They all agree it's the perfect campsite. He asks if it's unanimous, flashing his signature friendly grin. Fist raised, he declares camp. The girls shout in unison. Shelina signals, and the team drops everything exactly as planned. Gimli scouts for landmarks, staying close to avoid getting lost. The new axe owner gathered wood. Mora and Gale scavenge for food. It's life or death, they don't know how long they're stuck. He eyes the splashing pond and notes the massive haul. Clean water's a good sign. He pulls gear from his pack to craft a fishing rod, and Laura asks how. Gale notes the forest is crawling with bait, she agrees. Let's try. Gale notes the forest is crawling with bait, she agrees. He tries using a bone for a hook, but Morris claims only he carries them. He told the girl to watch, then snapped a bone over his knee. He grabs a fragment, explaining that dried bone marrow is sharp and strong enough to replace a fish hook. Gale flexes his skills, rigging the line and hiding the bent hook while explaining the trick to Mora. He casts into the lake, fishing for dinner. The bait splashes down, the duo watches the line intently, and seconds later they get a bite. He yanks the rod, iridescent scales flash, and the whole fish bursts from the water. Gale asks Mora about his catch, and she's stunned. He hooked a bite just seconds after casting. Gale explains forest fish are massive, dwarfing anything in the sea. Mora is stunned by his survival skills, convinced he surpassed all human limits. Another cast, another fish, the girl's losing her mind, shocked and hyped for her new prize. She tracked his every move, her gaze burning with an ambition he couldn't miss. Gale asks Mora to fish. She blushes and asks to try just in case. He hands her a rod and explains, cast the worm, wait for a bite, and let the fish swallow the fragile hook for a clean catch. Mora sets the bait and waits. Instantly a bite, Gale orders a wait, then commands the haul. She shouts, yanking the bait from the water. A broken hook hung from the line. Mora shook with rage. She's livid even though she finally won. The girl tears up, so Gale hands her the fresh bait. She worries she's just dead weight, but he tells her to relax and keep going. Bait splashes down, he's ready to haul the fish out again. A little more effort and I snagged a beauty. Her eyes sparkled with joy after landing her first catch. Gale praised Mora's massive catch as she whispered something back. Clutching the fish, he shoots his girlfriend a confused look. She hugged Gale, yelling she caught it, nearly making him drop the fish. Hearing a scream, Shelina bolts toward the source. She catches Gale and Mora hugging. They were just fishing, so she smirks and leaves the couple to it. Fire built, the heroes cook their fresh catch. Mora catches the delicious scent of fried fish, and the guy tells her to dig in. A sharp smack rings out. Gimli and Shelina dig into the baked fish, loving the simple flavor. He tells them there's plenty more, so don't be shy, eat up. Mora asks about the observation, but the elf has no clue. She knew the direction, but the dark hid the target. She looked up. Gale smirked, no choice. Once they finish eating, they're clearing the camp. They split the ships to rotate guard duty and avoid solo all-nighters. Everyone was stuffed but exhausted from the trek. Gimli felt satisfied. Gale suggests traps to skip guard duty, but the girls are skeptical. Gale's instant traps paralyze with ghost ship magic and freeze foes using sub-zero seabed temps. Install complete, he smugly scratches his nose. Skeletons in enchanted hats and cloaks surround the camp. The girls stood frozen, jaws dropped at the sight. He explains these traps instantly paralyze any monster that gets too close. He rushed the spells so the traps only last one night. Gale kept the monsters away, but sleeping among those creepy skulls made for a bizarre night. At night, glowing-eyed scarecrows surround the camp, guarding the heroes from monsters. Exhausted, the party crashed hard with no one on watch. Meanwhile, Mora dreams inside her tent. Gimli kneels as the others stare in confusion. Perched on the rocks, a dark-skinned elf with a long ponytail looms over them. She greets the guests with a smile. They've finally reached the dark elf village. Mora didn't understand the words, but she felt the greeting, and noticed this elf shared Gimli's skin and ears. The elf gave her guests a kind look. Morning hits and the boys swap dreams. Mora mentions a weird encounter, only to realize everyone saw the exact same thing. Gimli identifies their leader as Lady Minerva, and the sea finally understands the source of her grace. They dreamed of the Hill of Promise. Entering the dark forest, they're met with a greeting and a vision. Shelina's stunned leaders control everything. Gimli confirms they're almost at Lady Minerva. The glasses girl kept digging, asking if their leader was both great and attentive. Reaching the hill meant meeting for real, so she invaded their dreams. Gimli falters, clearly hiding a secret. Sipping her drink, the elf admits the group was right. The party pushes deep into the forest. Gimli navigates while Gale leads the girls. Supplies are low, exhaustion is peaking, and despite the solid camp, Mora knows it's time to move. Even if they weren't sure of the path. Tossing the fish bones aside, the heroes finish their meal. Shelina complains they've eaten this 3 days straight. Gimli backed the girl, done with the grilled fish. Glasses girl was sick of the fish too, but something way scarier was lurking. Shelina screams her sake's gone. The boys sit behind 2 empty bottles. Mara calms the girl, telling her to stop shouting, while Gale steps in to fix the situation. Since setting camp, they've tried finding a path over and over. Gimli's lost and they're stuck in a loop. The elf lowers her ears in apology. Mora agreed the camp was safe, but the heroes wouldn't budge. Sobbing, Shelina screamed it was all a forest delusion. Gimli scanned the map, their shortcut was a total waste. Gale tries to calm Shelina, but she's fuming that anyone could get lost in her home woods. Gimli defends herself, blaming the forest's massive scale. He eyes the lake, water's plenty, but food is the real issue. Fish aren't infinite, you can't eat here forever. He says they have to move, and Shelina agrees, she can't rest forever. He says she's the blacksmith guild master, and refuses to dump all the work on Liz. With 0 customers for ages, Liznette was already fast asleep in the shop. The team packs up and moves out. The girls need a guide, but where are they going to find one in this massive wilderness? Suddenly, the caster spots something in the trees. He froze, confirming a silhouette behind the massive tree. He shares his discovery, and Mora notes his night vision is perfect for this cloud-covered, dim world. Hyped to arrive, the girls charge the figure, but the guy tries to stop their energy-wasting sprint. Gimli, Mara, and Shelina burst from the bushes. They spotted black-cloaked figures and tried to grab their attention. Dropping down the roots, the heroes close in. Gimli steps up behind the cloaked figure, admitting they're lost. Mora spots the figure's rotting, skeletal legs and tries to scream a warning to her friend. The corpse spun around, glaring down at Gimli. His hood flies back, revealing a bare skull. She screams in horror, the undead. Those uniforms prove these skeletons were the disbanded royal detachment. Shelina screams for a retreat, but a corpse is already looming over her. The girl shrieked in pure shock. Gimli, Mora, and Shelina reacted too late. Now they're surrounded by evil spirits. Dozens of scarlet skeletons are crawling out of the ground, and they just keep coming. Hooves thundered from behind. Suddenly, a spearman on a dead horse drops from above, lunging straight for Gimli. Gale hugs the elf just in time, casting dispel curses as a massive magic circle lights up the dead man. Gimli collapses, the boy checks her, she says she's fine, and Shelina rushes over. The elf stares at him, recalling his smiling embrace. Heart racing and blushing, she struggles to hide her secret feelings for him. Gale locked onto the cursed skeletons. Finding these rare monsters is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Undead swarm him, but he just grins, ready for the fight. Gimli watches Gale's purified souls soar skyward as a shining light. Mora's seen it before, but it's still incredible. Shelina notices the caster is way too calm. He waltzed through his enemies with effortless grace. Enemies defeated, he scanned the area, thinking carefully. He tells the girls the undead usually sleep during the day. Magic-soaked soil and cloudy skies make this dense forest the ultimate exception. Mora tiredly notes Gale's grin. Gale asks what she expected, clutching his prize as she asks what it is. The skeleton dropped an undead core, a rare, concentrated burst of pure curse. Shelina asks Gimli, but she's never seen it. Undead materials are usually unpopular, so this is a first. The guild buys them for alchemy, but they're worth way less than normal monster drops. The elf never heard of this core and wanted answers. Gale holds up his loot, explaining it enchants gear and scrolls. Slot the core into any weapon or armor to forge a magical artifact. It looks like ordinary scrap, but he'll use it to buff her gear. Mora's certain it's cursed, but she asks anyway. He stutters, but she agrees, proudly claiming she's mastered the curse. The girls glared at him. The boy offers to absorb the curse, but warns it'll snap back if he pushes too far, leaving Shelina stunned. She warns his creations are lethal, while Mora realizes this is how he's been buffing Cash and the team. That's why they never noticed her curse. Gimli smiled sadly, admitting this was all they got, even if the boy saw these cores as rare. Gale cuts the elf off, another rare item just dropped. He asks if they remember, the undead rise from unfulfilled desires. Eyeing the rows of skeletons, he explains they died in despair trying to escape, becoming eternal prisoners of the forest. This dragged on for centuries. He starts rambling about the forest, then stops to ask the elf for a map. He pointed right at the group, the girls watching his every move. Grinning, he gripped the find and cheered that it would lead the way. A pendant dangled from his hand, the watch's pendulum, forged from the crystallized tears of the royals lost in the dark forest. Gale says it leads to a dark elf village. Held over the map, the pendant begins to move. Everyone eyes Gale's artifacts. Shelina hears muffled sobs as the pendulum starts swinging. The pendant freezes, pointing the way. The boy points where the artifact swings, the dark elf village. The girls cheer for their escape, but they're already eyeing the mysterious item. He noted the two war horses as the undead stood by the tree. Mora and Shelina save their strength while Jinli breathes easy. The path to the village is finally clear. She nears the horse skeletons and her confidence starts to waver. They ride out as Mora questions the difference between horse bones and bone horses. An eerie hum echoed through the forest. Face serious, the girl told him to hold on tighter. They both snapped toward the noise in the trees. Suddenly the ground quakes, catching the boys completely off guard. The shaking stops and the group pushes forward. The heroes wonder why the army's here. With the demon's seal broken, the kingdom is invading the forest of darkness. An ancient dragon devoured them, just like Gimli warned back in the carriage. Shelina realizes the truth and halts the elf. They're standing right where the royal army rose as the undead. Gimli's face twists in terrified realization. Another quake sends the horses rearing. A roar shakes the air. The girl tenses, realizing she let her guard down. A massive claw shatters a tree. Gale's team just entered an ancient dragon's lair and they're terrified. Horses bolt as the dragon gapes wide, flicking its tongue to snatch the intruders. The mage screams. The dragon spotted them. Blue flames ignite in the titan's throat. The heroes spot the inhale. Dragon's breath is coming, and it incinerates everything in its path. Gimli screams for everyone to run. The dragon's throat glows hot, magic particles igniting like fireflies. Blue fire blasts from the monster's mouth. The heroes dodge the magic, but their horses burn to ash, slowing the boy down. They barely dodged the fire beam, but the destruction was still massive. Flames erupt around the heroes. Surrounded by fire, the team is in a total nightmare. Shelina screams they won't die here, and Mora orders everyone to arm up. Gimli knew the dragon's instant kill breath wasn't why he was the forest's true master. His real strength is the thick, scaly armor covering his entire body. Mora screams for one final strike. They need max power to drop the dragon. Mora drops a magic circle, maxing out the girl's power. Shelina charges first, leaping high to strike the dragon with full force. She smashed the creature's skull with lightning speed. The dragon's unscathed. He flings the girl off, leaving the warrior stunned by the impossible sight. The elf realized even imperial weapons were useless against him. Gimli raised her dark elf-forged black orichalcum dagger, ready to strike. Gimli lunges at the giant dragon with beastly speed. She prayed her plan worked and her blade could at least scratch the creature. She readies her orichalcum weapon mid-stride. She reached the monster and drove her blade through its tough scales. The elf's elite blade pierces the ancient dragon's hide as expected, but it's just too short. The monster counters, but she dodges with insane reflexes. Gimli narrowly escapes, realizing her tiny scratch is far from a fatal blow. Mora knelt, leaning on her staff. She's out of mana and stamina. She completely underestimated the cost of those buffs. Gale watched the elf dodge, powerless to join the fight. Gimli yells she's okay, telling the boy to protect the other two girls. The spellcaster helps Shelina and Mora up, but they're barely standing. The dragon glares at the adventurers who dared disturb his peace. He glares with a terrifying gaze, a dark elf blade impaling his body. The monster's furious roar shook the entire area. Gimli warns that ancient dragons are proud and kill all intruders. That's how the royal squad was wiped out. They just triggered his reverse scale. The elf yells to focus. They scatter, making it impossible for the beast to lock on. Ancient dragons can't track 4 targets at once. Exploit that weakness. Surrounded by fire, Gimli knew this move was just a stall. Shelina alerts the boys, pointing toward the trees. The fire dies down, letting the heroes escape the monster down that road. Gale and Mora loved the idea and sprinted toward it. Let's use. Gale and Mora loved the idea and bolted that way. Recap style usually assumes they do what they. Gimli watched her 3 friends head off, feeling just as lucky. The elf felt a sudden dread she couldn't explain. She knew the ancient dragon was both hot-tempered and cold-blooded. How could he miss such an obvious detail? She freezes, legs trembling. She spun in horror at the smug dragon. He'd set her up. Like a dry fish trap. Fire is the net and they're the fish. Gimli screamed her lungs out to stop her friends. She warned the beast would incinerate them all with one dragon breath blast as they ran in a line. The monster's throat glows blue again. Gale shields Mora and Shelina while Gimli rushes to reach them. Right then they knew they were dead. A cloaked stranger emerges from the forest, shouting for the princess. A projectile slams into the dragon's head and explodes. That stuns the beast, at least for now. The heroes looked around, stunned by what just happened. Confused by their survival, Gale spots an explosion on the dragon's side. Cloaked figures suddenly materialize beside Gale's squad, leaving the girls stunned and questioning who they are. Armed strangers surround the group, shielding them from an ancient dragon. The cloaked man says firebolts won't kill it, but the blast forces a flinch, canceling its breath attack. 12 robed strangers surround the team, eyes fixed on the dragon's reaction.